Hey everyone, and welcome to my latest video, Full Stack eLibrary with the AI PDF generator. Today I am going to walk you through a complete modern web application that brings together the beauty of Tailwind CSS, the power of Next.js, and the intelligence of AI-powered PDF generation. Before we dive in, I want to take a quick moment to thank all of you who have supported the channel so far. We are now at 700 subscribers, and my next goal is to reach 1000. If you enjoy this video and want to see more tutorials and projects like this, please consider subscribing. It really helps the channel grow and allows me to keep creating quality content for you. When you first visit the website, you are greeted by a beautiful header that is clean, minimal, and functional. Right below it, there is an eye-catching hero section that instantly communicates the purpose of the platform. As you scroll down, you will find the products section dynamically displaying recent additions to the library. Every component here is fully responsive, making sure the experience is just as stunning on mobile devices as it is on a desktop. From the homepage, if you want to explore the AI PDF generator or access personalized features, you will need to sign in. The authentication system is powered by Auth.js and Upstash for smooth rate limiting to protect against DDoS attacks. You can choose to sign in using email and password, or connect your GitHub or Google account for instant access. Let us try email and password. First, we create a new account by entering a username, email, and password, then click Create. Instantly, we are redirected to the sign-in page where we log in with the details we just created. Once signed in, the header updates to show your avatar, and logging out is as simple as clicking it. Now, let us explore the homepage features in more detail. Besides viewing the products, you can use the built-in search to quickly find any item. If you prefer browsing in a specific order, the filter feature lets you sort from oldest to newest, or the other way around. The pagination system makes browsing large collections smooth, allowing you to move between pages with next and previous buttons. This is powered by Next.js parameters, but for database handling, we use Drizzle ORM with the offset and limit for efficient queries. Next is the AI PDF generator page. Here you'll see a large prompt text box where you can type in your request, whether it is a custom ebook, research summary, or formatted document. Below, you find a gallery of generated PDFs. Each generated PDF includes options to copy and download, making it easy to share or store your documents. This feature is powered by a combination of Inngest AI agents, Gemini, and browserless.io. With Inngest's event-driven architecture, you can even generate multiple PDFs at the same time without worrying about delays. If you want to become a publisher, the process is as simple as creating a YouTube channel. Just head to the publisher account creation page, upload a profile image or use your sign-in image, add your publisher name, and write a short description. Once you click Create, you will be redirected to your publisher dashboard. Inside the dashboard, you will find three main sections. First, the home page, which shows your profile details and a list of all your books with the ability to edit or delete them. When deleting, both the image and PDF are removed. Second, the View Book section, a dedicated list of your titles with the same editing and deletion options. Third, the Upload Book section. Here, you can either upload a PDF file directly or paste a copied PDF URL, making book uploads flexible and convenient. This form is powered by Drizzle ORM for database management, Neon for hosting, Uploading for file uploads, Zod for validation, Shadcn UI for design, and React Hook Form for input handling. You can also update your publisher details at any time by clicking your user image in the sidebar. This opens up a dialog where you can change your profile image, name, and description to keep your publisher profile up to date. When a user clicks on a book card, they are taken to the book details page, a visually stunning layout featuring a React PDF viewer with simple next and previous buttons for navigation, a table of contents for quick reference, and an inbuilt search tool for finding specific words or phrases inside the PDF. Finally, there is the Publishers page, a public profile that displays the publisher's details and their entire book collection. It also comes with search, filter, and pagination, built the same way as the main library but optimized for individual publishers. The entire project is hosted on Vercel, ensuring fast performance, global edge deployment, and smooth user experience from start to finish. By the end of this video, you will not only see how each feature works, but also understand the technologies behind it and how they come together to create a seamless full stack experience. So let us begin.
So let's get started. So what you need to do, you just need to create a folder at any directory. For me, you can see where I have created my folder, that is e-library. So create it at any directory, then open it with your favorite code editor so that we can start. You can start from there. So for my case, you can see I have already done that. So we are starting at this point. Okay. So from here, we are going to set up our project using the React framework for the web. Okay, that is Next.js. This is the best framework out there right now. So you can scroll down and see what you can be able to do with it, and then you can see what you will be working with. We'll be working with the React, TurboPack, Speedy Web Compiler. So these two, that is Speedy Web Compiler and TurboPack, will help us to so that our development can actually compile very fast, and so that we can see the result very fast. Okay, so when you scroll down, you can also see what you can be able to do with it, and also the websites that Nextjs have been used to build. Okay, so you head over to the home page. You need to copy this one here. Okay, so copy it like that. On click, you just copy it. Okay, so now to use npx here, you need to have installed Node.js. Okay, so head over to node.org and then install it, download it. So make sure you download. So you can head over to downloads here. That run, so you can see what Node.js does. Run JavaScript everywhere. So you can see what it does. So basically we'll be using it for that. And to download it, you can head over to downloads, and then you can download this one here. Okay, like that. And then for most cases, before we continue, I just want to mention that when you install it, you will see that it will have npm by default. Okay, then you can choose if you want to use pnpm. Okay, so that you can actually be able to use these commands right here to set up using so that you can use pnpm or yarn by default. Okay, but those ones are not the best. So for the best, for me, but this one here can also rank it as the best when it comes to installing installing your packages very fast. Okay, so you can also install npm like this using this command right here. So you can see it have all been selected using Windows. Okay, and here you can see using Docker. You can choose to use vmpm. I don't think it is there. So basically, if you want to see a video on this part here on how to basically install that is Node.js with pnpm, you can let me know. But basically, make sure you install this one here. Okay, download and install this one here. That will be enough, so that you can use npm if it is your first project. Okay, but for me, I usually use Burn. So Burn is a fast JavaScript test runner and all-in-one toolkit. Okay, so you can see how you can just install it. Very simple to install it, and then you can see how fast it is compared to Deno, and also compared to Node.js, the one that we have talked about. Okay, so you can see that it is very fast compared to the others. Okay, and even when working with Postgres, you can see also it is very fast, and when working also with the WebSocket, it is very fast. Okay, so basically I'll be using Burn. So make sure if you want to use Burn, just copy this command and paste it inside your CMD, and then Burn will be installed. Not complicated like adding using PNP and PM here. Okay, so it is much simpler. So since we have said we are using Burn, this is the command to install that is to set up your project using Burn. This is the command right here. Okay, so for if you have installed a node and you did not install ban, so if you don't want to use ban totally, so just make sure you copy this command. So we have already done that, and then come here and paste it like that, then have dot that is dot forward stroke like that, so that the project can be set up inside the folder that you have just created. When you hit enter, it will start the process. Okay, but for our case, or for my case, I'll be using ban. You can copy ban right here and then paste it here, then dot forward stroke, then hit enter. Okay, so it will just take a moment to actually do the resolving and to add the create next app and all of that, and then here you can see you have been prompted with these questions here. So we'll be using TypeScript so that our code base can be clean, and also ESLint so that the same case, so that our code base can be clean. Then we'll also be using Tailwind CSS to style our project. Then we don't need an extra folder that is SLC, so say no. And we'll be using App Router, of course, so that we can use server components. Okay, so say yes. And then Turbo Pack. So we have already talked about Turbo Pack, so that we can be able to have a faster development process. Okay, so hit yes. And then I haven't told you how to move between the two, so you use the left and right arrow keys. Okay, and then if you want to customize import layers, you can do that, but for my case I'll say no. And then you can see the project here was added, the folders. So what it will be doing now, it will actually be installing these dependencies and dev dependencies. So what we'll do, I'll just pause the video and then we'll be right back after the process finishes. For me, I reached a point where my process hanged. So what I did, I hit Ctrl C to close to terminate the process, and then I had a ban installed to actually install the dependencies inside here. So here you can see we have the dependencies and the dev dependencies that we talked about. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do, we are going to set up Shadcn UI. So you can head over to Shadcn UI, and then you can click get started and then Nextjs, and then here we are going to choose this one here with the ban. So if you are using npm, choose npm, but if it is ban, choose ban. And then we are going to come here and then paste it and then hit enter. So we are going just to give it a moment to resolve and then install the dependencies, and then we'll continue. So just give it a moment. So it is almost done. So just give it a moment. So you can see it is installing the dependencies that Shadcn UI uses. So just give it a moment. So I think it is almost done. So we should be prompted with a few questions. I think it is also should detect that I am using Tailwind CSS, and also I'm using server components and something like that. So I don't know why it is taking too long. So I just pause the video. So before I pause the video, it actually prompted me with these questions, and here you can see it have seen that I'm using Tailwind CSS, and also that is Tailwind CSS version 4, and also I'm using Nextjs. Okay, so we'll be using Slate, so choose Slate. So use the downward arrow keys and then hit enter. So it will just take a moment to install the dependencies that Shadcn UI uses. So we'll continue just in a bit when it is done. So here you can see the process is done. So what you're going to do, you're going to head over down here, and you can see how you can be able to add one component. So when you come here and copy it and then paste it like this, you will see that it will add the button component. Okay, so just give it a moment. Also it is actually installing a lot of dependencies, so and then the component will be added. Okay, so and then So you can see it is almost done. So the file here, you can see the file is here. Okay, so you can see the button. So you can see that you have all the code necessary to work with the button, and actually the dependencies that were installed are only 2 of them. Okay, so now that also it is important to mention that we have the control, that is the control of our button. That is, if you want to make any changes, like here we usually don't have cursor pointer, so that is cursor pointer. Okay, you usually don't have it, so you can add it, and then it will actually apply to every button that you will actually use there. So, and also here you can see how you can use the component. So I will just, like, the first thing we do before we learn about the other files and folders, I would like us to run the project. So here I just use so if you are using npm, that is, if you install node, you can run, that is npm dev. Okay, I believe, yeah, npm dev, that should actually, but to be sure. Okay, so this one here should run the project. Okay, you can see it is running the project, but for my case I usually like to run burn dev. Okay, so this one here is usually much faster compared to npm. So I will so you can see here it is almost done, so it is starting, and then when it is ready we are going to see how the page looks like. So when you come here, hit localhost. So yeah, you can see localhost right here, so you should control click and then head over to this URL. Okay, so since we don't have a lot of items inside our project, it should actually compile very fast compared to when you have when we actually start building the project itself. So just give it a moment. So also I want to actually wait for it to load, because I would like to show you where you would like to begin. Okay, so here you can see that this is the page that we have, and also you can see here to get started by editing, that is folder inside app, that is page.tsx. okay, so when you head over to, so I'll hide the terminal, Ctrl J, inside app, then you have the page. Okay, so this is the page that is actually this one here. Okay, so when you edit here, for example here, I will actually like to actually remove this one here and have just a simple div. Okay, like that, and say home page. So then we can remove this one here, and then you can save. Okay, like that. So when you save, you will see that here you have the home page. Okay, like that. Okay, so, and then how to use the button component. To use the button component, you can actually copy the whole thing like that, and then paste it like this. Okay, so here you can see the button, and then you can save. Okay, when you come here, you should be able to see the button. Okay, so you can see the button with the cursor pointer, as I told you. So when you hit control click on the button, here you can see the variant that we are using. Okay, that is the variant that we are using, that is the default variant, and then also we have the default classes. Okay, so to work with the different variants, you will actually, here you can hit control space bar, and then we have the variant. So sorry, that is the variants. Okay, control space bar, then we have destruction. Okay, then here we should be having the destruction. So actually, let me copy this one here, then here you can paste the other one. Then here you can see another one we have ghosts. So you'll be able actually to see all of them. Here you can see ghost, that it doesn't have any colors by default. Then you can see We also have link, that is the text is underlined, I think. Yeah, when you hover it is underlined, so that is a variant. Then also we have the icon. So here, for example, here you have an icon like there. Inside there you have an icon like C, and then here you can remove this one here, and then you can have size of icon. Okay, and then when you come here you should have a small button. Okay, yeah, like this, and then you can give it the variants that you want. That is the variant that you want. Okay, can give it secondary if you want. Yeah, you can see, you'll be able to see how secondary will look like here. So you can see how secondary looks like. So that's how you can work with the button. So also there is nothing limiting you or excluding you from adding your own variants here. So if you have an icon like there, like this one here, so let's say you have that variant icon, okay, like that. So you see here it will change based on the class. Okay, so you can see here the class have changed based on the classes that you have right here. Okay, so also that is the size. There is nothing also limiting you from doing that. So basically that is the how powerful Shadcn UI component are, that it doesn't limit you from adding your own classes or making changes to the button itself. That is also these ones here. There is nothing also limiting you from doing that. And also another important thing to mention, that you will only add the component that you need, so that to avoid also flow, that is adding a lot of component to your own project. So I'll just hit plus here. Okay, and then we'll add the component that we need. Okay, so we're needing a few components. So to add the component that you need, what you need to do, you just need to use the one that we used for button, and then remove the button, then hit enter. Okay, so and then you can give it a moment to actually maybe install the command, install the packages necessary for the command add. Okay, so it is almost there. So we actually be needing a few components. For the first one here is the avatar. Okay, and then for the second one is the button, which we already have, and then the third one is the for the other one is the dialog. Okay, and then we have the form. Okay, after the form we have input, then after input we have label, and then after label we have select. Here select it is. Okay, after select we have table. So sorry, that is here is the table, and then lastly we have text area. So if you want, basically you can hit A, okay, to add all, and then spacebar as we have been doing to select the component that we want. Okay, and then after that we can just hit enter. Okay, so here you can see we'll be adding avatar, dialog, that is form, and then input, label, select, and then table and text area. So just give it a moment to actually add the dependencies. Okay, so you'll be able to see sorry, not dependencies but component, you'll be able to see them here. That's how powerful Shadcn is, that you can be able to add the component that you like and compare it to other UI components. Okay, so you can see it have started adding the component. So here you can just say no, because we have just added right now, and then you can see here it is done. Okay, so since now it is done, we are going to end this tutorial here, but basically also maybe we can actually install the dependencies that we'll be using for this tutorial. Okay, so basically the dependency that we'll be using for this tutorial. Let me just copy them, then I will just show you how where you can get them, and then you can just paste. So as you can see here, I have added all the packages that we'll be using. So basically, if you want, basically you can also head over to the GitHub repo, okay, and then just copy everything from there and then come and paste it right here. So and then you can just come here and just hit burn install. Okay, so it will install all the dependencies that are inside this package JSON, and then you will be good to go. Okay, but for our case, we'll be doing this part here. So I just copy the last one here, then hit enter. So this one here should just take a moment to actually add, because it is only one. And then for the next one, we'll be adding all of these. Okay, so here we have that is Drizzle kit adapter that works together with Drizzle ORM, and then here also we have Drizzle kit. Okay, and then also we have that is Inngest kit. Okay, so before we continue, here it is done, so we can continue here and then paste it right here, then hit enter. Okay, so we were talking about Inngest. So Inngest here, Inngest agent kit. This one here will help us to create agent that is AI agent. Okay, so we'll see how we can do that. And also here we have that is uploading stroke React. So this one here is for uploading Qstash and Redis. Okay, that is Upstash rate limit and Upstash Redis. Those ones are for rate limiting. And then here we have bcrypt.js. That is the one to encrypt and decrypt our password. And then here we have Drizzle ORM, we have seen. And then here we have Inngest. Inngest here we'll use this one here to initialize our Inngest. Okay. Then here we have marked. Marked here is to convert our markdown to HTML. Then here we have our postgres. That is the language for our database that we'll be using. We'll be using Postgres to write our queries. Okay, and then here we have, or we can call it script, I don't know, but here is the how we'll be writing our how we'll be connecting to our database. Okay, and then here we have React icons for our icons, React moment for time, and then here we have React PDF to show our PDF, and then Sona to indicate what is happening. Then we have uploading, that is works together with the uploading stroke React. And then lastly we have Next.js, that is next Auth at beta. Okay, so that one for Authjs. Okay, and then now we just need to give this one here a moment to actually install the dependencies, and then we can continue from there. So as you can see, all the packages have been installed. So I just hit Ctrl+CS, Ctrl+LS like that, hide my terminal. So before we get started, I would like us to do simple things right now. For example, I'd like us to change this tab name right here, and also the tab our icon. Okay, so let's do that. So let's start by the icon. For the icon, here we have the favicon. Okay, so you can see the favicon that we have right now. To change the favicon, you just need to replace it with your own favicon. So basically, to do that, you need to get an image. Basically, I will say an image without a background is perfect. As you can see, for these ones here are quite they don't have background, as you can see. So can get one. For example, for our case, we have one that we are using for this project. You can get it inside my GitHub repo, and then after downloading it, you just need to drag and drop it inside our that is inside our app like that. Okay, so this one here is the one that we'll be using. Okay, and then after reload you will see that it will change. So it is also important to mention you can have the favicon inside here or here. Okay, you can have the favicon here or here, that is inside app or inside public folder. Okay, so also now to change the tab name you can head over to app. Okay, so we have already talked about page. This is the home page. As we have seen, to get started is the one that we started by editing it. So we'll talk more. We'll talk more about the route just in a bit. Then we have the layout. The layout is whereby our project is hosted. Everything that we write is actually comes here as children. Okay, so you can see here is whereby we have our HTML and our body. Okay, so to change the title is here. Okay, so for our case for today I would like us to remove all of this. Okay, and all of this. So to get started we'll continue from there when it is like this. Okay, okay, and then you can remove all of this like that. Okay, now to change the title you just need to head over to this export const meta, that is metadata, as it having a type of metadata. Okay, so here for our case I will be calling this one here a library. Okay, so here you can have small l. Okay, like that. And then here for the description you can just say build your own e-library with the Next.js and Typescript. Okay, and then you can just save. After saving you will see that here you have the change. Okay, so that is great. So that means now we have learned how to change the favicon and also how to change the tab, that is the tab. Okay, so we'll talk about more about the route as we continue, and also how to change the tab based on the page we are on, we are at, that is the page we are at. So we talk more about them later on. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So next we're going to talk about routing much more in depth. So we have seen how we can get to the home page. Okay, this one here is a route basically. So you can head over to the documentation here, and then you can check out, you can read everything about layout. And here the most important thing is this part here, that Next.js uses file system based routing, meaning you can use folders and files to define routes. Okay, how creating a page. So here how you can see this is the home page. Here we a page was created for us when we set up the project. This is the page that we have already. Okay, being the page. So you can see here another important thing to mention is that I think here it is okay, a page UI that is rendered on a specific route. To create a page, add a page file inside the app directory and default. Okay, so I thought it was something like, so earlier on the documentation, on the other documentation, basically they have updated the documentation. Basically it was saying that to make a route publicly accessible to the users, basically it must have a page. Okay, so we'll see that in a bit. So when you scroll down here you can see how to create a layout, which is this one here. Okay, so you can see it is this one here. Okay, and also when you scroll down, generating a nested layout. Okay, so here we have the root segment, which we have said it is this one here, the home page. Okay, and then we have the segment. Okay, the segment being a route that you can create. For example, for us we'll be having sign in, so let's already do that. Sign in. Okay, so when you head over to sign in, where I was mentioning that a route is made publicly accessible by adding a page. Okay, so when you head over here and say stroke sign in, you will be redirected to a 404 page because this route here is not publicly accessible because we don't have the page, okay, inside here. So okay, so what I'll do, I just copy this one here and then I just paste it here. When I paste it, you see that it will load with this div right here, okay, or with these buttons right here, okay, as you can see. And when you change it to something like sign in, okay, so this one here will be sign in, okay. Okay, when you save, you see that it will be sign in here, okay. So that's how you can create a route, as you have seen here, all the segment, okay. So there is also leaf segment, okay. Leaf segment is the one that is dynamic. Basically you can have anything inside that route and basically you will still be able to see the page even though you have written something, even Next.js doesn't recognize as a route inside here. For example, for our case, we'll be having something like book. Something like book, okay. So this book we have talked about. This is a route by default, okay. So for our case, we'll be having something. So basically let me demonstrate by actually adding a dynamic route here, okay, just simple dynamic, okay. So something like id, okay, then we paste the page inside there, okay. Then here we say id, and then here we say id, okay. So for example, now here you can reload and still you see that will be redirected to this URL right here. And for example here you can see we have three routes or three segments, okay. That is id, book, and sign in. But id basically it is dynamic, that means you can have anything inside there. So for example here I say something 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, okay, then hit enter. Basically you can see we don't have that route here or that segment here, and you will still be able to, you will see we will be redirected to this page right here, okay. So let it load. So here you can see the id, okay, even though we haven't defined it here, okay. You can see this id here, we haven't defined it here, but we have been redirected to this page right here. So later on I will show you how you can actually be able to fetch this id inside your own project right here, okay. So this one here we'll actually use it inside a book, okay. We'll actually use it inside a book, and here we'll get a 404. So, and then I will just delete this book here, okay. So for our case we'll actually have a nested route, okay. So here, this one here is a nested route whereby we have two folders, okay. We have a folder and then we have another folder inside that folder, okay. So now here you can see we are getting a 404 because we don't have any dynamic route inside our app, okay. So but when you head over to something like book, okay, when you head over inside a book, we see that we will get this, we redirected to this route here, okay. So we are wrapping up on these simple routes. So these are routes, and then you have seen how we can actually be able to create our own routes. So that's how we can do that. So let's close all of this. So I just collapse everything. So for our case, right now we'll be talking about route groups. I don't know if they are there. So here they are. Here they are. Okay, I hope they are here. So okay, scroll down. Create a dynamic segment. So basically this is how you can actually be able to get the ID. So when I said that I will show you, basically it is right here. Everything is inside the documentation. Okay, so when you come here, so here we are saying we are getting the ID. So basically the most important thing is to this ID here, which you have defined here, you make sure it is the one that you are fetching from here. Okay, and then when you come to the documentation, this is how you should actually be able to get the ID. Segment, so ID, and also make sure your component is a synchronous component. Okay, then here you can just say ID. Okay, so here now you should be able to see the ID that you write here. Okay, so for example here you can have X104, okay, something like that, and then you'll see that you also be able to get the same ID right here. Okay, so that's how you can be able to get the ID. Basically earlier on we didn't have the promise part. Okay, but right now if you don't use the promise, it will basically work right here, but you will get the error here that you are fetching something without using an await. Okay, you are fetching that is the param without using an await. Basically the params are usually available on every page that you that has a dynamic route. Okay, so just close that one. So the next one I wanted to talk about is the route groups, but basically I don't see them here. So just search them here, route groups. Okay, so here they are. So here you can see route groups. Route groups are folders conversion that let you organize routes by category or team. Okay, so that is how we use them. Okay, and then here is how you can use them. A route group can be created by wrapping a folder's name in a parenthesis. Okay, that's simple. So for our case, we'll be having route. That is root. That is everything that will be having inside our project. So here, for example, book will be inside here. Okay, so basically it is because I cannot be able to move basically all of that. So then I can just move this one here like that. So and also here we will also be having another route like the home page. Okay, so we'll be having the home. You can see also it is a route group. Okay, because here I don't want to define a route here when heading over to the home page. Basically by doing this, that means whenever I am on the home page right here, okay, I am basically on the home page here. Okay, I am on the home page right here. So that is the same as dragging and dropping the page to the home right here. Okay, just like that. It is the same. It is the same having it here, and it's the same having it inside root. Okay, so here you can see we have root. So for the root, basically we also be having other routes like publisher. Okay, so for the publisher, basically we'll talk about them later on, but basically it will also be it will also be basically a dynamic route, so you can basically copy this one here and then you can just have it here. Okay, it will be the same as book. Okay, and then also we'll also be having another one that will basically be using later on, which is the generate PDF. Okay, that is generate PDF. Let's use small letters, generate PDF, like that. Then we can actually just copy, the home page, copy, and then we paste it here. Then here we can just say generate PDF. Okay, then here we can just remove all of this, then we paste it right here, then we can remove all of that. So with that we have created the route that we'll be having, that is for this inside our route. But except actually organizing them, what else can the route group help us to do? So for our case, remember we'll be having a header inside book. We also be having it on our home page, and then on our generate PDF, and then the publisher, but we won't be having it inside the sign in. Okay, so that is the benefit of route group, that whatever we want to have the header for certain pages, we can use a layout, that is a file called layout. Okay, .tsx, actually tsx. Basically we can actually be able to define navigations inside here, or layout. Okay, so basically here when it loads, you basically will be getting a 404, because when you have a route without a default export, that means you get a 404 or something. Okay, but here we can just say root layout. Okay, then we can save. When you save, basically now instead of seeing the home page, you basically should be seeing that is the layout. Okay, so but to render every page, basically whenever you are at the route or the segment, basically you need to have the children. Okay, you need to have to actually get the children from your params. Okay, and then you need to have layer types, because you are using Typescript. Okay, like that. So here you can see we are getting layout. Okay, so if you didn't have the layout here, the layout folder, basically would have been getting a 404, and then it will be of type React node. Okay, and then we just need to render them here. Basically it should be React dot, that is React node. Okay, and then we need to have the children here. Okay, and then when you save, you will be able to see the home page now. Okay, yeah, like that. So when I was talking about the header, for example, here you can have a header here, you can have a header, a sidebar. Okay, for example here you can have a header, you can say header, and then you can give it class name, you can give it bg red 700 with full. Okay, and then you can save. Okay, so it should appear just above the icon. So here is the header. Okay, so basically when you head over even on the, let us say stroke book, like that, you still should have the header. Okay, and the header should never change, because it is the same header we are using inside all these routes here. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, so basically that how so if you want to see, you can even head over to to generate PDF, and then you will see that the header is still the same. So basically there are no changes to the header. Okay, so here you can see you have PDF and still you have the header. Okay, so that's how you can be able to use the layout. And also another important thing is that you can also be able to have to authenticate the user from here. Let's say you want whoever is accessing the that is the routes or the segment inside the route group, they should be authenticated. Basically you can do it here. If they are authenticated, then they will be redirected to the sign in. Okay, so you can also do that here. So basically for our case, we want to see the home page even though we aren't signed in. So let me create another route group here that will be using, okay, we'll be using Auth. Okay, then I just drag and drop the sign in, then I just copy it. So I'm just preparing for the next part that we'll be doing for the that is for the authentication with Shadcn UI, with what with Authjs. Okay, then here we can just say sign up. Okay, then you can save. So also here we'll be actually be using layout. Okay, basically I don't think we'll be using layout here. Okay, be using layout basically because we want to center the whatever we'll be having there. As you saw, the card will be at the center. Okay, so I just remove all of this, and then here you can head over to the route, and then whatever is here you can just copy it and then paste it here. And then here you can just change this one here to out group. Okay, and then here you can remove all of this like that. So basically you will see how we will be using this route here. I actually also wanted to explain this part here. It's just that I had forgotten also. When we talked about authenticated, the user should be to check if the users are authenticated here, then if not, they should be redirected this page right here. So you can do that if you want there, but also for the sign in, if the users are authenticated, basically you don't want them to be seeing this page if they are authenticated. So if they are authenticated, you can send them to the home page. Okay, so we'll do that here. So that is a few importance of route groups, and we'll be actually be seeing the route group importance firsthand when we'll be doing that. So let's continue from there. So for the next part, we'll be working on the sign up. So basically when you head over to the Auth and then sign up, inside here is whereby we'll be doing the sign up. So basically here we'll be using a component instead of actually converting the whole component to a use client. So basically inside our components, then inside the components themselves we'll be creating a folder namely Auth. Okay, then we can collapse that. Then here the first thing we'll be doing is creating a folder, a file called authform that is .tsx. Then here you can say array_fce. Okay, and then here basically it will actually be accepting type. Okay, and then this type will accept type string that is sign up or sign in. Okay, so basically it will be like that, and then you can just copy it, and then we can actually import it right here. So then you paste it and import it. Okay, then here we just need to pass the type, which will be sign up, because we are inside here. And also just need to copy the same component. Okay, and then also paste it inside inside here, inside our sign in. So we should be having the same thing inside our sign up and our sign in segments or routes. Then you can just save. Okay, so now you should be seeing the sign in and sign up. Okay, so also I talked about segments earlier on, that basically you can be able to have your segments based on the page. So basically you can copy the segment from layout here, and then you can actually be able to use it here. Okay, and you paste it here and import it from Next.js like that. That is the type of meta, and then here you can say sign up. Okay, then you can save. So then here you should be seeing the changes. So yeah, so here you can be seeing the changes. Okay, so even for the dynamic route, if the route is for a book, basically I will show you how basically we can change that and give it and change this one to the name of the book. Okay, so basically also copy this one here and use it here. So then you can have something like this. So then here you can just say sign in. Okay, like that. And then you can just close it, close these two like that. So before we continue, I would like us to have the same styling as the project has. So basically here you can see all of these styles, but also we'll be having our own classes. Basically for the classes, I will just copy the one that I have, but basically for your case you should actually head over to the GitHub repo, and then for this same grobos.css, make sure you copy it and then paste it here. Okay, so for my case, since I already have the source code, so basically I just have copied and pasted it. Okay, then I will just remove this one here. And also since now we are changing a few things, I would also like to change the public folder. Okay, so here I have public folder, just replace it. Yeah, so here you can see it, you already have the favicon. So you can say, for example, you can leave this one here, but basically let me just remove it, basically so that we can have the images inside here. Okay, so and then I will just close it like that, and then here you can see a div. You can see some changes here. We have some kind of padding already because of these classes here. Okay, that is because of these classes here already. So like that. And also basically also I will also like to also have the constants. Okay, so for the constants, they are just one constant basically for our case. So you can also get it inside the GitHub repo. Everything is there, so you can just see it is a simple one. Okay, and then also basically types. Okay, types are very important for our case. Basically when you head over to the GitHub repo, basically we see the types, basically book types, user types, basically also we have the publisher types, and then also we have the job type. Okay, so for this one here, for these two for this one here and also this one here, basically I changed that one. Basically I will just be using these. I will just be using these ones here. Okay, these ones here, basically during development, basically I rendered them unuseful for our case. Okay, and then I will just close this like that. And also for the last one will be the styles. Okay, so this one here will be for the admin, that is the publisher section. Okay, that is the admin section. So here these are the classes that we'll be having there. So with that, now we already have the necessary styles. So the next thing that I want us to do, I want us to head over to the page, sorry, that is the app, then layout. Okay, inside here is whereby I want to make some changes. Okay, so for the first changes, basically for the first changes, I would like to change this one to BG to dark. Okay, we can give it dark, maybe for our case I would like to give it black. Okay, and then I also like to give it height scroll, that is scroll bar. Okay, so and also since it is black, I would like to give it text as white. Okay, then I would just like to save. Okay, so with that, now I just close this one here. Okay, so I was thinking about something. Yeah, so here, sorry, here we have the scroll bar. Okay, when you head over to your globus, okay, inside here, control find, then control V, like that. Here you'll see that you have the classes to hide the scroll effect, sorry, the scroll bar. Okay, so here you have the scroll bar, sorry, you have the classes to hide the scroll bar. Right now you cannot notice it, but basically since we'll be having it, basically we'll see, you will not see it. Okay, so here I don't know why it haven't changed to black. Okay, so basically here I also had some other classes, I don't know why, but basically let's see if that one is going to help us change the BG. Okay, so something is not working as I expected. So let me just confirm something. So if basically we come here, so we come here inside sign up. Okay, inside layout here. So basically I don't know why, basically it is not actually, the color is not actually working. The colors are basically not actually working. Yeah, I think I know why. Basically you can see Tailwind, basically right now it is not working. So basically I just pause the video and then I just show you how I fixed it. So as you can see here, the background is working. Basically the issue was that these classes right here, they were defined just after the component right here. Okay, so that is the issue. But basically on my part it was actually working. I don't know why, but basically that was the issue. So let's continue. For another thing, I would like us actually to change this while we continue. Basically the BG, that is this BG right here, the one that we'll be using for our whole project. So I just like us to copy it, basically instead of using it at a given point, to define it inside here. Okay, so the first thing, so we define it here. Okay, so let's see how it look like. like this. So yeah, so basically okay, so let me see if there are some classes basically I need to pass before I just remove the classes that actually aren't supposed to be there. So basically, yeah, it should be like that. So I think the class, yeah, I think the class, the one that I actually need to have is minimum height. Minimum here, minimum H screen. Okay, yeah, that is the minimum H screen. Okay, so basically it is like that. So basically, and then also we give text white and hide the scroll bar. Okay, so basically instead of just passing this class to a specific layout like I was doing before this part here, basically right now we are defining that is the background for a whole project. Okay, that means our whole project will have this background right here. Okay, so great. So for the next thing that we'll be doing, I'd like us also to import the styles, these styles here, that is the admin coming from not dot, but I hope till instead of just writing them like that, let me just copy it. Simple. Actually sometimes these levels usually confuse me a bit, so yeah, so you can see the Tailwind still works, so make sure Tailwind still works even after that, after adding these styles here, because in case of any errors basically it won't work. So I'm going to close this one here, then I'm going to head over to that is sign in or sign up basically, so that now we can get started. Okay, so let it load. So as it loads, you're going to give this one here the following class name, that is card border. Okay, and then LG, I'm going to give it LG mean width of custom one, that is 566. Then I'm going to save. So here you can see it right there. So basically I'm having some kind of an issue. So for the layout here, basically the layout here, it will actually be we should be passing out the layout. So let's see, Auth layout. Let's see if this one will solve our issue, because it should actually justify our component like that. So you can see now it is actually there. Okay, so make sure you add these styles right there, that is Authjs. When you head over to Grobo, actually I don't know what is happening, Grobos, and then here you have Auth. Here you can see the classes for the Auth. We justify it. Okay, we are doing flex item center, justify center, mx auto h screen, and then we do the rest. Okay, so simple classes right there. And then now we can close it and hide the sidebar. So then inside here is whereby we are going to have another div Then this div giving it the following class name, basically flex call, and then also we'll be having gap of 4, and then after that we'll be having card, okay, and then after that we'll be having py of 8, okay, and then last 3px of 10. Then inside here we'll be having another div that is giving it flex wrap, and then also gap of 2, and then justify center, and then item center, okay. Then inside here we'll be having an image coming from Next.js, that is next image, okay. And then here the first thing we'll be passing in the source being stroke favicon.ico, and then also be having an alt of logo, and then we'll be having height of 50 and width of 50, okay. So when you save that, you should be able to see some changes. And then after that we'll be having a h2 whereby we'll be just saying library like that. Then we pass the following classes. So here you can see now the border we have here, and then you can see how it actually the border is disappearing down here based on the color that we have chosen, or the gradient that we have chosen, okay. So then for the h2 we actually been giving it text primary, okay, and then after that we'll actually be doing font bold, and then after that we'll be doing texts, that is text for Excel, okay. So there's something that I have forgotten inside global, so I don't want actually to totally forget this part, so that even afterwards basically it is going to actually affect how we are going to see the component. Basically I may start wondering why some components aren't working. So basically I want to head over to something like inline here, we should be having primary. So let me see which 55 somewhere here inside where, okay, inside inline, totally inside inline. So SC primary, so here it is. So primary actually it is not taking any colors, so basically, okay, so I defined my own color. So basically here this one here should be taking text primary. That's why I was saying basically I forgot to do something. So here you can see we define this one here primary, it is taking primary, but you can see the primary color that it is taking, that is not the color that we want. Basically I cannot see my primary, yeah. So basically I have seen the issue. When you scroll down to the root here, okay, you can see the primary, okay. So what I want us to do, I want us to change this primary here with our own color. So basically I didn't know that the issue will see this first. Yeah, like that. You can see now the primary have started changing even inside the inline, okay. So also inside here, so okay, yeah, inside inline, inside inside route is where we have changed it. I wanted also to change it inside here, inside the dark. Okay, inside the dark here we should also change it, and then you can just save. Yeah, now you can see the changes right here. Okay, so I did not remember writing this part here, but basically the primary actually should be taking our primary, which is some kind of purple. Okay, so let's continue. So after that is after this div here, you'll be having a h2 giving it the following classes, that is capitalize, and then also we'll be saying font bold, and then text Excel, or we can give it to Excel, and then here we'll be saying type. Okay, then you can save. So after that now we are going to get use of form. So head over to UI, okay, and then head over to get started, or basically you can just hit this one here, then scroll down until you find form. So it is arranged based alphabetically, I believe, but strangely I cannot see form. So okay, so also you can just do Ctrl K, and then you can just type here form. Actually they changed it to hook form. Okay, so as you can see here, you will see that forms are tricky to set, but basically using Shadcn UI it is actually a little bit easier. So basically this is how you start by setting up the form. So first you need to convert the component to a use grant. Okay, sorry, like that. Okay, so something is very wrong for me. Okay, I cannot be able to copy. So basically convert this one here to a use grant. Okay, and then after that you just need to import Zod. So you can see also cannot be able to import everything, or you can actually extract Zod from Zod. Okay, also we'll be using hook form, and then here you can see the schema, but for now you can actually leave it, but basically for the schema basically I'll be providing the schemas. Okay, and then also we need to import the Zod resolver. So this one here. So we have also imported the form. So, and also we have talked about the schema. I will also provide the schema, but basically you can actually copy it for now. So basically you can have a simple schema like that. Okay, I'll provide the schema. Then also we need to have a simple function whereby you can say const like that. So that is this part right here. Okay, just need to copy it and paste it right here. Okay, and then after that you need to have a function, a simple function like that, console logging the data. Okay, and then here making sure the data is of type z.infer type of schema. Okay, and then here we have the function. Now the next thing we need to do is basically import all of these. Okay, don't know why my copy is not copying, but like that. So basically like that. Okay, so you need to import all of that, and then when you come here, what you need to do, just need to copy all of this. Okay, copy it and then scroll down. So that is after h2, then just paste it right here. Okay, that is our simple form, including that includes only the username. But basically when you come here and hit Control space bar, you should be auto completed with the forms that we'll be using, that is the email, and also we'll also be using the we also have the password. Okay, yeah, so that's how you can actually set up your form. Okay, and that is very, very simple. Okay, so but for our case, basically for our case we'll be using a reusable component. But for now, what I want us to do, I want us to add some classes here, whereby we'll be giving it with full, and then after that we're giving it margin top of 4. Then you can just save, then you can see how it looks like. Okay, then you can see the button. Okay, so here we are getting an issue, component changing and control, so that we cannot be able to actually fix that because it is not our issue, it is the issue of this component here, because we are using this part here. So because here, instead of passing on change, on var, on blur, all of that, basically we are passing all of them. Actually here, I don't know. Okay, so actually, yeah, the controls, the form. So yeah, so basically, yeah, I believe it is this part here, because here is whereby you usually pass on change and also pass on blur. Okay, we are passing all of them at once. Okay, just spreading them inside there. Okay, so I had also forgotten that we need some changes to our button here. So head over to button, and then for the default here, so let me just copy the one that I have. We basically be using just a gradient, just like that. Okay, it is basically a gradient, that is bg gradient to br, that is bottom right from primary to brew. Okay, and then the rest is basically the way it was. And then maybe the only change basically it is the shadow and the font bold, sorry. sorry about that. Yeah, so now here we have the form. So for the next part, we'll basically work on the reusable form field, basically, so that we can be able actually to use it to actually show all the necessary inputs. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically now we are going to build a reusable form field that we can reuse for this part. So basically to do that, we are going to head over here, that is inside out. Then we are going to create a new folder calling it form field. Okay, that is .tsx. Then we do our AFCE. Okay, and then like that. So I'm going to copy the props that we are going to use and everything else that you are going to pass to the component. Okay, so there they are the types. So I'm going also to copy the imports. Okay, so there they are. So here you can see this form is of type T, extended with form fields. Form field are the field that we'll be using for this component. Okay, so also we can actually now save it so that we can import it inside our project here, so that we can see what we are doing. So to use it, we are going actually to remove all of this like that. So I'm going to copy all the form that we are going to use. So basically we're going to use 3 of them. Okay, that is so we are going to use all 3 of them. That is for the name, email, and password. So basically here, so I said that I'm going to provide the values. So for the default values here, we are going to add another one, which is password and name. Okay, and then after that we need to have this schema, so which will be so here which will be like that. So here we have the schema that we'll be using. Okay, and then we'll be passing type. So because remember we are using type, so remember we are using sign in and sign up, and here this one here we only use it when we are on a sign up page. Okay, so you can see we have defined the type here. Okay, so with that here you can see we don't have the sign in. Okay, so basically sign in will be just a simple thing here. Sign in is true when type is equals to sign in. Okay, that's simple. Basically you can also copy this one here and have it here. Okay, so basically here for the label here, it is passing, we are passing a string. So here what is it saying? Does not exist on type is string or whatever. So let's save it for now. So form pre-render is not a function. So have we converted this component to a use client? Yes. So also we can remove all of this. Okay, so here we are getting an issue of the label. So I'll see what the issue is. So basically this part here, I think it is because I am not passing the form. So for the form, remember we have already talked about the form. So for the form, I just copy the form, but we'll be using the form controller instead of the form itself. So instead of the form, so when you head over to UI, maybe let's head over to UI, and then here you can open your sidebar here. So just let it load. So basically for the form, you will see that here the only thing that we are changing is the form here, which we were using the form controller, which you are using form instead of the controller. So when you scroll down to F, sorry, that is React hook form. I remember they changed it. React. It is, so here it is. So here you can see instead of using form field, here we'll be using the form controller. Okay, so basically that is the only change. And then here we are just passing the input because we'll be using the input throughout for that part of our sign in and sign up. Okay, so can just save. Let's see if that one will fix the issue. But here, this one here is bugging me because basically there should be no issues because the label because actually there was no issue. So okay, so sorry. I have also remembered that we haven't also imported the form field. Okay, so you can see it is redirecting us to this component here. And remember, we have created this form field here. So basically, you just need to remove this one here, and then just leave form. Okay, because form we are using it here. So now then you can hit Control Space Bar and then import it coming from components, that is .forward/. So here, okay, so I believe I was importing this one here instead of the first one. So make sure you import the first one, which is this one here. Okay, then you can just save. After saving, you will see that even the label you don't get the error, and I believe that one also will solve the error that we have here. So I had simply forgotten to install the to actually import the component. Sorry about that. So now you can see we have it. We have everything here. You can see, yeah, you can see. So for this button here, maybe we can head over to a library. So for the button, I believe it will be with full sign up. Yeah, you can see we have with full. So scroll down, and then here instead of submit, we say type is equals to sign in. Then you can say use sign in. So remember, we have already created that boolean there. And then here we can say class name with full variant primary now. And then after that, with full, we're going to say text LG. And then after that, we're going to say font bold, but actually I think I added those ones. Okay, so now we should be having something like this. So also here for the input, they have actually changed. So I believe it is maybe the classes that I'm using. So let me just confirm. Yeah, the classes are okay. So if I remove the classes, so sometimes I usually notice that when you head over to Grobos, find input, then head down, so you should be having actually an input class. Yeah, you should be having an input class, but actually you don't have it. So you should. So let me just see where it is. Let me find it. So basically we just correct that later on. I think, I don't know, it should actually be something like this. Okay, so for now let's leave it like that, and then close it, and then close this one. So for the next For the next one will be for the socials. Okay, it will happen just after this form here. Actually, sorry, after this form here is whereby we'll have the socials. Okay, so you can open your sidebar, create a new component calling it tx social.tsx, then import it, actually run a rafce, then import it like that. Okay, so then here we have the socials. Okay, so for the socials it will actually be only two buttons, and then also giving this one here the following classes, that is flex, justify between, then also we'll be having gap of two. Okay, then here we'll be having the buttons, then we import the button. Okay, then because it is Shadcn UI, I make it global like that. Then here we can just add the variant being outline. Okay, and then class of width 50%, that is a half, and then height of custom one, that is 40 px, and then we have an on click, whereby we'll actually make it just a simple one for now, and then after that we'll be having disabled. For now we can just say equal to, then we can say false for now. Okay, then in here we'll have an icon, so let me just copy the icon, then import it. So let me just copy the import, so let me copy the two icons like that, and then can just duplicate this one here. Okay, then copy it, so here you can just remove this one, whatever this one is, and this one. So basically we just need to duplicate only the button. So you have already done that, so you can just save. So down here you should be getting two icons taking the whole width here. So basically the button is actually taking some classes which I don't want them to take. So maybe when you head over to layout, so here you can also notice that here I removed the class from here and added the classes that were there inside here. Okay, that will help us so that the default you could see that some color our background color, that is blue, gradient dark, was not applied when we had this card up here, so that's why I changed it. Okay, so then here I'm thinking maybe sometimes when you add the variant dark, it actually gives you a different so you can see now. So make sure you add the variant dark. Okay, so you can see even the input, they have changed. Okay, and then you can see here also this one here have changed. Okay, so basically that was the issue, even on our input and also the button. Okay, so now the only thing we have been left with is actually checking if the sign in we are also having the same the required styling. Okay, so that later on we can focus on the functionality. So basically here you can see that type. So open your sidebar, inside UI, then sign in, then type. So here you can see we are passing sign up instead of sign in. Okay, then just save. Okay, so when you save now, you can see you have something like this. Okay, so also on the Auth down there you can add something simple, that is a link to direct the user to the other page, that is after socials. Okay, then we import the link. Okay, so here is the link, then you save. Okay, so yeah, so something like this. Head over to sign up. Yeah, so something like this. So you can see even the styling are still perfect, and then you can head over to sign in. Yeah, so sign up, sign in. Okay, so great work. So let's continue from there, whereby we'll focus on the functionalities of creating an account and also signing in, and then later on we can work on the socials. Okay, so let's continue from there. So to continue, basically we need a place to store all these values. For that, basically we'll set it up using Neon. Okay, sorry, not Neon, but Drizzle ORM. Drizzle ORM usually helps you to ship very fast, basically compared to other ORMs. Okay, so basically to get started, you just need to click here, get started. Okay, then you should be redirected to this page here, then choose Postgres SQL, not Neon. Okay, then that is like that. Then we have already done this part right here, so what you need to do, we just need to copy this one here. Okay, then here when you read this part here, you will see that we are being told to create .env at the rock of our project. Okay, then you can do .env. Okay, so here I can expand it a little bit, then you can paste it right there. Okay, so to get the, before we continue, we need to get the URL. Okay, to get the URL, basically you need to head over to neon.com. okay, so you can see combined to Drizzle ORM, but basically by itself also helps you to ship fast with Postgres. Okay, and then to click to get started, basically click this button here. You should be redirected to a sign up page or a sign in page, and then after sign up or sign in, basically you should be redirected to this page right here. Okay, so after that you just need to create a new project. Okay, then give it a name like library. Like that, then choose the areas closest to you, then you can choose the service that you want. Okay, like that, and then you can hit create. Okay, and then you can see when you head over to the home page, you will see that your project was created and you are directed to that project. Okay, this is the project we are at. Okay, then to connect, you just click this button right here to connect, and then you should have your URL here or your snippet. Just copy the snippet. Okay, and then just paste it right there. Okay, so when I expand this, you should see the whole script like that. Okay, then save. So basically you can say we are done with this one, but basically later on we'll come here and see the tables that we have. But for now, let's continue with this part, having gotten the connection, that is the database URL. To scroll down, you can see how you can actually initialize it. Okay, but for us, basically what I need us to copy is this one here only. Basically the one that we'll use on our root of our project, which is drizzle.config.ts. Okay, so you can expand this. Sorry, basically let me just open it once more. So let me just push it to the right. Okay, so here we have the drizzle config.ts. so we just need to copy this part here and then paste it right here. Okay, and then here we don't have this part because for our case we'll be just using process.env.local, that is .env.database URL, sorry. And then here you can see we are directing where the out is, which is drizzle, and then the schema. So we need to make sure you are telling it where the schema is. For our case, the schema will be inside a drizzle folder. Okay, then inside there we'll be having a schema.ts. Okay, for now we can just leave it like that, and then here you can come here and basically change this one to drizzle, and also you should add that is migrate also. You can see migrate also will be inside there, then you can just save. Okay, the next thing we need to do, basically we need to initialize our database. So here out, basically here out is saying auto, or basically we have two outs. So out, we can remove this one here, and then we can out it to the that is to the migration. It will create a folder here, then it will add the migrations. Okay, so basically we are done with this one. This one here will show you where we get the user that is the schemas. But for now, here you can actually here create an index.ts. okay, and then the first two things we'll just import 3 imports. So here we are importing everything from the schema. After that, we are getting the connection string, which is the process.env.database URL. Okay, and after that we need to initialize the client, which will be equals to postgres. Then we pass the connection string. After passing the connection string, then we prepare, then we say false. Okay, just like that. So here it is saying it is also undefined, but we already know it is there. Then after that we just need to do the following, that is export const db equal to drizzle, that is drizzle, then we pass in the client. Okay, comma, that is comma, then we pass in an object which is the schema. Okay, just like that. So for now we don't have anything inside the schema. So to do that, let me just maximize this a little bit. You can head over to auth that is authjs.dev, then head over to the guide. Okay, then scroll down. Okay, not guide, basically getting started. Then you can head over to the providers. Okay, sorry, not providers but adapters. Then you can find the Drizzle. Here it is. I hope they have the schemas here. So here they are. So here you can see the schemas for the user and everything else. So basically what you just need to do, you just copy all of that. Okay, so here you will see everything that the user needs is there. Okay, and then here you can see everything that the user needs is here. So except for us, maybe we can add a few things. So let me just confirm basically, but I know very well that we need an image. Okay, oh sorry, we already have an image, but we need the password. Basically that is the one that basically we need for our case, but also we'll be needing another one which will be calling it lore. So let me just push this one there. Then here we can say role. Okay, then we can say text, then we pass in role. Basically it is like that, the way the autocomplete have had it. Then we give it a type of 2 items, which is a string of that is publisher, like that. And then here we'll also be giving it maybe you can also give it another one of maybe user, because initially we'll want them to be users, then they can create an account to be publishers. Okay, and then you can just save. Okay, when you come here now you don't have the error. Okay, then you can also save it. So we are done with this one here, and for now we are done with this one, and also for now we are done with this one. So basically now you can continue. Here you can see how to initialize your own project using schema, using that is Authjs, using that is the Auth.ts. Then you can see here how basically you can add passing your own schemas, all of that, migrating your database and all of that. Okay, so for this part basically we haven't seen how to integrate Authjs into our own project, but basically for the important thing you need to understand that we'll have this file, we'll have it somewhere here, .ts. Then you can copy all of this, then you can paste it. For now let us have it like that. Then you can import db. So basically you just need to remove this one here, then you can put the necessary one coming from, so basically it should be coming from here. Yeah, export, we totally exported it. To actually import it ourselves like that. Basically you can have it like that. Okay, so when you hover you make sure you see the types and all of that. Okay, then you can save. So now basically since now we have seen that, we need to see how basically we can get started by actually integrating our project with that is with basically with Next.js. Okay, So don't know, let's see. Auth. Okay, credentials. So basically, remember, we'll be working with credentials first. So basically here it is. So here we have auth that is auth.ts. Okay, here auth.ts, you can see all of that we'll do. So basically you should know that inside here is whereby we are going to have all the providers, which include GitHub, Google, and all of that. So when you open your sidebar here and you basically scroll down to the providers and you find something like Google, so all GitHub, so you will see that you need to get these two, so copy them and basically let's add them there. So we'll do this later on, but for now I just wanted to show you how we basically do all of this. Basically then you import Google, GitHub like that, and also we'll also import that one of Google. Okay, so GitHub, so like that. So when you open your sidebar here, when you head over to Google here, you should see the credentials. Basically make sure you copy the credentials. That's why I have also headed here to copy the credentials, because we will not be defining these credentials inside our own project, but we'll be making sure that we use the default credentials that Authjs have defined in the code, so that we don't have to write them here. Okay, so you can see all of that. Basically we don't want to define them like this, so basically we don't want to do it like this. Okay, I just want to pass GitHub and Google and pass the necessary credentials and be done with that. Okay, so with that now, so there is a lot to learn, but basically for us we'll be just focusing with those. So there is the other one that we have passed here, that is the credential. Scroll down. Okay, scroll down, here it is. So copy this one here, then come here, then add a comma here. Then also you need to import the credentials. Okay, actually, okay, so okay, so credential provider allows you to handle signing with arbitrary credentials such as username and password, domain, or two-factor authentication or hardware devices. Okay, so it intended to support. So there is another option that I actually used for my case, so let's comment on this one here. Like this. So I also imported it. So basically I think they are the same. Basically that one also, you can also use this one here also. Basically they are the same. It allows you to handle, so you can see basically they are same, even the part with this part of the documentation. Okay, so that means we can use either. Okay, so inside here is whereby we'll be focusing on the credentials. So basically we haven't finished setting up. Basically we need to do that. So basically we are missing one component which we need to add inside here. So let me see where it is inside our documentation. Getting started, intro, and all of that. Okay, maybe installation. After installation, maybe we'll have the next step. Also basically we need also this one here. Okay, so basically we need this one here. Remember, you have already done this part here, so I had forgotten about this part here, really, like this. Need this part here, and then basically I think you can use something here. There is part here that we used to last time I used to generate, but basically here you can pass anything. Here you can pass anything basically. Oh, basically, okay, yeah, that is npx auth secret. Basically copy it. Okay, and then just paste it here. So all the secrets should be generated. Okay, and then after that you have already done this part here. Okay, so basically this is the right place to start. Basically I started from backwards. I don't know if I can call it that, but basically this is the right place to start, starting from installation, getting that is Auth secret, and also getting an empty that is Auth.ts, and also getting this part here, which right now we should do, adding an API like that, and also making sure that we have Auth. Then we add it to our project here inside API. So make sure you're inside API, then add a folder, and then after that we are going to add this dynamic route. Okay, like that. Then inside there is whereby you're going to have a route. Okay, that is route.ts. okay, and then you're going to copy everything inside there, copy everything, then paste it right there. Then you can just save and then close it. Okay, close it. Okay, and then inside here you continue. Then inside middleware, this is how basically you can add it, but we won't be using middleware. So with that we are done with authentication. Basically we'll be continuing with this part right here. Okay, so basically to use all of these, basically all of this export, basically the right way to do it, or the advisable way to use it, you can actually add another folder here, file, calling it that is auth.config.ts. okay, so basically and then basically what we'll be having here, can copy all of that, then come and paste it here. Okay, So basically we'll be doing something else here. We'll be making some changes here, basically like all of this. Okay, basically let us do it right now. Basically we'll be having export default. Okay, so basically we'll be exporting default which will be an object. Okay, like that. So also we'll be having it as, which will be satisfying, that is next auth dot option basically, but for our case, instead of what was completed, we can say next auth config. Okay, here it is. Okay, then here you can just move this part. Okay, then you can comment on this part here also. Then here you can just say why. So also, so that means yeah, that means basically we are exporting all of this. Okay, so here we are passing the adapter and then exporting that is exporting the adapter and also exporting the providers. Okay, and also after here we'll be also be having the pages, basically the pages being the sign-in pages, the necessary pages. So basically sign in, sign out. Okay, so basically all of this maybe error like that. So maybe error we can add later on when you have an error. So basically inside here you can add another folder and say error and add a page. So then you can say error page. Okay, then you can remove all of this. Then here you can have sign in or sign up error. So then here you can actually give it the following classes, that is flex, justify center, item center, and then mini height, screen, and then basically you can give text of bold, sorry, not text but font, font bold, then text of 2XL. I think that can do. So here you can say error like that. So basically the project is not running. Can run ban dev. Then when you head over to your env, basically sorry, actually it did not create the that is the file that I expected it to create. Basically that is the secret. So basically I just copy it one more time like that. Then I'll add another terminal here. Basically you must have the secret so that you can be able to use it. But basically you can just copy this part here, that is a secret equal to super secret. Okay, basically then you can use this command here to generate your own secret. Okay, so here you can see sign in or sign up error. Okay, and then here you can head over to sign up. Okay, so can close these ones in the socials and that, so we can continue right here. So we have added the pages. So after adding the pages, we are going to add the session, which also will be an object, which will be strategy. We'll be choosing strategy, but we won't be giving it max age and update age. Okay, and it just say JWT. Okay, and then after that we'll be having some callback. Okay, so inside here is whereby you are going to have the session. Okay, whereby you'll be saying session, whereby you'll be extracting the session itself and the user. Okay, and then after that we are going to after that you're going to have something like this. So basically okay, so we are basically going to be like this session. Okay, but this one here is going to be an object, like that. And then inside here is whereby you're going to say if actually here instead of token will be instead of user will be having token. Okay, and then here instead of session will be saying that is token dot id. Okay, if you don't have ID, you can use sub. But sub basically is also usually the ID. So basically after that you can say session dot user dot ID equal to token let's see if we'll have the ID but sub. Okay, like that. And then after that you can just return the session. Okay, and then after that you can have a comma, then we'll be having JWT, then we'll be having that is the token and the user. Okay, then if you have the user you can say token dot, so for our case we have the sub equal to user ID, then after that you just return the token. Okay, so that is all on this page. So the Auth page is the simplest. I will be doing the simplest thing, whereby we will be basically be passing the that is the object that we have created, which is the Auth, this one here. Okay, Auth config. Okay, so it should be something like that. So yeah, so when you click, make sure you are redirected to, okay, when you click, make sure you're redirected to that page right there. Then to make it dynamic, you can make sure it is like that. So yeah, and then you can remove all of this except the first one, the first import, like that. So basically here you have sign in and sign out, and Auth. So basically we'll be using these three mostly, okay, and then we'll be using this Auth here to get the current user, and also we'll be using a hook use session to get the user. So we'll be doing that mostly sign in and sign up in the next part of the video, also testing if we connected to our database successfully. So let's do that. So let's continue. Basically the next thing we are going to do, we are going to head over to Auth. So here, remember, we have this function right here. So basically when we finish with this part here, actually we should have tested it. So here, make sure you add an email, you add a password, and then here we can add a name. Okay, then you can just click sign up. Make sure you are getting the relevant information. Okay, for my case, you can see I'm getting the email, the name, and the password. Okay, so after that, we need to pass all that information to our database. So you can see cons here. So we'll be using use transition. Okay, to disable the components or the inputs. So you can say pending, comma, set start transition, set tran. Okay, so basically this one here, basically start transition. Okay, so and then we need to use that one here. Then here so we need to convert this one here into asynchronous. Okay, because we'll be using a server component. So that server component will be in a root of our project, calling it actions, then create a file calling it Auth, or you can call it, okay, we can call it just Auth. Then here you can just say use server. Then the first thing, basically I just want to import three things basically. Okay, that is import compare hash and hash from bcrypt.js and db from our db and the user. Okay, and then after that we are going to do export const sign up equals to asynchronous function, then an object. So whereby here this object here will be receiving a value. So basically this function will be receiving value, which will be an object containing full name of type string, and email of type string, and the last three password. Okay, and then after that we're going to destructure them like that, and then after that we're going to check if the user exists. Okay, so we are checking if the user exists, basically here checking if the user exists using this function, whereby we are saying that is called existing user equals to await db.query, okay, dot user dot find first. Okay, then we say where the user, so this user here is this one here. So we compare this user here, the one that the function is returning to the user email. So basically here you can see the user is returning this user, but we want to compare the user based on email. Okay, then we pass the email that we have just destructured here. So after that we are going to say if the user exists, we are going to do something. We are going basically to return something which is an object which will be success of false, comma, okay, and then error of already user exists. Okay, so after that we are going to use try catch. Okay, then you can actually here console log the error creating user something. Then after that you can just return a success, false, and all of that. Okay, then the next thing we need to do is hash the password. So we can say const hashed password equals to await hash, then we can hash it based on 10 characters, all 12 if you want. Okay, and then after that we just need to create that is the user. So new user, basically we here we need to pass the full name, should be the name. Basically when you head over to the schema, you will see that we had the name, okay, and the email and the password, which is passed as hashed password. Okay, and then we are returning the user. So basically here you can return, so here you can say you can return user, you can return success of true and then the user. Okay, so basically with that, now we just need to do to finish this part right here. So I just want to confirm something. Yeah, so actually it is okay. So okay, so basically now here we need to pass the information to our server component. So basically now we say if it is sign up, now is when we are going to do all of this. So const value equal to, so remember here, can close this one here, and then here you can remember for the value we have full name, email, and password. Okay, so full name and all of that and password. So you make sure you are passing the information in the right order. Okay, so after that we are going to say const sign up equals to await equals to, that is sign up. Okay, then we pass the value. Okay, so here it is, and then here can just say create, it is good enough. And then after that, if it is success, you can actually reset the form, but because we are redirecting the user, it is not necessary, but you can still do that. So since also we are redirecting the user, you can come here and do const router equals to use, sorry, that is router. Okay, so we need to import this router here. Okay, here it is. So type argument full name string is not assignable to type. Full name, okay. So basically okay, basically here down, okay, so here it is saying type string is not assignable to type undefined. So what you need to do, you just need to copy all of these types and then come here and replace all of these with those types. Okay, then the error will just disappear. And then now you just need to use the toasts, but first we need to actually add it to our project. So inside here, so let's see how we are doing that. So inside that is just above the children, we are doing route toasts, that is toaster. Okay, then we basically import the toaster, but also I would like also to import another thing that we didn't do earlier on, that is session provider for Authjs. Okay, basically here you can see it now, the toaster. Basically we should have wrapped the children with the toast provider, with the session provider. So we need to wrap the body with the session provider. Okay, then you just need to wrap the body with the session provider. After that you need to pass the session which will be const session, okay, which will be await equals to auth, coming from auth. Okay, and then we just need to convert this one here into a synchronous function like that. Okay, and then now you just need to pass the session like that. Okay, and then this one here we just need to pass the position, which will be, can say bottom center. Then after that we can say, actually this time let's do top center, and then after that we can do theme, which is dark. Okay, like that. Then you can just save. Okay, then close it. Then here we can actually import toasts. Okay, so it will be toast dot success, and then here will be toast dot error, and remove all of this. Okay, then here you can just do console.log. Okay, then here you can just now import the toasts coming from Sona. Okay, so there it is. So after that, basically it will be actually a done deal. The only thing that we are left to do is redirect the user to sign in page. Okay, so after sign up, they are going to sign in. Okay, so if it is not sign up, basically remember it will be sign in. So which we'll just do later on. So you can just save. Okay, so just save. So now we are going to test it. So remember, you have your database, and also I forgot to do one important thing. Basically, when working with the Drizzle, you need to basically have your schema sync with the database. Okay, it is not enough that you have written the schemas, but basically you need to sync your project schema to your DB here. Okay, so to do that, we are going to do npx drizzle, that is Drizzle kit that we installed. Then we are going to do generate. Okay, so it is going to take a moment to generate, so just give it a moment to generate. So when you open your sidebar and head over to Drizzle, you will see the migrations. Okay, remember, that is where we define that we want the migration to be. After that, so you can see it is successful. After that, we are going to do that is migrate. So it is going now to sync our schema to our DB here. Okay, apply migrations. So it is done. So when you come here and actually refresh this page here, okay, so you can see the account, the user, and all of that. So you want to head over to the user, so you can see you don't have any rows. Okay, so that is what we want to change now. So actually now you can head over here. Oh, sorry. So here you can see here I made this mistake here. This one here is used with Next.js pages version of Next.js. For our case here, we need to do it with navigation. Okay, we need to do it with navigation like that. Okay, then you can save. So that is the problem we had. When you see this problem here, you can know that you have imported a router or any other component from the version of that is pages. Okay, remember, in the documentation, when you head over to next here, then head over to the docs. Okay, then head over here. Okay, not there, menu, I think, yeah, here you can see we are using for us we are using App Router. Okay, but the one that we imported was coming from using pages router. Okay, so make sure whenever you import something, you know which part you're importing it for. So it is compiling. So as it does that, let's actually disable the component or the input and all of that. I can do disable pending, and also copy all of this. The input, all of that, and also this one here. Then you can save, then head over to the to the form field, and then accept disabled boolean. Then here you can have it disabled, then you can have it here disabled. Okay, so let it finish compiling here. So maybe you can just refresh the page or something. So since we are done with that one, we can just close it. So I just pause the video to finish reloading and all of that and compiling, then we'll get back to it. So let's continue. Basically here you can try to actually sign up. Okay, so you should be prompted with an error, failed to create. So you can see here an error popped up. So basically that is because here you can see inside basically we have more than one defined item. Basically here after maybe column name specified more than once. Okay, so you can head over to the schema. So here remember we wanted to have password. Okay, so basically I forgot to rename this part here, that is password. So make sure you do that. Okay, then this one here is a great opportunity to show you how you can actually update your database. Okay, so basically I just close this one here, then so we can close this one here. Okay, so here you can see we have name, text, email and all of that. Here I don't see password. Okay, so head over here, then clear the terminal and then just repeat the process. Okay, it is just that simple. Just repeat the process. Drizzle kit generate, that is npx drizzle kit generate, and then drizzle kit migrate, and you are good. Okay, then now migrate. Okay, now migrate and basically make sure that basically here you don't have any other issues. Okay, make sure you don't have any other issues. Okay, so with that now it is done. So basically come back here, then just reload this one here. Sorry, so now let us create once more time. So user created successfully, and then we are being redirected to the page. And when you come to your database here, just refresh, then here you should be able to see the user. You can see the ID, the name, email, image null, that is role user, email verified no, password you can see it is totally hashed. You cannot be able to make any sense of it, and basically that is perfect. That is what we wanted. Okay, so now you can see now we are being redirected to sign in, and then here the password I chose 123456720. Then now let's continue. So for the other part now we are going to worry about is the sign up. So whereby you are going to get started by coming over here, then you are going to get started here. So just give me a moment. So sorry about this. So yeah, so we are going to continue from this part here, whereby we are going to say asynchronous. So that is inside auth.config.ts. we're going to have an asynchronous function whereby it's going to be that is authorize. Then we are going to close it here. Then credential here. Credential here, basically for our part here, you can basically make it an object having email, okay, as of string and password, okay, and all of that. You can see all of this information right here, but basically we're going to do all of that by ourselves. So here we can just restructure that is credential, okay, and then we need to, so here basically it is saying the extended the expected type comes from property authorize, which is declared here, all of that. Maybe it is this one here. Okay, so type property then are incompatible types due whatever. Okay, so let's continue for now. We'll see what we can do about it. Then you can say if you don't have that is email or password, we can return null. Okay, then after that we can have a simple function which will head over inside Auth. So here it is. Okay, inside here is whereby we are going to have the sign in function. So basically here we can say export const, you can say login equals to asynchronous function, then like that. Okay, so here the first thing we are going to do, we are going to check so basically since we have already checked if we have the user, we are returning null, but it doesn't hurt to check twice. So basically we'll be receiving email. So we can say email of type string, comma, and password of type string. Okay, then we'll get the user. Okay, we'll get the user using the same function that we did right here. So actually if you want, you can actually create a function with this user so that we can actually use it, but for our case we can actually continue having gotten the user. But you can say if you don't have the user, basically return null. Okay, so then now we need to compare the password. Okay, is password valid is equals to await compare. Okay, then we pass the password. Okay, then we make sure that it is a string to string. Okay, make sure it is a string. And then here for the password, you pass this password right here like this. Okay, and then after that you can say if password is not valid, so remember this one here will return a boolean. Okay, so you can see it will return a boolean. If it is not valid, basically we are returning null, else we are just return the user. Okay, then you can just save, and basically you are done with that file. And then here, okay, yeah, I know why this maybe, okay, I think I know why this I'm getting this part of the error. I think it is expecting a return, so we'll see. So here we can say const user equals to await login. We pass in the login, which is coming from that is our action. So we pass in the email. So here unknown. Okay, so basically here we'll pass it as, instead of actually destructuring them here, let's actually do this dot okay, like that. Then here for now, this one here you can give it any. Okay, and then you can say if we have no user, then we like to return null. Okay, else basically we want to return basically. So yeah, so you can see after returning here, basically you can see now I don't have any errors. Okay, and then we'll be returning the ID, which we just want to make sure it is to string, and then we return the name, the email, and the image. So the image is basically important because basically because remember, you might decide to add an option for the users to add their image. Okay, it is important. Okay, so after that we are going to head over to Auth. So here remember we had an else. So if it is sign up, so this one here is sign in, so we are going to use try catch. So now to sign in the user, so you are going to console log errors during sign in. So then you console log the error, then failed to sign in. Okay, and then here you can say const login equals to await sign in. Okay, which will be coming from Auth. I believe it will be coming from Auth. Sign in. So let me just make sure. Yeah, I believe. Okay, sorry. It won't be coming from Auth, but it will be coming from Next.React. Yeah, I think sign in is usually used on server components only. So even though here this is a function, having a synchronous as a synchronous function, basically you cannot use the sign in that way. We need to use it here because we need to define which type are we passing, we signing in with, which is the credential. And then if it is the credentials, we need to pass in the password and the email here. Okay, here we need to pass in the password and the email. So you can say email is equals to data.email, then password is equals to all it's that is colon equals to data.password, then callback URL, callback URL. Okay, which will be forward stroke. Okay, so you can hover on it and see what it does. Basically use redirect to instead. Okay, so it said use it will depreciate, so we use redirect to instead. Okay, so here we can say you can actually autocomplete that. If login.error, then we actually, so when you hover on it, you will see it is a void, but basically I hope it is a function. Basically I hope it is a promise. So on my end, basically it is not a void for now. Okay, interesting. So let's see if it will work. Basically I like to pass this one here, then this one here, then here I can say dot. Okay, I believe even that one I will get an error because it is a void, does not exist on type never. Okay, so let's see if it will work. Let's see if it will work. Okay, on my end basically I'm getting it is of type, it is of these types, basically that is sign in response. Okay, so basically I'm getting it is of that type, and basically let me import it, and that is the only way I used it. Okay, so let's save for now, but basically I don't know, I will see how we can actually change that one if you don't know how to continue with it. So here the email is that, and the password is 1234567889. Then we sign in, open the terminal, then it is compiling out, that is API out, next out. So just give it a moment. So you can see how important it is to actually disable all of this, and also the socials we should disable them whenever we are signing in. Okay, so fail to sign in. Okay, so basically error, credential sign in, read. Okay, so I just pause the video to fix this part, then I just share how I fix the issue, because right now it is a lot of things which for now actually I don't get most of them. So basically I think I have found the issue. Basically I think the issue is this one here. I haven't checked if it is the issue yet. I want us to check if it is the issue together. So here I am passing the password, that is the password we are getting from the user, and then here we need to pass the password that is coming from our DB. So here we need to do user dot, that is dot password. Okay, just like that. So basically we can have it like that. So for now let us check if it is going to work. Okay, then you can just sign in. So let's close this one here. So sign in, fail to sign in. So okay, so actually it is signed in, but basically I don't know why okay, I know why the pop-up is because of this part here we haven't fixed it yet. So here let's fix this one here. So you can fix this one here by also passing an empty string. Okay, just like that. Then you can close it. So here we got that pop-up because of this part here. So this part here, I don't know, when you move on it, basically I'm still getting the same issue. Okay, so basically I don't know. So basically for now I don't know, maybe for now we'll actually leave it as it is. Basically comment on this part here for now. I'll basically we'll come back to that later. I'll see if I can be able to fix that part, but basically I think because maybe I'm using another version, I think that is the issue. That's why I actually said that whenever you are actually using building this project, make sure you head over to the package.json, that is package.json, and make sure that this version is the one that you are using also. Okay, so basically head over to the home page. I just want to make sure that you have the user. So here I'm going to convert this one here into a basically you can just leave it as it is and make sure this one here is a synchronous function. So first I will show you how you can do this in using use client, whereby you can say session. Remember the session that we fetched using that is the layout. So the same this one here. Okay, so just need to import this one here, and then here you can just do session dot user dot can do name, simply name. I think name is good enough. Okay, then we should be able to see the name somewhere here. Yeah, can see the name. Okay, so that means you can be able to do that. So that is on the server component. Then maybe in the use grant you can say, I think it is get session. I think it is get session. Oh sorry, that is use session, sorry. Okay, and you execute it like that. And then now you can see it will be a bit different. Here you can see session dot data dot user dot now you can actually show the email. Okay, so you can see now I'm getting an error because I'm using a hook, so I should be using use client. So when you save, it will actually compile. After compiling, you will be able to see the email. Okay, so that's how we'll be using the those two to actually fetch when you're in the client component and server component. And remember, by default this component is usually a server component. That's why I did not convert it when you are getting it using this part here. Okay, but if you're using hooks, that means we would like to convert the component into a use grant, and we should always do that when using a hook. And this one here is a hook. So you can see React hook that gives you access to a logged in user session data and lets you modify it. Okay, so that's great. So let's continue from there, whereby we'll see what we'll build next. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically what we are going to do, we are going to work on the credentials. So to work on the credentials, let's sign out. So basically what I'm going to do to sign out, I'm going to use an avatar, or basically you can use a button like this one, but basically let's use an avatar so that we can copy it later and have it inside our own project. That is, we'll have it on the header section. Okay, so you can head over on the sidebar here, and the first on the, I think the fifth icon, sorry, the fifth component, which is the avatar, this one here. So we are going to use this avatar. So you can first copy the imports. So we'll copy this later on, but for now we can have it just this way. Okay, so here for now we don't have the image, so we can actually just cut this one here, or we can just have that is curly brackets. Then we can say session dot data, okay, dot user, okay, dot email, okay. Or we are going to use you can pass an empty image, or you can have that string there. So then we are going to say, when you click this avatar here, I don't know if this one here, the one that has on click. So when you click this one here, we are going to sign out. Okay, so first let's close this one here, and then here we can actually have sign, that is sign out, coming from that is this import right here. Okay, then just execute it here. Okay, so when you click, we should be able to actually be able to log out. Okay, and then now we can continue and get the credentials for our env. Okay, so remember, you need to get all these credentials so that we can be able to log in with both Google and GitHub. Sorry. So here it is. So when you click like that, you should be able to log out. Okay, so yeah, so actually now we don't have the session. So to make sure to actually confirm that you don't have the session, you can actually do something here whereby you can just say session dot so status. Okay, then here you can actually is authenticated, then you can have an AND operator here, then you can pass the that is the avatar. Okay, so if you are authenticated, is the only time you're going to see the avatar. Okay, and now you can see the avatar have disappeared. Okay, so now you can head over to the sign in or sign up. Either of them is going actually to be able to work. Okay, so now let's head over to the GitHub, to our GitHub page. So to our GitHub page, you should head over to the settings. When you head over to the settings, okay, when you head over to the setting, then scroll down. Okay, then there is this developer, developer here. Okay, that is developer settings, and then here you should create a new GitHub app. Okay, so just have your email and your password, all your password, and then continue. So can give it a name whereby you can just say e-library. Okay, then you can say 254 or something. Just give it a name. Okay, now just give it a name. Then there is this home URL here. For now, basically we can use the one that we have here, just for purpose, for that is for only for actually we should pass that is the localhost. Okay, because it's the one that we'll use to test. And then when you deploy, you'll actually pass that is the online URL. Okay, and then for the callback, you should actually pass the localhost stroke API stroke auth stroke callback stroke GitHub. Okay, and then there is this optional here, you can leave it. Then there is this webhook here. So for webhook, you can actually pass anything. Basically this usually doesn't matter really. I don't know why they usually have it, but basically for whichever you pass there, it won't give you any issues. Okay, and then now you can just create the GitHub app. Okay, and then now it is created. So here you can see the ID. So just copy the ID like that, and then come here and paste the ID here. Okay, then when you head back here, you can see you have this option here to generate a new client. So you should generate because it is our first part. It is our first client secret. You should generate one. Okay, then after that, another thing that you should do is basically head over to the permissions and event. You should allow your project to actually have access to, I think, to the email here. So there is this part, email address. Okay, you can see no access, then you can just give it read only, will be good enough. Then you can scroll down and save changes. Okay, so after that, so that we can finish with this part here, you can head over to console.crowd.google.com and then create a project. Okay, create a new project here. Okay, can give it a name like library, can give it a name, any name, 254, then you can just create. Okay, after creating, you should be given an option here to select the project that you have created. Okay, here it is. Okay, so here you should see it is selected. Then you can head over to your sidebar here. Then there is this option here, API and credentials. I think you should be able to choose credentials. After choosing credentials, we should have a direction on how to continue. Basically, we just follow the instruction until you finish. Okay, there is a few things that you should actually do. So just give it a moment to actually load, or you can just reload if you want. Okay, so okay, so I don't know if something is wrong, so or maybe you can head over to our consent screen. Yeah, so I think it is now here. So yeah, so it is here. So you can see you don't have anything here. Okay, so you can head over to our consent screen. So yeah, so okay, yeah, here it is. And then after that, so all the consent screen, then get started. Okay, then here you should give it a name. You can give it that is library 254 or any other name that you choose. Then choose your email, then click next. Then actually you will see that you cannot be able to choose this one, so choose external, then click next. And then here just have an email. Basically you can choose any email. So I choose the email that I have used above, like that. Then I can just agree, then continue, then create. Okay, so just give it a moment to finish processing. Then you can head over to create our client screen. Okay, so here now you need to choose application type, whereby we choose web application. Then here you can give it a name. So you can see just about following the instruction. Okay, then here now is whereby you're going to add the URLs that we used here. So when you scroll down here, you can see we used localhost. So just copy localhost and then paste it like that. Then for the redirect URL, copy the one that we used here, The only thing we are going to change is the GitHub part, and then we are going to pass Google. Okay, like that. Then we can say create. So now here you have everything that you need. Client, that is client ID and client secret. So let's copy the client ID, then we paste, then we move back here, then we copy secret. Okay, like that. Then you can just save. Okay, so after that you can head over to the socials. Okay, so inside the socials we are going to create one function that we are going to use to actually do both GitHub and Google. So first let's have the transition, which is going to be pending, or you can just say loading. Then you can say set transition, then you can say use transition, like that. So then you can create a function whereby you can say const on provider sign up equals to, then you have a function, then it is going to accept a string which is going to be the provider. Okay, but this provider is going to be of two types, which is going to be GitHub or is going to be Google, like that. Then now inside here we are going to say set transition. Okay, then I'm going to make sure, so first let's correct this. Then here we're going to make sure it is a synchronous function, a synchronous function. Then inside here is whereby we are going to say await. So we are going to say await sign in. So we import sign in coming from React. Okay, so there it is. Then we pass the provider, and then we pass the redirect URL. Instead of passing the callback, we pass the redirect to. Okay, so we want to redirect after signing up. Okay, and then you can remove this comma right here. So basically, and also this one here. So actually it should be just a simple object. So this one here is missing a closing parenthesis. So okay, and then also I'm missing another one here. Okay, so it should be like that. So this is the one that we are going to use to sign in. Then now we can just pass it to our functions. So here for the loading we are going to say loading. Okay, then for the function we are going to pass the function like that, which is going to be Google. Then this one here is going to be GitHub. Then here we are going to say loading. Okay, just like that. So can continue with either Google or GitHub. Let's start with Google. You can see disabled. Actually also this one here, I think we should disable it whenever we are loading. So basically to do that, you can move this one to the Auth, that is Auth form. You can move it here. So here you can have two of them. Okay, and then after that you can just pass it to to that is to social, and then you can disable when it is either of them is pending. Okay, then now let's close this one here. Then we can choose Google, then we can just continue. So here I believe maybe we should be able to see the image. So here you can see the email, and then after clicking I actually logged out, I think so. So let's head over to sign in. We should not be allowed to the sign in page whenever we are signed out. Okay, so so just give it a moment. So actually I hadn't visited the sign up page, all the sign in page, that's why it is loading. And then we can try to the one with GitHub. Okay, and then you can see it is actually working. So also you can see all of that. Okay, so another important thing, if you want to see your database, basically you can actually head over to the that is actually do npx, that is npx drizzle, that is drizzle kit studio. Okay, so I will not wait for this to finish. Basically with this you will be able to see that we have created two other users by signing in with that one email. Actually I had two different emails for GitHub and for Google. So basically for me I have two more accounts, but if you are using one account you should basically have one account. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically if your Drizzle Studio did load, so basically from my case you can see it loaded successfully. So basically you can see we have two more users, that is Raro developers and Benson Raro, and Raro, and then you can see the emails, the two emails. Okay, then you can see you also have that is the image. Okay, and then for the other case is basically you can also see there is this one here, for the password, the others don't have, and all of that information. Okay, so now what I want us to worry about now is basically rate limiting. Okay, for rate limiting we go with Upstash, the serverless data platform. Okay, so this is the best when it comes to rate limiting, and we'll use it to actually limit our user based on the trials that they make. Okay, and basically most importantly to protect our site against any DDoS attacks. Okay, so make sure you log in. Basically you see it is just a simple login or sign up basically with GitHub and Google. For my case you can see I'm already logged in. Okay, so basically you should choose Redis here. Okay, make sure you choose Redis and then just create database. Okay, you can give it a name of you can say library 254, then you can choose country which is closest to you, and then for the rest you can just leave them as they are, and then click next, and then here make sure you choose free. Okay, and then just click next, then just create. Okay, so here now we have our database. So scroll down, so here you see you have different platforms that you can use. So basically for our case we'll be using it inside JavaScript project. So make sure now you click this icon here, and then we'll be able to see your URL and your token. So basically can head over to the database, sorry, not the database but .env here. So actually you can leave it like that. Then here for the Upstash, I'm going to copy the name that we're going to use here. For this one here, we're going to use Upstash underscore that is Upstash underscore redis underscore rest underscore URL. Okay, equals to, then here we come and copy the URL. Okay, copy the URL like that, then paste it here, and then remove whatever this is. Okay, and then for the next one here, I'm going to copy it, that is for the last token. Okay, like that. Okay, and then you can just copy the token from here. Like that. Now you have the token. And then you can remove whatever the process. It should be like that. So you should be having Upstash underscore redis underscore rest URL. And then for the second one, that is Upstash underscore redis underscore rest underscore token. Okay, and then we can close and basically close all of them, and then we can open the one that we need. So then collapse everything. Inside the lib is whereby we are going to create our redis. So we are going to say redis, okay, .ts. Okay, so remember we have already imported our, that is our packages. Okay, so we are going to use import redis from Upstash redis. Okay, so this one here. Okay, and then we are going to initialize it. Basically it is this one here. Okay, it's going to be const redis equals to new redis. Then we pass, basically instead of doing this, remember we need to protect our our keys. So just remove all of this. Then we have, that is Upstash redis underscore. Okay, so make sure when you head over to your env, basically the two, this one here is the one that you have on the first section here for the URL up to that point. Then for this one here, that is for the token, is the one that you have here. Very important that you have the same thing. Okay, and then after that you just need to export it. That is export default redis. Okay, which you can, I think you can actually do it here also. Sorry, basically it is like that. So with that, now you can be able to use redis inside our project. So can create a reusable component that we can use to limit, whereby you can say let limit.ts. Okay, Control Z. Okay, so here we can say const rate limit equals to, okay, so if you want you can do it like this, pass limit and whatever is there, but for our case you can just say new let limit. Okay, so let me just import the two imports. Okay, we are going to import let limit from Upstash underscore red forward stroke let limit. Okay, then there is this one here. Okay, coming from redis like that. Then here now we can actually have our pass our redis and then limiter, which will be let that is let limit dot, instead of sliding window we do fixed window. Okay, then we would like to limit our that is our basically the trials. Basically we need to limit them by actually 5. Because you are testing, let's do 1 in just 1 sec, or just let's do 1 minute. Okay, and then we can remove all of this. And then you can say analytic true, then there is prefix of at Upstash stroke rate limit. Okay, then there is, we can export rate limit. Then there is this one here, it should be like that. Okay, now this is the rate limit that we can use inside our own project. Okay, now the next thing that I would like us to do, I would like us to use a limiter that we can use throughout our project. Basically for this one here, we can actually use in any part, but basically it will be the same thing. Since it will be the same thing, this one I would like it to remain as an independent component. Okay, but basically there is that one that we are going to use inside our own components. So you can see this one here is for the rate limit itself. That is, we are initializing rate limit here, but there is that component or that action that we'll be doing inside our components. We are going to call it inside our actions, whereby you are going to say let limit.ts. okay, whereby basically I'm going to import everything and convert the component into a server component. Okay, so then we are going to say export, that is export asynchronous function rate limit, then we close it here. Okay, then there is this part here that we get the IP. Okay, but for our case here we'll be doing inside parentheses, whereby you are going to say await, that is headers, okay, sorry, headers. Okay, so we already have headers here, and then we can execute it like that. Then we can say dot get, then you can just autocomplete there. Okay, then you can get the x forwarded for, which is the IP. Okay, or you can just pass, sorry, basically I do it like that instead of passing any other IP address. Okay, so after that, so here we should not be having that one. So after that we're going to say cons if success. Okay, if success, then we extract success basically from await let limit dot limit, then we pass the IP or we pass the anonymous. Okay, if the user is unknown. Okay, so if there is no success, just basically pass push the user to the to first page. Okay, so remember inside our components here route we have the to first. We should be having a component here called to first, so you can just create it calling it to first. So basically I thought I had created one. Okay, inside here then you can create a page .tsx. So for this page here I would like to leave it as a simple one so that you can go wild with it, so that you can design it whatever ways you want. To first, then just have a simple one, flex, justify center, item center, then we do mini screen, Inngest screen, then we do text, we can do 5, can do font, extra bold. Okay, then also I think we can do text red. Okay, so now since we have everything, now we can use this part here. Okay, so remember, when you head over to the late limit, we are limiting 1 in 1 minute. That means we cannot be able to actually do anything. Okay, so I just want to see if it will work. So I'm going to head over to the components, then Auth, then Auth form, that is Auth form. Then we are going to head over to the function here. So basically this part here, actually I did not find any other way to do it. Basically we are going to stick with this one here. I think it is there. I think it was updated with the version. I think they removed that part. So what you need to do is just pass the so not there, here. So basically for the sign up and both for the sign up and sign in, basically you just need to pass it here whereby you can just say await, then pass it here, then import it from actions. Okay, then execute it. So make sure you have imported it right here, coming from actions. Okay, so here it is. Then you can just save. Okay, so I just like to refresh to make sure that we have everything right. Okay, then I'm going just to click sign in. So let's see. So actually it is signed in. So basically interesting, very, very interesting. So let's log out. Basically I think actually I'm allowed to do one. I'm allowed to do one sign in or sign up in 1 minute. So maybe when I do this time. Okay, so let's see if we passed something here. So you can see we have some we basically had some attempts here. So you can see basically we had some attempts here. Okay, so basically maybe let me see if I'm missing something first. So for the ladies here, okay, it is perfect. Then there is this one here for the late limit. So okay, so let me see if I made a mistake here. So then we pass the redis, then limiter, then the analytic, then the prefix, then we export it. Okay, so let's try to console log the IP and the success. Okay, I'm doing this because basically I'm using a VPN, so I think it may affect whatever I'm doing right now. Okay, so let's try this once more and make sure that I'm using the limit inside the okay, yeah, it is okay. Then click sign in. So let limit check. You can see basically the IP address. Basically you can see I don't know, maybe is the IP address here actually cannot be able to get the IP address the right way or something. So basically let me basically shut the VPN, then try, then let you know if it worked without the VPN, because when I'm using Drizzle here, basically I cannot be able to work without VPN. Okay, so just give me a moment. So basically the VPN was actually it wasn't the VPN that was causing the error. I think even one in 1 minute basically is also working, but here when I use 0, you can see here 0 in 1 minute basically, and then hit sign in, you will see that I'm redirected to the to first page. Okay, you can see then it is still the same. What changes here is just this one here, false. Okay, so I believe it is working. Then there is one thing here we should do before we wrap up this section. We head over to the app. Okay, then inside route, then we should move our page outside the route. It should be on the app folder, on the root of our project. Okay, so it should be like that, so that we don't get the header here. Okay, or basically should we just leave it the way it was, because maybe the user should like to go back to the sign in or the sign up page. Okay, so basically you can just leave it on the sign up, sorry. So basically you can leave it there, or you, whatever you choose to do is actually okay. So but I think it is best we actually leave it on the that is on the root page, so that basically the user can go back to the sign in or sign up page. Okay, so great. So this one here you should leave it to 5. Okay, I believe 5 should be enough. You could see also 1 was enough basically to do, because I believe I signed in and signed and basically I signed in multiple times in under a minute, and it was still working. Okay, so basically let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically the one thing that we didn't do, basically we didn't use this function here, that is await let limit inside our socials. Okay, so basically find your socials and then basically use it here. Okay, so also you should prevent any DDoS attacks against this page. Okay, so like that, then basically close everything. That is Control K, Control W. Then after that, I want us to head over to the next section, whereby we will be working on the generate this page here. So you can just copy the name like that, then close it, and then redirect yourself to the page. Or basically before we actually build that page, I would like us maybe we actually build another page, so that basically we have a view of what is happening. Okay, so we have a view of what is happening here on the header, because now we have the header itself. So basically let's build it first. It is not a big header, it is actually much simpler. So I'm going to open my sidebar here, then I'm going to head over inside the components. Then inside here I'm going to create a component calling it navigation. Okay, then inside here is whereby I'm going to create the header .tsx. Then I'm going to use rafce like that, and then here I'm going to accept a few things, basically 2, whereby I'm going to accept publisher, that is publisher, So basically you already have it, or it's going to be undefined. And then also is publisher, okay, which will be basically a boolean. Okay, so it will be like that. And then whereby we are going to import basically where you're going to import the component, whereby it will be basically inside our route, okay, inside here. So here is whereby you're going to have the header, so then just import it from navigation. Okay, remember it is expecting a few things. So we need to get the session. So first let's convert this one here into a synchronous component. Then we can say session equals to await, that is await of await out, like that. And then the next thing we need to get the user, so we can say user. We need to get the user from our DB, whereby you can say await, then we can say DB, then we import the DB from our DB, so we already have it. And then we can basically query, okay, then do dot user, then we can do dot first, find first, so here it is. And then inside here we can use a where, whereby you can say user comma, then we use the equal, okay. And then you want to do this when a few things are equal, so we get it from Drizzle. Basically I think maybe we can leave it like that. And then inside here we can pass the user dot user, so okay, user ID. So maybe I have made a mistake. Yeah, I've made a mistake. So all of these should be outside here like this. So it should be user comma equal inside parentheses, okay. And then we have an arrow function, basically equal to, then we get the user. So we can see get the user ID. So maybe ID, okay. Then we say comma, then you can say session dot user dot ID, or basically an empty string, okay. So basically this user here should be this user here, okay. And then this user basically the user coming from here. I will see if basically the issue, because for my case I basically used IP address, sorry, not IP address, but basically user ID. So let me just confirm something. So basically I think it is okay as it is. Basically I should have used the ID, the user ID, because the users here is basically when you head over to the schema, okay, when you head over to the schema here, you see you don't have any users ID. Even though you try to find the user ID, you only find it on other pages, on other tables, but not basically on the users, okay. After that, we need to have an if boolean here is public, the one that we talked about, whereby is public is equal to user.role is equals to publisher, then that means is publisher. Okay, then we need to do this whereby we need to pass the publisher. Okay, so basically it should be like this. Okay, so basically we are querying the publisher, then we are querying the publisher based on the user ID. So yeah, basically I was confusing between the two when I was checking my code. Basically here the publisher, then the user ID, then using this user here, or basically you can use even the session basically. So you can even use a session like this. Okay, then you can see that we don't have the publisher table. So for now we don't have the publisher table, but we can create it and be done with this page basically, or be done with the with this layout here. So after everything here, that is after authenticators, you can come here and export the publisher. Basically it can be like this: publisher equals to publisher and then the ID sorry, the ID basically you can repeat whatever we have here. Okay, and then for the user ID it can be basically it can be text and then not null, and then we reference the user table. Then on delete we say cascade, that is cascade. So to make sure that whenever the user is deleted, the publisher is deleted. Then we pass the name, okay, the description and the image, and then last three we can pass the created at. So basically you can just, I don't know if we have the created at, so let me just copy the one that I have, just like that. Okay, created at. Okay, and then now the only issue now we don't have is actually passing here, passing the details. So basically it should be passing the publisher, okay, and also passing is publisher. Okay, just like that. So when you save, you can get an error. Why? Because we have added another DB and we are basically querying it here without actually generating and migrating. So we are querying we are querying from a table that doesn't exist. So here we are querying from a table that doesn't exist. So let's make sure it exists, whereby you can just say Drizzle kit generate. Okay, so we wait for it to generate. So as it generates, you can head over to the header, and then we can get started by basically importing everything that we'll need, and most importantly converting the component to a use grant. Okay, because we'll be using an on click, which is an interactive part of our header. Okay, so you can see here it is done. So the last thing that we need to do is migrate, and then hit enter. Okay, and then here we can get started by having class name of with full, and then my of 4, and then h of 70px, and then after that you can have place content center, and then sticky, and then top 0, and then z of 50. So you can see it is done. So now you can save this one here. You won't get any errors after saving. Then there is this part here that we don't need. Okay, so you can close it, and then that is inside the header, that is inside the div. We can have our first div, whereby you can give it the following class name. Hereby we'll be having flex, justify between. Okay, so that is justify between, and then after that you'll be having a link which you have already imported. Then we'll be having a href which will be just the home page, and then inside here we'll be passing an image which will be the source, will be the favicon.ico. then you can just pass the other items. Then there is this other part. Basically we just need the height and the width, and actually making the object contained. Okay, then you can just save. Then after the link you'll be having lists. Okay, that is a list tag. Okay, for the list tag, basically it will be having the following classes. Okay, so it will be flex item center. Okay, then inside here remember on the page, that is the home page, the root here. So remember here we used this part here, that is the authenticated, so it's the one that we are going to repeat here. Okay, so we don't have the session, so since it is a current component we have already done all of that, and we are going to use session. Okay, then you can have it like that. Okay, so then inside here you expected to pass a tag which will be an empty fragment React.js tag. Okay, so whereby we will be having the first list which will be having a class name of mx of 2. Then inside here we'll be passing for now basically you can just say a button. Okay, and then this button later on it will be a dashboard button. Okay, so so the dashboard button, what we'll do, basically we'll be able to open a dialog to actually be able to if the user is not a publisher, can be able to create their publisher profile. If else, basically they can be able to they will be redirected to the dashboard itself. Okay, but for now you can just have it as dashboard. Okay, the value doesn't matter really, but basically you can just remove it, it will be primary later on. Then after that we'll be having a list, another list, then the list won't be having any that is any classes, but we'll be having a button. Then inside the button we'll be having a link, then the link will be passing href, whereby we'll be passing to the forward stroke generate, that is the page that we wanted to start with, but now we are creating the header. Then inside here we can have RIAI generate, that is generate 2. Then you can have class name, that is class name of size of 6. Then you can have a span. Okay, then you can say generate PDF. Then you can have class name, whereby you can say ml of 2, then hidden, then after that md block. Okay, then you can just save. So after that list we'll be having the avatar itself now. So you can head over, okay, not this one, you can close that one, then this one here. So copy the imports. So but basically you don't have to copy the import, we already have the imports here. What you need to do, basically copy the avatar, the avatar itself, and then paste it here. So for the avatar, the only thing maybe you're going to change here is the class name, whereby you'll be having cursor pointer. Okay, maybe something else, maybe size of 10. Okay, then so for the image, then there is this part here, that we need to change, but before we do that, basically we need to, for this part here, we'll actually get the initials. Okay, but here we can continue for now. You can continue for now, and then for the fallback here you can give it the following class name, bg, that is bg gradient of 2 bottom right. Then after that you can say from primary then to blue. Okay, then you can just save, and then remember this here was a for me I had as a turn array, but here you can just actually maybe you can have it as a turn array also. Basically let's do another one here. Like that. Then here for the status you can say unauthenticated. Okay, then inside here you can have a list. So since it is a simple buttons, I'm going just to copy the 2 buttons, then I'm going to give it the following classes, that is flex and gap of 2. Then there is this part here, you can see we don't have any gaps, and also you can see we don't have any that is any spacing between. So basically we need to fix that. To fix that you need to head over to the layout, that is the root layout. Here you need to have the class name here, which will be root layout. Okay, and then for the header here, need to have the following classes, which will be px of 2 and sticky, okay, and z of that, and then save. So basically there is this spacing here, we don't have this spacing. You don't have this spacing, so for the spacing here you can have the spacing by actually having the following classes. You can say margin right or margin left of 2. That should fix that issue. So yeah, like that. So when you sign out, so now sign in. So now we need to get the initials. So that one will happen inside lib, that is inside utils. Okay, so here you need to say export, that is export const get initials. Okay, then here will be passing a name as of type string. Okay, and actually maybe you can just have it this way. Then here you can just say name, then we split it, and then map, and then join, and then we do uppercase. Okay, and then last three we actually dot slice. Okay, so the first thing we do split, and then map, that is simple as part. And then inside here we just have part, then we pass a 0, and then here const, so it should be like that. And then now we can use this one here. So here we'll basically be passing the name. Okay, and then here will be just importing the component, that is the function. Okay, so we actually pass, then save. So you can see now the way it is. So great. So here you can just click that is for the AI to head over to the page. So now you can see on the page that we are going to build. So let's continue from there, whereby we'll start working on this page here. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on this on the page, that is this page here. So you can close everything, then head over to the app, then route, then that is generate, then PD, that is the page. So like inside here, I'm going to import 2 things. Okay, and then I'm going to import another one that is for the user, just like that. And then here we need to make sure that that if we don't have the session, okay, if we don't have the session, basically we are redirecting the user to the home page because we need the user here. So you can actually, if we don't have the session dot, or you can just say session dot user. Okay, yeah, if you don't have the session dot user, basically you need to redirect to the login page, but for our case is sign in with a hyphen there. Okay, or you can redirect the user to the home page. Basically, what the one that makes sense is to redirect to the sign in, so that they can sign in and continue onto this page here. And then we can continue here by giving it the following class name. That is a mean h screen, and then font size, like that. And then inside here I'm going to have a div, and then you're going to give it the following class name, that is container, like that. Then you're going to say mx auto, and then px of 4, and then py of 8, sorry, and then md we're going to have py of 12. Then inside here we're going to have the header. It will be just a simple one since we already have the header. So whereby you're going to say text center, then you're going to say margin bottom of 10. Okay, and then inside here we're going to have a div, then this div having the following class name, that is inline flex, item center, and then justify center, and gap of 3, and then last 3 margin bottom of 4. And then inside here we're going to have an icon. So basically the icon, that is fa file pdf, then giving it size of 10. Okay, and then text of primary. Okay, just like that. Then here we'll be saying AI PDF generator. Just like that. Okay, and then here for this one here we'll be actually passing a custom text, whereby it will be AI, that is AI gradient, that is gradient text. Okay, then you can save. And then now after this div we're going to have a div. So basically let me just copy this one here, since it is just that div that contains just a simple text there. Okay, and then after that we can have a main tag, then having, so you can see how text looks like. So you can see just beginning to see the page coming along very well. Then here you can see class name. Okay, that is max, that is max width of 3 excel, and a max of auto, and then space of y of 10. And then now here we can have a prompt. Here is where by there we will be having a prompt form. Okay, and then after that we're going to have, after that we're going to have a div. You're going to have a div of space y of 4. Then inside here you're going to have h2, which will be that is generation history. Okay, then here we're going to pass the following classes: text of 2, that is 2 excel, then font of bold, text of 100, maybe 200, I don't know, one can do. Then after that here we'll be having here we'll be having just something like that, but for now let us close it with something like that for now, just for now. Okay, so to continue, I want you to open your sidebar, then head over to the components, then create a file calling it generate, that is generate PDF. Okay, then inside there we want to create a prompt form.tsx, then we use array_fce. Okay, then we actually import it so that when you come to do it, we actually have the components. So to import it, so make sure you have it here. Okay, just like that. So the next thing that we need to have is the job lists .tsx, and use array_fc once more. Then when you come inside here, so here instead of having this text here, let's have a job list. Okay, so we should be having something like that. So basically, sorry, this one should be sorry, not this job list here, let's have it here. So even though having it here, it won't act as you won't see it as your URL, but basically for organization purposes, let's basically have it here. Okay, so yeah, so let's have something like this. So here we have prompt, we have generation history, and then here we have job lists. Okay, so if for the job list, if you want, you can give it primary color, but I think we should actually leave it like that. So for the next part, you can actually close that one. We are done with it. We'll start by working on the prompt. Okay, so let's continue from there. So now I would like us to work on the that is prompt form. So prompt form is basically the section that we'll use to actually input what we want to generate. So basically the first thing I will basically import basically two imports, and also convert the component into a use client, because here, as you can see, we are using useState and you are using use transition. Both of them are hooks. So basically whenever using hooks inside any component, you need to convert it into a use client, because by default it is a server component. Okay, after that, basically I would also like to create two use state, basically pending and prompt. Okay, those two. Then after that, now I would like here to have the following class. Basically here we'll have hero, then we'll have dash, then we say card, then we'll say dash, then we'll say border. Okay, that is border. Then you can save and see how it will look like. Then inside here we are going to use a form, so you can have a form tag. Okay, then instead of using action, you're going to use on submit. So on submit, so we need to create a function here that is for on submit. So basically for on transition, here you can see it have been created, basically that is by the help of GitHub Copilot. So basically here you can see we are preventing any default reload when we click the button, and then here we are just using the start transition function. Okay, So then we can use it here, that is handle submit. Okay, then inside here, but basically before we head inside there, we can do some classes here, whereby we can say bg. So here then you can see the border. Basically we see how why we call it a border, but for now let it be like that. So then here we'll have void, then we have opacity of 5. Okay, then you'll see it will be a dark color. Then after that we are going to have, that is backdrop, blur, that is blur of SM. Okay, and then shadow XL, and then rounded we can do 2XL and padding of 6. Okay, and then we can do border, and then after that we can do we can give it the following border of gray 200. Okay, then give it an opacity of 10. Okay, then inside here, so that we can be able to see what we have, you can have the first thing, which will be the label. For the HTML, you can just say it is a prompt. Then after that you can give it the following classes, so it will be block, and then we'll say text LG, and then after that we can have font medium, and then second last we can have text of gray of 10, that is basically 100, sorry, and then margin bottom of 2. Then inside here we are going to have a text saying what should that is should your PDF contain. Okay, contain or be about. So let's say PDF be about. So this is much better. And then after that we are going to have a text area. Okay, so for this text area for this text area here, I would like it to be a self-closing one. Okay, so that basically you don't have to close it, because whatever we need is right here, is available here. So when you hit Ctrl spacebar, you will see that everything is right there. So for the ID here, we just give it prompt. Okay, and then for the name, you can basically remove the name. We are not going to use the name. Then here we are going to have the value, and then we are going to have an on change. And on change we are going to get that is the event, that is the change event. Okay, then getting the change event from this function, we are going to get the target value, and then we are going to set, that is the prompt, that is the use state to the value. Okay, and then after that we are going to have some let's have a placeholder first. That is a placeholder into your prompt here. That is good enough. And then we are going also to have disabled, which is going to be pending. And then lastly we can have class name. So basically class name we're going to give it width of full, and then we're going to give it bg of gray 900, opacity of let's do 50, and then border, that is border, and then we give it, that is border let's do gray 500, then opacity of 50. Okay, and then after that we are going to have rounded, that is rounded LG. Then after that we are going to do text of, so we are going to have some space, then we are going to have text of gray 200. Then after that we are going to do focus, so space, then we are going to do focus, that is focus, then ling of 2, then we are going to do, that is focus ring. This focus ring here we are going to do primary. Okay, so remember we have primary, then border transparent. Okay, Then we are here, so let's do border here also primary. Okay, and then we're going to have transition shadow. Okay, and then duration of 300. Okay, then we can move bottom form. Then we can have placeholder, that is placeholder, the color of the placeholder, which is going to be gray 400. Okay, so you can save it like that. So let's see how it is going to look like. So you can see how it is looking like basically. Then here you can see some border. So basically we are missing something. So basically the form right here is basically not the way I wanted it to be. So but for now, let's finish with the button here, then we can fix all of that. Okay, then inside here we can say generate, that is generate PDF. Okay, so type is submit, then disabled is pending, or basically we can say all we don't have the prompt, that is the prompt basically. Okay, so this one here we can just give it a simple one, that is margin top of 4 and then width of full. That one is enough. So basically I don't know, maybe it was some cache issue, but basically now it is the way it is. It looks like it's much better. So basically here I think I'm missing something. Basically that is padding of maybe 4. Then you can save. Okay, so that is much better. Okay, so I don't think I'm missing anything. So that is the way it is going to look like. So basically here the border here you can see a small border, that is this border that we have given here. So basically what we did, basically we gave this div a background, then inside there we have this form. Okay, then we gave this form a color, that is a bg of white, that is opacity of 5 and some colors, and then and the rest of the classes. Then the most important thing here is the padding of 6, basically giving it some spacing around. Okay, therefore you can be able to see this one here as a border, but basically it is the bg just under the form, that is under the form. Okay, so great. So for this part, this is quite enough. For the second part, we'll see what we'll be working on. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to integrate that is Inngest. So you can visit Inngest.com. So after that, you can just click docs. Okay, for docs here you can see here I have highlighted some important things like what is Inngest. So Inngest is an event-driven durable execution platform that allows you to run fast, reliable code and code on any platform without managing queues, infra or state. And you can see it handles the backend infra, queuing, scaling, concurrency, that is throttling and rate limiting and observability. Okay, so to integrate it, you can integrate it using four ways. For our case, we will be using Next.js. So click on Next.js, and then after that, make sure you choose App Router. Then scroll down. Then make sure you run your app. So our app is already running. So then the next thing we need to do, we need to install that is Inngest. After that we need to run this command right here. So just copy the command, then come back here, open your terminal, create another terminal, another instance of the terminal, then paste the command, then hit enter. Okay, so after that you will see the Inngest will run. So something like this. After we visit this URL right here, you will see something like this. So just give it a moment, and then now the next thing we need to do before we do that, so here you can just type y. So with this you will see you already have Inngest running on your localhost. So let's wait for this one here. So you can see that you don't even need to do anything else, but basically you already have an Inngest running in your project. Okay, so just give it a moment, and basically works only when you're online. So make sure you are online so that you can run that. So here I'm going to close all of that, then I'm going to open my my sidebar here. Then I want us to continue on this part here, but I don't want us to do that before this one runs here, so that you can see you don't have to do anything for this part here to run. But basically let's continue so that we don't waste time, because I don't know how much it will take. So on your root of your project, so click on outside. So yeah, it is done. So you can just click on this one here, and you will see Inngest running on your localhost, and you will see all the runs here. Okay, so that's great. You can close your terminal. Then on the root of your project, as we continue, you can create Inngest. Okay, then after that you can create Inngest grant. So just create Inngest.ts, and then you can just copy this part here and just give it a name, that is you can give it a library like that, then you can save. Okay, then you can close it. Then after that you can you need to create this this route here on our running project, that is inside app, then API. So inside API, okay, create Inngest. Okay, then inside there you need to create route.ts. Then in there we just need to paste all of this. So inside here is whereby we are going to have the functions that we are going to create. So we will see the function just in a bit. Then here you can see it already. You can redirect yourself by control clicking this one here. But for our case, let's use that is at forward stroke Inngest stroke client. Then just save it. Actually you can just leave it like that. Then to create a function, you can create it inside Inngest. That is the function. You can have the function inside here. Okay, then just copy that is the example, just like that. So here you can see an error already because we don't have any function. So I just save this one here. Then you can see the function's name. The function name here is hello world. So you just need to come and paste it here, then auto import it like that. So we'll see it is the same thing here. Okay, if you want you can just copy the whole thing, and with that you will have your that is your Inngest running on your localhost. And you see here now the error have disappeared. Then you can head over to the functions here. So there is one way to execute it. You can execute it by clicking here invoke. Okay, then say invoke function. then you will see what it will do. It will just have return that. So here event, we haven't passed any email. So for example, if we pass an email, so basically instead of doing that, maybe here we say hello Benson, then we invoke it. So we see here all of it running, and now to see the output you need to click on the last one, and then here you'll see hello Benson. Okay, just need to click on the last one, okay, to see the final output, that is the message. Okay, so all of that is great. So here you can see how basically you can do all of that. Now I want to show you how you can actually invoke the function. You can see here, this is how you can invoke it on your project. So for our case, basically you want to invoke it when you click this button here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to head over to the prompt. So prompt, remember here we created this prompt right here. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a function inside here, and then I will call it create job, that is .ts. okay, and you can say use server, then you can say export like that. So it is accepting prompt. So then here what you're going to do, since that is server action is running on the server component, so you can just copy this part here, and also you can copy the comment. So the most important thing, you just need to make sure it is running on the use server, on the server component, and then import that is at client. Okay, and then here we'll be passing prompt for now. Let's have it this way, prompt. Okay, then you can see here the name of the function, that is the name, the whole name. So when you come here, you can see this name right here. You need to make sure the name of the event is the same, same one that you are using here. Okay, so after that I'm going to say await, and then like that. So here you need to make sure this one here is a synchronous function like that. Then you just need to import create job. Okay, so now to test it, so here basically here, instead of now doing hello Benson, you can actually have the message of that is event .data.prompt, something like that. Just an example. Okay, just a simple example there. Okay, so here we'll say something like CSS, then we'll just click it. Okay, so here you should be having another one running, and then you can see it took just a second. Then here you can see, so here you can see the message is hello CSS. Okay, so it is that simple how you can pass something to the server, that is to the Inngest servers. Okay, so for the next part of the video, since now we have seen how Inngest works on both ends, so on the next part we'll actually work on the function. But basically before we continue, I would like to change this function to the way we are going to name them. So basically the names, the necessary names, like here we'll be using this one here, that is for the PDF. You can say PDF generator, okay, and then here you can say generate, then here you can say stroke PDF generator. Okay, then here I forgot actually to explain this part right here. So this sleep, that is dot sleep here, so you can see it actually awaits a moment, that is 1 second, and then basically returns all of this. Just an example from Inngest. Okay, and then now since we have changed this name here, you need to make sure you change it also here, like that. Then this one here also you can say PDF generator like that. So just like that. So we are done with this part here, so you can close it. Then this part here will actually do something later on, so you can just leave it like that. And then also for this one here, I think we are done with it. Yeah, we are done with it. You can also close it. So on the next part we'll actually focus on this. Basically we start here, so let's continue from there. So let's continue. So now what you are going to do, we are going to get started by creating our job schema. So that is inside Drizzle, then schemas or schema. And you can just do actually I can just copy what I have, because we already have talked about the schemas, and actually it is actually the same. So here it is, the schema. Okay, so it is just a schema job, so there's nothing new here that I have added what we haven't done earlier on. So I just save, then I will close it, and then I will open my terminal to make sure that we update our DB. So I will say npx drizzle, that is drizzle kit generate. Okay, then you just give it a moment. So as it does that, what you're going to do now, we are going to head over inside create job. So basically I would like to call these jobs, so let me just call this job so that we can have another function inside here. And then you are going to also update the prompts. So make sure here it actually says jobs. Okay, so I believe it is also updating down here. Just on my case it is just slow. Okay, so here, so before we actually hit this part here, or before we actually invoke that is Inngest, you basically need to create that is our first item. Okay, so also you can do this whereby you can just break the function. Okay, to make sure that you have the necessary field, that is prompt. Okay, so here what you're going to do, also we are going to make sure that we have the data, that is the basically we have the user. So basically we can come here and say const and say session equals to await. So that is await, that is we get out from auth. Okay, so make sure you import auth from auth. So there it is. And then also you can also say, if you don't have the user, you can just actually select the session, actually return, sorry. Okay, but here we need to check, actually you can do this. So remember, so if they are the same, then we can actually break the function. Okay, so here, instead of checking if you have the session, I'd like us to check if we have the user. Okay, so that because the session might be there, but we don't have the user. Okay, so also here it actually updated, but it actually didn't update it well. So let's continue down here. I'm creating the terminal. Then the next thing I need to do is migrate. Then hit enter. Okay, so with that will be done by updating that DB. So here what I would like us to do now, I would like us to create our first table, whereby I just say cons create, that is created table equals to await. Then you can say DB. So make sure you get DB from Drizzle. Okay, so yeah, there it is. So you can see here we didn't get any errors, so that means everything is perfect. So after getting the DB, then we say dot insert. Then after that we can say values, that is dot values. Okay, so for the values, basically we need to pass two things, that is the so let me move that one. So yeah, so for the session, yeah, okay, so here to remove the TypeScript error, you can do that. So here you can so inside schema, so here you can see what we have, that is for the jobs. So we need to here insert, we need to define what we are actually adding, so which will be the jobs. So it is coming from Drizzle schema. Okay, so there it is. And then now there are the values that we need to add. We need to give the user, not null, you can see. And then also we need to give the topic, which is not null. Then for the rest you can just actually leave them as they are. So so here so here actually this one here should be topic will be the prompt. So that was the error here. And then there is this part here that says the user dot might be null, so can do maybe, yeah, like that. So now here we need to actually return something. So to return something, you can say dot return. You can return everything that was created, so you can see it will return all of this, but basically you can define what you want to return, which I would like actually to return the ID, because that is what we need, which will be jobs.id. okay, so when you hover here you should see that it is actually a string, an array of ID string. Okay, then you can copy the table. Then here we are passing the data, which is the prompt, and then also we are going to pass the ID. You can just say ID, and it will be that one. Okay, that is created table or create table. So you can say created table, yeah, created table like that, sorry, and then .id. okay, so remember it is an array of IDs. Okay, and then with that now we will have actually done what we call created a job inside your database, and also your job will be running on your Inngest. Okay, So after that we need to revalidate. So you can do return the ID. Then also you can actually revalidate, which I actually for this case actually let actually revalidate also because I revalidated on my project. So can do this forward stroke, then you can do, you want to revalidate route stroke sorry, that is generated generate PDF. Okay, that is what you want to validate, and it is a page. Okay, so later on we are going to actually update. We're going to say export, sorry, I'm going to say update job. So it is going to accept the ID, which is a string, then it's going to accept that is a URL, which is going to be a string. Okay, so here we are going actually to update this table here to give it the PDF URL, or to update the PDF URL which you have seen on the schema. Okay, so since now we have actually created this, what I want us to do, I want us to at least map something here so that we can see what we are actually doing. Okay, so to do that I would like us to head over to the components, then generate PDF, then lists. Okay, so for this list is whereby we are going to do a little bit of map without designing, so that we can design later on. Okay, so first we are going to have something inside that is inside our app, then API. Inside here we are going to have the PDF. Okay, so inside there is whereby we are going to create a route. Okay, I will explain why we are doing this in a bit. Can do .ts. Okay, so I actually confused it with something. So let's do jobs, because you are fetching jobs. I don't know why I said PDF. So here we are going to have 3 imports. Then you are going to do export const like that, but instead of doing posts, we are not posting anything, we are just doing get. Okay, then we don't need all of this. Then inside here we can do we can check if we have the user. Actually all of this is what we'll be doing, maybe we will change something here. So maybe something here. Okay, so here we need to make sure that we have the user. So make sure you have the user. If you don't have the user, we throw an error, and then here we get the jobs, then we return all the jobs. Okay, so here for the where we are going to do jobs and all of that. So we are going to do comma descending. Sorry, actually it is equal. So what you just need to do is just import equal, I think. Okay, there are 2 ways to do this. You can actually do it this way. Just do it this way. Okay, so whereby here we are comparing between job dot user ID to the user ID. So the error here is because of this here is not actually it can be undefined based on what you see here. It can also be null. So that's why when you see here, when I have added a string, the error disappeared. Okay, so what you need to do, just need to do this. And then after that, just need to have something like that. And then here you can have a question mark. So yeah, like that. So that will be it. Fetching the result. So now inside the job list here is whereby we are going to fetch all of that, and then here is where I'm going to explain why we actually need to fetch it using API instead of doing server action. So let me just see. So yeah, so here in our case, we'll be having an update for the user of what is happening in the background. So when you head over to the schema, here you see the status. Okay, here you see the status. Okay, so for the status here, you'll see that the user the Inngest is going to be updating our database based on what is happening behind the scenes. So basically we need to make sure that we refresh the page after every few seconds to make sure that the user is seeing the current results. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a simple function here whereby it's going to be const, which is going to be fetcher equals to, then we have URL, then you can have fetch, then here you can have URL, then you can say dot, then dot rest. So actually like that, and then we'll use this fetcher to fetch the that is the jobs. So you can say const, then here you can say data, or you can just say jobs, then you can have a comma, and then you can say is loading. Okay, then you can say equal to, then you can say use that is w, that is use w, that is swr. So just need to import it. So actually don't have it. So let use ban. So as it does that, I'm going to add a simple that is a simple item here, that is when two different things are happening. That is so here if it is loading, we are going to show there is loading, the loading that we'll create later on. And then if we don't have the jobs, if jobs.rend is 0, then we are going to show this simple div here. Okay, and then here we are going to have a class that is a class name, of space y of 4. Then inside here we're going to map over all the jobs. So you can say jobs dot map, then you can say, you can get the individual job. Okay, then you can do something like that. Okay, then so this one here was added successfully. Then so basically, okay, maybe I missed something, so just give me a moment to check something. So it is okay. So actually here we should be returning two things, that is data and is loading. Basically they should be specific. That is job, which is it returns the data that was returned on this API right here, and also it tells you if it is loading. So here if you try to check it to have this part here, you will see that we don't have it. And then inside components you can create global, then here you can say is loading .tsx. So basically it is a simple component. I would just like to paste it because it's just a simple one. So there it is. Okay, so I can just close it, and also this one, and also this one. Then we can autocomplete it here. So make it global like that. And then here you will see that basically job is undefined. So basically here we will be returning say so let's actually define this one here, which you can say job. So okay, so you will see, so when you here you try something like job dot type, you can do topic. Okay, so with that we are done. So here, so you can see this part here. So when you are using WSR here, that is WSR, we need to make sure that this one here is use client. Basically forgot that part. So I also wanted to actually have another thing here, so something like job dot status. So okay, so and then when you head over to the jobs here, so I think earlier on my case I gave it, okay, so okay, yeah, so I'm confusing it with something else. Basically when you head over to the schema, so what I wanted to say is that basically maybe I should be giving it the first status, but basically by default status is processing. Okay, status is processing. So basically okay, so maybe I'm not signed in, so let's see. So yeah, so you can see loading now. So on the first instance it's going to be loading like this. So yeah, so here you can see the status processing, all of that. So basically that is great. But if you want I will be showing you something else that we can do, but for now let it be like that. Then you can see we don't have any jobs. Okay, so what I want us to do now is basically now create our first job. So nothing is going to happen inside the Inngest except the same thing, this one here. Okay, so here we are going to have something like, can do CSS also, then you can say create, that is generate PDF. Okay, so After a moment, it's going to refresh here, and you're going to see the information of our first job. And also you should open your terminal to make sure that you don't have any errors on either console. Okay, that is Inngest and also your project. Okay, so and then we head over inside Inngest, we'll see the third item that we have done. Okay, so you can see processing and CSS. Okay, so you can see the two things that we have, that is processing and CSS. So remember, the first by default we are giving it processing, so that is what I wanted to give it here earlier on, but basically I was doing that case on my other project, so we can go with this one here. So now we have done that. So on the next part, we're going now to now work on this part here. Okay, whereby we can actually create our first or we can say work on our functions. Okay, so let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So basically, before we do so, I would like us to fix this error right here, but it's not necessary because we are going to actually design this part later on. When you get this error, that is because you haven't passed a key to any mapping that you have in your project. So you just need to pass a key, and a key is usually a divisible something unique. So you do job, something like job.id, so something unique. Okay, and then you can save, and then the error will disappear. So what I want us to work on now, that is the agent. Okay, that is the agent. So you can visit the docs. Okay, and then after visiting the doc, you can actually visit the agent kit. Okay, so you should be redirected to this page right here. Okay, so then on your sidebar, you can choose quick start. Okay, so then you can scroll down. You need to install all of this, which you have already done. Then you scroll down, then there is this first example here. So let's do this. So all of this is going to happen inside our function. So let's import that. So but for our case, it's going to be gemin. So let's do gemin. Okay, and then there is this function right here that we need to create. So that is agent. So just copy it. So we are going to remove all of this. So it is when ending at that point. So we just remove this part here. Then we add our first agent. And then here is going to be gemin. Okay, just like that. Then you can just leave the model. You just need the model, and then you can remove all of this. Control space bar. Then you can choose one. Basically, you can choose that one. That is the one that I'm using. And then you can give it a name. Or basically, let me just copy the system and the name. Basically, I used only two items. So for the system and the name, here they are. So that is PDF generator. Then you can do here you can do PDF agent. Okay, so like that. So we'll use this one here to generate that is the PDF. You can see here you are an expert PDF generator. You will generate a content for a PDF document based on the provided topic. Okay, then down here, so just after this function here, we are going to const going to const prompt. So let me actually just copy the prompt. That is a PDF font. So let me just copy it. Let me just copy it because it is just a simple prompt. You can see just it is just a simple prompt, basically telling it what to do, and then we give it the topic. Okay, and then lastly, what we need to do, we just need to actually just get just pass the prompt to our agent so that it can run. Okay, so runs an agent with the given user input. Okay, so that is what it does. So basically we pass the user input and then we receive the output as a message. Okay, so basically that can be enough. So you can just save it like that. So with that, you have created your first agent. So here you already have an output and you have an agent working, one agent. So we are going to create another agent just in a bit, but you scroll down and then here you see we need a key. Okay, so what you can do, you can search for Gamin. I don't know if I'm going to get it. Gamin model. So here is Gamin model. So you can see it is the same way that we have it right here. Okay, that is the name and the system. Then there is configuration agent with the agent, and then you need to pass the agent key. You can pass it right there, or basically actually I did not do this part right here. Okay, what I did basically, you can do something basically whereby instead of passing it here, you can provide what? You can provide a Gamin API key, basically Gamin API key, like, so let me just copy the name. So it is important I copy it because it should be the same. Okay, it should be the same. So it should be like this. Okay, it should be like this, the same spelling, the same underscore and all of that, so that we don't have actually to define it here, but Inngest will actually find it inside the environment variable by itself, because on the backend it have already given it this name. So okay, so let's get the API key. So I have already searched for, that is API Studio build, then just click Studio. So this is where you get your API. So you can see even it is defined here. So click on it. So here you should actually see this part right here. Okay, so you can see I have one already. So what you can do, you can just create a new one, and then here you can choose a project that you are working on. So I just choose this one here, or if you want, you can basically head over to, if you don't have any projects, okay, so you can head over to, I think it is Google, that is Google, sorry, google.console.com, I think so. Okay, so I hope it is, yeah, it is that one. Okay, it's not that one. So basically I think it is, so you can do Google console. So here it is. Okay, so that is console.crowd.google.com. okay, so here is whereby you're going to create your first project if you don't have any. So like me, you can see I already have one. So basically you can click here. So if you don't want to have one, actually I think you should be redirected to a section to create one. But if you don't have, on my case, I just need to click create right here. Okay, so great. So now I'm going to choose, can choose either one, choose Gamin API key, and then you can just generate. Then you can just copy it, then come back here and then just paste it. Okay, with that, now you have the API key. So when you hit this part here, it will run. So basically you can test it if you want. So before we test it, let's actually return something that we are going to use for our project. So we need to actually have markdown. So here we need to have a markdown content. So we get the output. So this output here, the first one. So when you hover, you can see it is an array. The first one, that is 0, type equals to text. So if the returned item is of type text, then we actually get the content. Okay, so that means here we are getting the content. Okay, or we just return an empty string, and then after that we can just return, so that we can just we can actually test this one here, markdown. Okay, so we can test it the way it is right now, so that you can see if it is running. Then you are going to see what we are going to do next. So head over here. So you need to make sure that everything is working. So okay, so here I'm going to do Java, then I'm going just to click. Okay, then you need to head over to your wherever that is your Inngest. Okay, so basically it is still running. So here it is done, and then here you have the markdown. So something is wrong, so I can just refresh, and then here you can see the final output. So you can see it is actually a markdown. Okay, so you can see the whole of it. So it is a big text. So what you're going to do now, you need to pass all of that into HTML. So when you head over to this part here, so remember we did some sleep using function. So you can head over here. So here, okay, no, here, then you can search for step. Okay, so actually I wanted a step function, so let's try to find another one. Okay, that is one. Okay, so let's try to find another one. So that is step, Inngest steps. Okay, so yeah, this one here, that is Inngest steps. Okay, yeah, this one here. Just copy it, then come back here, then just paste it. So what we don't need is actually this part right here. So okay, so this is a step, and actually it actually requires to return something. So we're going to return, for now can do an empty string. Okay, so okay, sorry. So here I have removed a few things that I should not have done. So something like this one here, okay, it should have a name. Okay, and then after that it should also have an asynchronous function. So that is after. Okay, sorry. So something like that. So here you are going to return HTML, so you can call it HTML. So basically you are going to you can give it a name like can do markdown, that is markdown to HTML. Okay, so yeah, so that is the way you create a step. Basically it is the same way they did it here, and then basically you just return something. Okay, so in here what we'll be doing, we'll be using pass. So let me just import pass. There it is. So we're going to pass it. So let me just copy the functions. So we have HTML equal to await markdown, that is marked. So we have imported marked here, and then we do dot pass, then we pass the content, that is the markdown content, and make sure it is a string. Okay, then we just return the HTML. Okay, so right now what I want us to do, basically I would like us to return actually HTML. Let's do it like this, so like that. Then also I would also like to return markdown. Okay, after this what you are going to do, we are going to do something else, that is PDF designer. So it is going to design the HTML that it is going to design based on the HTML that we give it. Okay, so first thing first, so we have the PDF designer agent. So this one here is another agent. Okay, so it is a PDF designer. Okay, then you give it some instructions, like telling what it is and what it will be doing. Okay, and then after that I have a prompt, and then I have a CSS. So all of this goes here. So here we have a prompt, okay, giving it all the instruction that it needs. Okay, and then inside there for the HTML code we define it as a HTML, and then basically sometimes it actually returns a markdown. So you can actually remove this one here like that. So you can give it also something like input content. Okay, and then here for we do the same thing that we did earlier on, and then here we return the custom CSS. So the same thing we did earlier on. Okay, so we get the type, if it is of type text, then we get the content. Okay, and then now we should actually have the CSS. Okay, and then now after that what you're going to do, we are going to create the PDF. But before we do so, basically to design the PDF we need something. So you need to do this. So you can save it the way it is. If you want, you can test it, but basically I want to test it when we are done. So on your sidebar, inside Inngest, create PDF, or you can call it create do PDF.ts. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything. And then you can do use server. Okay, so here it is actually giving you an error because it actually expects to return a string. Okay, so here you can have it like this. So here we need to use try so that we know when you have an issue. So you can say try like that. So then here we can do console log dot then you can do an empty string. Okay, something like that. So inside here is whereby you're going to do all the magic. So first we need to head over to so you can visit over the browserless. Okay, click on the first link. So this one here will help us to do everything in the server. So remember, everything that should happen inside here should actually be in the server. So everything that happens in an ingest function should actually be in the server. So we cannot do anything in the browser. So that's why we call this one is called the browserless. Okay, so what you do, just want to sign up. Choose Google. I just need to get the key or the token, sorry. We need the token for this part so that we can use the platform to actually generate the PDF inside the server. Okay. So here we have a name. And then you can see the unit that we have been provided with. Don't have promo code, we don't have company. We can just do something like that. Contribution, you can say okay, can do any actually. And then you can do automation, AI agent, and all of that. Scaling and okay, so you can do starting a new project. Okay, then you agree to the policy, then complete. So now here we have the token. So just copy the token, then come back here. So inside here I will say const token equals to, then we give it the token, inside a string. Then here we say const, we do const URL equal to, then we say we actually need to have this URL. So let me just copy the URL. I don't know if it is there inside their docs. Like this one, maybe you can head over code snippet. So yeah, so JavaScript, so you can actually copy all of this. Okay, so here it is, and then there is token and all of that. So okay, so you can just copy all of this, but basically let's continue the way we are doing. And then after that we need headers. So I will just copy the headers. So we have everything inside fun function, then we'll just have the request, and then after that we're going to have the HTML, the full HTML, like that. And then after that we're going to have the data. So that is the data being the HTML, the full HTML, and then the options. Okay, then we make sure we give it is an A4. We want to have a PDF in an A4 format, and then print background false, and then display header footer, then true. Okay, and then after that what we just do is basically have something here. Now have the response, so the same way they are doing it. Okay, so they are doing fetch, they're using fetch. Okay, yeah, we are also using fetch, so sorry about that. Okay, it is the same thing basically. Just for us, we have just disclassified them all into smaller parts. Okay. And then lastly we do these two things. We have the PDF, so the PDF will be returned as a PDF buffer, so an array buffer, and then base64 equals to buffer.from PDF buffer to stringify, then we get the base64, then we have it here, so then that is what we return. Okay, so we are done with this part. So now, since now we have a way to generate the PDF, we can have another step. So if you want, you can actually copy the step that we used here. So there it is. Then here you can say create, you can say PDF. Okay, then you can say create PDF. Okay, then doesn't matter what you do here. So I just copy what you are doing actually, except one thing that we don't have for now, that is this part here. So okay, so here so there it is, create PDF. So there it is. So the last thing that we are going to do, we are going actually to update the DB. So we also don't have this part here. So let's do this part. So head over inside jobs. So here is what we'll be doing here. So we'll be saying if you don't have the ID and the URL, then we return. Then you can do const update job equals to await, then we can do all of that. Then here you can just be simple update. So basically for the status it will be complete, then for this part here it will be PDF URL. Okay, where you can actually remove this part here, you can have just a comma, so that is jobs.pdf comma ID. So then all of this should be inside an equal. Okay, something like that. Then we need to import equal from Drizzle ORM. There it is. And then we can just return you can just return the ID, it will be enough. And also maybe you can just revalidate and return the ID. So you can just import it now. So there it is. Okay, that is created PDF. So you need to pass the ID and the created PDF, that is the PDF URL that we are getting from here. So created PDF can have something like this. I think it is much better. Okay, maybe you can also return the updated, that is updated user chat. Okay, that is the last item that we'll be doing. Then also here we can have a PDF URL. Okay, that is this part right here. So for this part we need actually to have already set up our, that is our upload thing. So we'll do that on the next part so that we can finish with this part. So now you can test it, and also here it is important to mention that you can see two items now, Java and CSS. So now we are going to do Next.js, or let's do Tailwind. Okay, and then click on it. So you should have another one running here. So that is the first one, which is null, and then you can see it returns something. Then there is this part here, it returns something, and then there is this part here, it is null because it is still running. It returns something. Okay, so then you can see the ones that are running now. It is creating PDF, and then it updated the chart, and then the last thing that we have is all of the items. Okay, so it is a lot, but basically when you come here, if I did not leave this page here, you could have seen it change to completed and it is Tailwind. So you can see, so that means everything ran from the first agent that we created right here to the second part that we created, and then there are the steps that we have, like this one here, they all ran successful to get us the PDF. So when you head over to your DB, so you can do, Drizzle Kit Studio. You can do Drizzle Kit Studio. Drizzle Kit Studio. Basically, you will see the generated PDF. So we'll be on the next part, we'll see the PDF that was generated, and then we'll connect the project to our upload thing. So let's continue from there. So now I'd like us to set up upload thing. So to do that, head over to uploading.com, then sign up or sign in, then create a new project. Okay, give it a name of eLibrary. Okay, then scroll down and then create the app. Okay, so here you have the app now. So the next thing you should do is head over to the API keys, and then here you just need to copy this one here. Okay, then head over to env, then here you can just create it or add it there, and then you need to head over to the docs. So click on the doc on your right there. So here we need to set up using Next.js. So click Next.js App Router here. Okay. So here we have already installed everything. We have already added the API key. Then you just need to create this inside the API. So inside app API, add that one there. Then you're going to add core. Okay. Okay, then we are going to paste everything inside there. So here you can see it is allowing you to actually add the image. So you can add another one here that can allow you to add PDF. So I hope it is like that. So let me confirm. So just a moment. Yeah, so just add another one here to allow you to add the PDF. So we'll use this one when we be uploading our PDF on the e-library section, and then after that scroll down. Then we need to add this part right here, that is prodding then route. So to give access to the project, then we just create another one here. So create it right there. Then you just need to copy everything here. Okay. So here you can remove all the comment. It will be like that. And then the next thing that we need to do is actually you can add the tailwind and all of that, but we won't be doing that. So what I would like us to do is actually do only this part here. So if you want, you can add it inside lib or wherever you want to add this part here, that is for the uploading. Then you can just copy it. So like that. Then this is how you can actually use it, but for us we'll be using another way. We'll be doing another thing. So here, instead of doing this part here, we'll be doing art. Okay, then everything else is okay. Yeah, so for our case we'll be doing something else. So we'll be doing everything in the server. We won't need this tag here. So this tag, where is it? This one here. We won't be needing that. We'll be using something we call, I think it is UT API, this one here. Yeah, this one here is the one that we'll be using to actually delete and also add any file to the server. So you can see here how you can add a URL, that is a file. So we'll be doing that. So for this part here, what you need to do is head over inside actions, create uploading.ts, then make sure you add use server, then scroll down, then you can do export const, then you can say upload generated PDF. So let's do PDF. So inside here we are going to do all of that. So but first we need to accept a few things, but basically it's just blog, that is blog URL, which will be of type string. Then you can have a comma, then we can have the topic, which will be of type string. Okay, then here you need to have the file. So blog, you need to actually fetch it. You need to actually fetch it so that you can have blog. Then after you can have blog as a response. Then after that you can have the title. So I have the shortest as possible, that is under 50 characters. Then after that we are going to do try catch. So here you can do console log error, then you can do .log, then here you can return an empty string, and then here you can do we actually need to convert the bill, that is the blog, to a file. So here we pass blog as an array, then here we have the file. Okay, then after that now we can upload it. So we can do const, then we can say await. So we can say uploaded PDF equal to await. So now we need to create a UTP that we'll use here. Remember, you can say const that is UT API equals to new, then you can do UT API coming from the server. Okay, then you execute it like that. Okay, so make sure it is coming from the server. Okay, then here you can do instead of doing that, you can do upload files. Okay, then you can add the file. Okay, then after that you can do const PDF URL equals to uploaded PDF, that is the first one, then data. So it is like this. Yeah, it is like that. Then here we can do .uf like that. So there we have the PDF URL, and we just need to return it. Okay, just like that. With that, now we have uploaded the PDF. Then you can head over now to the function. So here, so now here is where we needed to do that. So you can comment on it. So then head over here. So copy the name, paste the name here, then import it. Okay, so make sure you have the import. There it is. Okay, and then don't forget to now use the uploaded PDF. Okay, so remember it should be returning a string, and then that string is the one that will be passing here, that is generated PDF. Okay, whatever we are returning right here. So now with that, you can test your project once more. So here you can say generate a PDF about Java programming language. Okay, then now I hope it is done saving. And everything is running. So then I'm going just to hit it. So here so let's see if something is running here. So let's see if we'll be having the final output. So that is create PDF. So create PDF, we have an issue. So here so I know what the issue is, so you can just cancel. I think I know what the issue is. So head over inside the function. So here you can see we are passing topic. So remember, for our case we used prompt. Okay, so you can see here it is saying that it is undefined, all of that. So we used prompt, so that is because when you head over to the trigger, I think jobs, and you head over inside here, you see that we used prompt. So make sure it is the same thing that you are using here. Okay, then you can say now generate a PDF about Java programming language. Okay, so yeah, then you can just click on it. So now it have started. So now just give it a moment. So now it have created the PDF. It have now it is done. So all of that. So and then here you can see the URL. So when you click on it, it will actually download instead of giving you a chance to view. Okay, so yeah, so something is basically wrong here. So I think the same issue. So here you can see I'm using topic instead of prompt. So that is the issue there. So if you want, basically you can give this one here type. You can give this one here. You can see it is any. That type is actually not divisible. So make sure in every section that you have prompt, it is a static one, not a dynamic one. Okay. So now, so I will also come here and I will actually remove everything. And then I will also close this one here. So I have two running. Just delete both of them. And basically you can see everything was updated processing. This one here is one that we had earlier on that we cancelled. And then for the rest you can see basically we don't have the necessary information. So but here we have the PDF. So pdf.html. Okay, so we should also actually update. So here, so schema. So for these two parts here, I left it out. I did not update them because at the final stage I already have the URL. So I did not give it them a thought of actually updating them. But if you want, you can just pass them here and then you can update. So but there is no need because you are not actually using it, them anywhere. Okay, so here, so I just delete both. Then now generate PDF about Java. That one is enough. Actually you can just write Java also. It is going also to generate, but it is also good to be formal a bit. So now it is running. And also here you should now have another one processing, and then generate PDF about Java. Okay, so now it is almost done, and you should have the information at any given stage that is marked down, and then also PDF generator. Okay, so just give it a moment to finish every step. So it have created the PDF. So when you click on it, so it is actually done. So here you will be able to see all the information and update and all of that. So now you can see it is working. Okay, so now here you have a beautiful PDF actually generated by AI and fully free, and also about Java. So here you can see from what is Java, key features of Java, and also you can see there this point here that it have actually written. Okay, it has subtitles, it has titles, and it is actually well structured. Okay, then all the necessary information is also there. Okay, so great. So on the next part of the video, we'll actually work on actually designing the generated history. So let's continue from there. So now we are going to build the the design for the generated history or the generation history. To do that, we can close everything, then open our sidebar. Then inside our components, we can head over to the generate generate PDF. Inside generate that is job list. Okay, so here is whereby we are going to have that component here. Okay, so let's create the component. We are going to call it job, that is job list, item dot tsx. Then you can do array fce so that we can have a code snippet. So there it is. So basically it is going to accept a job. So you can accept a job, then you can give the job some type. So you can say job. So remember, we already have the types, that is job. So the next thing we need to do is just import the component. So you can come here and have the component, then import it. Okay, then we need to pass job. Okay, like that. So having the same types, you won't have any issues. Then now inside here is whereby we are going to have the design. So we are going to get started by having some design, the whole design. Then we can worry about some other things like some schema and other things. Okay, so the first thing here we'll have is a class name, whereby we'll have bg of white, and then opacity of 5. Okay, and then back that is backdrop, let's do sm, and then after that we can do rounded lg. Then we can continue and give it a shadow of md, and then border, and then lastly we can do border gray of 500, then opacity of 20. Okay, then inside here we'll have a div. Okay, then this div we can give it the following class name. Okay, so that is flex. So sorry, can do flex here, and also here I forgot some classes, so let's do flex. And then so I'm clicking something, I'm pressing something that I am not supposed to. So that is flex call item center, and then we can do sm item center. So item center here, and then here we can do item start, and then after that we can do justify center, and then sorry, that is justify between. Then now lastly we can do gap of 4, and then now we can continue here and have flex item start, that is item start, and then we can do gap of 4, and then we can do flex, that is flex of 1, and then lastly we can do min width of 0. Then inside here we'll have another div. Can give it the following classes, that is bg, that is bg indigo. We can do indigo of 500, then give it opacity of 50. and then padding of 2, and then rounded full, and then margin top of 1, and then you can do flex, that is flex shrink. So here I should be having something like flex shrink shrink 0. So yeah, you can see it is there, but I think it is a version of my Tailwind IntelliSense is not working, but when you hover you can see that it is there. Okay, and then now inside here you're going to have an icon. So what I will do is just copy all the import that we are going to have, most basically the one that are going to be dynamic. Actually, let me copy even another one here. So, and also converting the component to use grant, because here you see we'll be using some hooks. Okay, and then now there is this icon here that we can use here, and then give it the following classes, that is size of 6, and then we can do texts of indigo 300. Okay, and then you can just save and see what we'll get at this point. Okay, so that is after this div here we can do another div, so you can see what we have. Then you can have the following class name, that is flex of 1, and then min or width of 0, and then a p tag, then this p tag having the following classes, that is font of semi bold, and then we can do text of gray 100, then we can do line clamp of 1. Then inside here you'll be having the job, not job name but topic. Okay, and then also then I can save that one. Then now we'll be having another tag here called moment. So we already have moment right here, so then we need to give it how we want to use it. So first let's do some give it a value which is job dot created at, or we can just pass an empty string. Okay, then how would you like to use it? So basically when you have it like this, the default one will be the date. Okay, but for now you can also give it some classes like text sm, and then also text, that is text of gray 400. Okay, and then now that is after the moment. Then two divs, then we'll be having another div. Okay, then this div will be having the following class name, and then we'll be having text right. Okay, and then here we'll be doing if we have if job dot status equal to complete, and also we have job dot pdf url. Then I would like to show something here, so let's do div. Okay, then after that we can do span. like that. So let's start with this one here, where you can have some class name of flex and gap of 2, and then now inside here we'll be having 2 buttons. Okay, this one here on click will be doing a function. Let's actually create the function, and we can do const, can say on copy. So we don't actually need to pass anything here, since we are already inside the specific item. Okay, then here we can say on copy, then can have some class name that is flex, then item center, and then inside here we'll have an icon. So basically let's duplicate this one here, then here we can have an icon, actually that is copy link. Okay, then we'll be just be giving it that is size of 6, and then here this one here will be a span. Okay, then giving it the following classes, that will be hidden, and then MD, then we won't be able, we will actually be able to see that is the copy link or copy URL. Can do copy URL for our case. Okay, then now here we will be having a link because we basically want to download. Then we'll be doing href of job.pdf URL, then we'll be doing download, which will be, and that is generated. So here basically you can just do a dynamic one if you want. Basically you can do job.topic. Okay, then lastly you can have some classes, that is flex, item center, then inside here you can have that icon there, then can have that one download like that. But for this one here, I think also on MD you should give it a mel of 2, and also here mel of 2. Then you can save. Now we'll be left with one thing. Here is whereby we are going to show the schema. So for now let it be like that. So because now they are complete, the one that we have is complete, you won't be able to see this part right here. So basically that means here, this means that we have an issue, that this part here, this div here is not working with this div here. Okay, so here we should be having a flex call, then we'll be having flex call, then sm. I forgot this one here, that is flex row. Okay, then we'll be having flex start after that, so you can see the way it is. Sorry, and then also I forgot padding of yeah, so it should be something like that. So you can copy, but for now we don't have, so you can work on the copy section. So you can say navigator dot clipboard then you can pass that is clipboard.write text, then we pass the PDF, that is the PDF URL, and then we do toasts. Okay, we can do toasts, PDF URL, copy it to your clipboard, or you can do a dynamic one like I did it. You can do job dot topic, and like that. Okay, now we'll work on the schema. So when you copy, you'll be able to see that you have copied. Okay, so great. So now we can work on the schema. For the schema, we can do const, then we can say current message index, comma, set current message index. Okay, and then after that we can have the schemas. So I just copy them. They are just some things that you want to show as the AI does it thing. So you can be showing the user something like this, something to keep them busy waiting on your page. Okay, and then you can say effect snippet. So here you can remove all of this, then here you can remove all of this. Okay, then here you can have const internal, sorry, that is interval dot current interval dot then equals to set interval. Then we have an arrow function whereby we do we set the current message index to previous, we set it to this part here. Okay, then after that we close it. So we need to basically to close it, to close this part here. So to close it, you can basically close it like this, and also so basically, so AI sometimes usually confuses me. So let's begin from here, whereby we can have something like that. Then here we can set the current message index to a dynamic one. Okay, like this. Okay, and then after that, basically we need to do a comma here. Then we need to set to give the interval that you want to wait before changing, before actually activating this part here, or before changing the index. Okay, and then now after that we need to return something, that is return clear interval. Then we insert the interval there, and then in here we need to make sure we pass something to the dependency to make sure we always have the current, that is the current schema message. Okay, so we can say schema dot length. Okay, so for the schema message now, you can actually now have it right here. You can do class name, then we can do text muted. Okay, muted foreground. Then we can do animated pulse. Okay, then inside here we can do schema, then you can give it the current message index, then you can just save. So now we can test it. So now we can test it. So now you can give it something like Tailwind. Okay, then you can just okay, so basically the server is not on, so basically just open another terminal. So I had just closed my server, so it will just create another one here, so and it won't work basically. So you can see we are getting that error right there. So it is okay, that means we don't have the server running. So run your server, that is your Inngest server. So it is somewhere here. This one here. So you can see the pulse now. So actually you don't need to actually go ahead and save it and try another one, but you can see the schema. That is the only new thing that we have created. The others are just designs. So what we haven't tested is just the download here, and so you can see the download. Okay, great. So basically download it is okay. So okay, so actually it directed me to another page, so which is really weird. So let's see. It is not actually downloading my PDF. Yeah, it is not downloading anything. So let's see. Just want to remove everything like that. So let's head back. So basically that is href, that is of pdf.url download. Oh sorry, so here download I should be passing topic. Okay, that is topic.pdf. okay, so that is why it is important to test. Basically I should be doing something like this. Okay, and then now when you try, so actually it haven't saved. So let download. So and actually it is also copying, so make sure you remove the copy. So let's try now. Okay, really interesting. So here it is okay, and also here it is okay, and also the link and everything else it is okay. So okay, let's see. So something is really wrong on my case. So basically on my final project actually it was downloading really well. So let me just copy the link the way it is. Let me just copy the link the way it is on my end. Let's see. So instead of actually downloading, it is basically directing you to the page to download here. Okay, so you can do that basically, but basically I was thinking that it could let me actually download the PDF itself, but it is actually directing me. So it seems it is okay like that. Yeah, it seemed sorry, it seems it is okay like that. So what you can do, you can target blank. Okay, so instead of the user being redirected to being using the same tab, okay, they can actually be open on another tab. Okay, just like that. So we are done with this part. So on the next one, we'll get started by the publishers page. So let me into the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically, before we continue, I would like us to fix this part here that I actually forgot. Basically, this part here, you can see that I'm using email instead of using image. Okay. When you save, you will see that here you will see your profile image. Okay. Then you are seeing this error here. It have disappeared, but that error is because of we haven't given an on change here to an input. And we'll be doing that in a little bit. But now we need to work on uploading the image. Or basically, let us start by actually, that is submitting the image. So remember, we have the publisher ready. So now we are going to see if we can push the image. Okay, so to do that, we are going to prepare two things. The first one being where we are going to have the image, whereby you are going to say image URL like that, whereby you are going to pass the image, or you can just pass an empty string or any image that you want here. Okay, and then also we are going to have const. You can just give it a value if you want to. Since we have used the name here already, you can just give it value. Sorry, value will do, and then you can pass an empty string, but basically mostly the name is going to be there. Okay, just like that. And also we would also be having another one, which is that is description, comma, set description, and then it will be an empty string. Basically this one, it can be an empty string at first, because for us now it is an empty string, but initially, after you have published, you will be having db description. That is the db coming from description. So here you can just say description, or all. It can be something like this without using turn array and all of that. Okay, or you can just have it this way. Okay, so you can do it this way, so that if you have the publisher, we know that we have the description. So it can be, this description here can also be an empty string if you don't want the user to pass the description, and then it can be an empty string if you don't have the description from the database. So here we are going to pass the description like that. So now we have all of that. So for this part here, we're going to leave it like that. For the image, let's use this part here, whereby you have the value. Let's do an on change, which will be the name, and then here will be another on change. So let me break this down. So here the value will be the description. It can be an empty string and then an on change. Okay, it can be something like that. Okay, so with that, now we already have everything that we need. So what we are going to do now, we are going to head over inside here. So let's break this down like that. So here we are going to say e.prevent, that is to prevent default reload when we click the button. And then after that we are going to have the values. So you can say values, but it can be an object, and then it will be the name, description, and image. Okay, and then after that you can say so here you can you can use two things. You can use something like as use state, so that you can disable the button whenever it is uploading user details, or you can just use that is transition, whereby you can say is pending like that, and then you can have a comma and say start transition. Okay, and then instead of using use state, we can use transition. Okay, and then we don't need to pass false here. And then to use transition, we can come here and have it this way, like that. So remember to pass an synchronous function here, because we'll be using a server action. So when you open your sidebar here, inside our actions here, we don't have the publisher. Create a file calling it publisher.ts. So I'm just going to copy a few things. I'm going to copy the imports mostly, like that. But before we forget, you should convert this one to server. Use server because it is a server action. And also I'm going also to import these two, that is the database, and also the that is the schema. So let me see. So here is the publishers. Okay, like that. And then here we can say export, then asynchronous function, like that. Then you can close it like that. So here is whereby we are going to do all of that. So we are going to accept values, which is an object, and then this object will have will include name, which will be a string. Then it will include description, and then it will also include an image. And then after that, you can use you can make sure that you have the user, whereby you can say const session. Okay, so you can just say let's do session, and then here you can say if you don't have the session, then you can throw an error, or maybe you can just console log. You can choose whichever is better, or you can just break the function. Okay, so after that we can use try, that is try catch. Then here you can console log or throw an error, but I prefer to console log. And then I'm going to also return. I'm going to return two things: success false and a message. Failed to update let's do create. So here it should be create, like that. So that failed to create publisher profile. Please try again. And then here we can start by having a const, and then we can say new publisher. Then we can do an await. Then we can do db. Okay, then we can do that is dot insert. Then we pass in the publisher, then we pass also do dot values, then we pass the object. So we need to also have the user, that is the user ID, the name, and then the description, and then lastly the image. Okay, and then we return. So you can return everything, but for our case, because we don't need the user details, let's return a simple thing, something like we can do or actually let's see, let me see. So let us leave it like that, but you can return an ID, don't know if I just need to destructure or just need to, so let me see. So here user ID, so then you can do return, so this one here is an error because that is also undefined here. Okay, so when you do it something like this, you will see the error will just disappear. Okay, so let's leave this one like that, then you can fix this one here like this. Okay, so this one here I was thinking maybe we can do publisher dot ID comma, or maybe something like that. Okay, then maybe a comma, you can do ID. Okay, so I'm sorry, this part here, if I want to return a specific ID, actually we did it here inside jobs. So this way ID, so you just need to come here inside an object. Yeah, inside an object, then you need to say ID, then you need to say publisher.id. Yeah, like that. And then you can come here and return and actually revalidate. You can revalidate, so instead of revalidating page, let us revalidate layout, and then you can just have a simple forward stroke. So since actually we don't know where the user is at, maybe the user can be maybe at the publishers page, or can be at the home page. So that is for the create. So for the create, basically they can be at different pages, so that's why I prefer leaving it like that. Okay, and then lastly we can return, so that is success, publisher profile created successfully, and then we return the publisher ID. Okay, like that. So we come here, then we say if we don't have the publisher, then now we can do publisher action. So make sure you have publisher action here. Okay, and then you can pass in the values. So basically when you hover here, you can see the types. So this should have been the correct way to get the types, like that. So yeah, you can see the error have disappeared. So if we have a success, then we have them there, that is response.message, and then we set false. So instead of setting it false, maybe we can just, or you can set it false, then you can do router.push, then you push the user to that specific page, and then we need to have it here whereby you can say router, like that. Okay, and then we need to disable, we need to disable this one, disable. Okay, so this one here is pending. Okay, then you can just copy it. Then also we need to disable this one here, and then also this one here, and then also this one here. So make sure you disable all of that. when actually that is doing our thing here, that is submitting. Okay, so after reload we are going to try it, and then we are going to try to update the publisher. So with that we can actually come here and copy all of this, okay, then here we can do update, and actually maybe let's see, maybe we can just duplicate the whole thing just like that. And then here we can actually come here and say update. So basically we need to pass everything. Okay, after passing everything, instead of doing insert, here we are going to do update. Okay, and then here we need to say set. Okay, then we need to remove just the user ID. So since we don't know what the user is updating, we just update the everything. Okay, then we repeat the whole same process. Then here instead of create we can say updated. Okay, and then so here there was, we should have been saying creating. So I think everything here, then also we can say updated. Okay, just like that. So you can just duplicate it like that. Okay, so then you can come over here. So here we have an else. So now you can just also duplicate this one here. And then pass this one here, then import it. Then we are, remember we are passing the values. Okay, remember we are passing every value. Then we need to pass the message. Then we don't need to do this, maybe just need to set false. Okay, and with that we'll have updated the that is our publisher. So just let it reload. So now click dashboard. So here it is. So here we are getting another error. So input contains an input of type undefined with both value and default value prop. Input element must be either controlled or uncontrollable. So we can leave that one for now. And then we can come here. So remember we haven't worked on this part here. So for the that is for the publisher description, we can just say new publisher. Okay, then we can just create. Okay, so you can see publisher profile created successfully, and then I'm being redirected. Okay, so that is great. So since we don't have that section to actually that is call this part here once more, so I will just have to come here, that is here, and then I will just have to actually close this part here or comment this part here. Okay, just for now, so that when we finish we can actually uncomment it. So I should actually be already on the other page. So yeah, so you can see now I am on the publishers page. Okay, so now let's try to update. So now you can see the new publisher then you can try to update here. So you can see something, you can see, so this one here is actually working. So publisher, so you can do, so let's try to update. Publisher updated successfully. Then let open. So you can see this part here, this part here is not actually working really well. So here we have value, okay, and also here we are using value. So something, so here you can do, so you can see it is not working there when even when I click. So that is because I have both default value and the value. So remove one, okay, remove one, then like that. So remove the one that I have removed, that is the default value, and then you can come here and say, so actually I would actually remove the, that is the value, okay. Remove the value and then change this one to be name or string, okay, then save. And then now when you try to type, now we'll see it will be working. Yeah, so now when I come here and say Benson Rara, then you will see it is working. So you can see it is totally working. So now let us work on changing the image. So let's continue from there so that we can change the image, so that I can also find the image that I can use to upload, okay. So now let us work on the image. So for the image part, we have already done this part here, which is really important. And then after that we can work on we can add a hook. So let me just copy the hook. It is just use ref hook. So let us add it here. So it is a use ref hook, and then make sure you give it a type of HTML input. Sorry, that is HTML input element or null, then import it like that. And then after that we are going to now have it here. So on click, so I'm going just to copy on click. So we'll be using this div here whenever we click this div here. So it is this part here. So you can see the one with the cursor pointer. I really hope so. So you can see also this one here. So you can also give this one here cursor pointer. So when you save, maybe I don't know if it is going to differ. The cursor pointer is going to be all around. So yeah, so like that. So this part here, you can see we have group hover. So make sure you add a group here like that. So it is whenever we hover, we get the MD edit. So like that. So you can see. So I forgot that group there. So then this part here will be hidden, and then we'll also add type. which will be, so when you control spacebar, you will see you'll have different version. Then we'll choose file, then also we'll also say what we want to accept. So control spacebar, you don't have that part, but you should write image forward stroke then italic, like that. So now with that also you need to add another two things, that is actually three things. The one we have already done that, which one here is the class name. Then we also need to add absolute, then also actually let's have it just hidden. I think it is okay the way it is. Okay, so the next thing that I want us to add is the on change. So you can see the way it have been added here. It is almost okay, but let's do it, for us, for our case, it will be just a small thing, an event, and then inside here is where we are going to say if we have e dot, that is event dot target dot files, then we do and then we say e dot target dot files, okay, is greater than 0. And then in that case we are going to extract the file, okay, then you are going to pass the file to our product. So here it should be dot length, okay, to make sure it is more than 1, or it is actually we have something there. So then after that we are actually going to do something here. So here we are going to use a prod thing. So whereby you are going to say const, then we are going to say const, then we are going to say start, that is start. So actually let us leave it like that, then you can say equal to use upload, that is use upload thing. So like that, then a comma, then an object. Then inside here we are going to have different things. So when you head inside upload thing, so that is inside lib. So here you see you are missing one. So basically what you need to do, you just need to add it, whereby you just need to say export const, then you extract, that is use upload thing, then equal to, that is equal to generate, that is generate react helper, okay. So make sure you import it. So here it is. And then after that you just give it type, that is use file router, then you just close the curly bracket like that, okay. Then now when you come here to auto import it, you should be able to do that, okay. So here it is. So now here when you hit control space bar, you can be able to get image uploader. Then here you can also be able to get, that is start upload, comma, and then you can also be able to get this boolean here. So let's use this boolean first. So whenever you are also updating an image, we don't want to upload, we don't want to also do anything with this part here, okay. So we don't want also to overload our that is our prod thing. Then after that we are going to use, that is start upload, whereby you are going to pass an array of that file, this start here usually accepts an array of files. So you can see here an array of files. It is of type of an array of files. So you need to make sure you are passing an array like that. So after that we just need to come here and actually say on upload error, then we can do something. So you can do whatever you want to do here. For me, just that one is enough. And then after that, that is on client upload complete. Then we are going to have a res like that. Then here we are going to get the URL, that is const URL equals to res dot, that is res dot, this one, that is UFS URL. The other one are depreciated, so that is res, the first one, then dot UFS URL. You can see it is of type string. That is really important. Then after that we are going to say can do something like that. Okay, if you have the URL, then we can just toast image uploaded successfully. If you don't have it, you can also post an error, and then also make sure you pass the image URL. You pass the image that is the URL to the image to that is set image URL, so that the values can be perfect here. So remember, for the values we are using image URL here. So let us save. So let us save. So it is still saving, so let us let it load. So here you can actually uncomment this one, but don't save before we check this part here. So here you can see now you can be able to control click. So I'm going to place it on my other window. Then I'm going to choose an image, my image. Okay, I'm going to choose an image. So you can see the button are disabled. Okay, and also here I believe it is also disabled. Okay, so you can see even when I click it is disabled. Okay, so until the image finishes uploading. Okay, so this one here will give you that timer of when it finishes. You can also use I think this part here usually also have another one, which is progress upload, that is on upload progress, or on upload, that is progress. Okay, so here the image was updated, but basically you can see here this image was not changed. Okay, so you can see the image was not changed, but now you can see it have changed. So that means something here. So you can see here we are still using this image here, so we should be using image, that is image URL. Okay, you should be using image URL. That was the issue. Okay, so when you repeat the process, so I just return the image that I was using. Okay, so like that. So yeah, you can see like that. So you can also update it like that. So just perfect. So you can see now you can be able to do all of that. So there is another important thing that we haven't worked on, that is deleting the image. So basically when you update the image, basically you leave the other image there, which is not really sustainable to a small company or to anyone basically. So basically when you finish uploading, I would like also to have the image. So let's see. So what you can do, so just give me a moment. So what you can do, you can check, you can go over here and say const is upload the image, so equals to, then you can say that is this publishers here, this publisher image here. Okay, then you can say like that, dot includes, like that. So when you head over to upload thing, or basically head over here, so you can close this one here, it will waste a lot of time. Open this image in a new tab. So sorry, open this image in a new tab like that. So you can see, let me copy the whole thing. Like that. So you can see the common denominator here, which is basically this part here. Okay, so even if you're using another in another project, I think this one here is an ID or something, but this one here is usually the main denominator. Okay, you can see even here. Okay, so you can check if it includes this part here, or you can do .sr, .sh. Okay, if it does, then we are going to say if true, we are going to delete the image. So to do that, you can open your sidebar, then head over inside upload thing. Okay, so this is another part here whereby we uploaded using our backend. So you have seen how you can do in the backend and in the front end. Okay, so here we are going to see how we can actually delete an image, but this usually happens only in the backend. So here we are going to say export const delete image. So you can give it like that. Then inside here we are going to first let me actually just copy everything, because it is just some simple code. So we just need to replace this part here with this, and then this part here with this part here. So basically this part here was an array for me, so you can actually remove the map. Or basically you can do this so that you can be able to use it even inside you can be able to use it even inside a different project where you have you want to delete a lot of that is a lot of images. So you can do image URL. Okay, so like that. So with that, you will be able to delete an image. So here what you are doing, you actually need to split the file. So you can see split a string into a substring using the specified separator and return them as an array. okay, then we pop, so that is means we return them into an array. Okay, so remove the last element from an array and returns it if the array is empty, and defined is returned. So basically you can see it returns it in an array. Okay, so you can see like that. So now we can use the function. So basically here you await the UTP, that is UT API dot delete, then you pass the UID. So UID basically is this part here. Okay, is the one that you need to pass here. Okay, so that's why I said here it is returning it to an array. Okay, because basically it is printing up to the last up to the last forward stroke. Okay, so it is pretty to sorry, so it is pretty up to this point. So you are left with something like this, and those are the ones that you are passing to you, that is UT API. So then you can return the JSON. Okay, so like that. Then now you can come here and say await delete, then you pass the image. Okay, then make sure you import it, then convert this one here into a synchronous function. So you can also say if this part here is true, and also you have the image, so you can do this part here, and then you can say maybe toast the old image deleted successfully. So okay, so let's try. So let's try once more. So I'm waiting for it to finish loading here. So for the next part, we are going to work on the sidebar, so that we can then focus on the that is on the upload, that is uploading the that is the book details. Okay, so it is done. So you can come here and just click. So I will choose another image. So the first thing is when it completes, so when you get the complete toast here, we are going to know that something have happened. The image was actually successfully uploaded. Success, basically we get it, we will first get the old toast, this one, the old image deleted successfully. We will get that one first, then we can get image uploaded successfully. Okay, so I think it is also in the correct order. So when you open, so image uploaded successfully, in the other part here you can see the JSON that was returned. Okay, URL, that is the key and the name. Okay, and the custom ID full and all of that. So you can see the image was deleted, and then we have a new image right now. So then you can save. So yeah, so great. So now you can save here. So after that, now we'll be able to access that section using only the user icon that we'll have here. So now you cannot be able to open it. It will actually direct you to the same page. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So we are going to work on the sidebar. So we need to create where we're going to have the sidebar. So it is important that you know that this one here is the publisher's page. That is where we have their profile. That is where we have been redirecting the section when we click this button and when we actually created the profile. But that won't be the case. Basically, we will have a dashboard that is inside app. Okay, then inside there we are going to have user ID. Okay, then you are going to have route, because you are going to have some different kind of route. That is route.ts. okay, then you are going to have RAFCE. Okay, then here we are going to say not route basically, so sorry, that is page. So then here can actually change this one to so that is .tsx. So we can change this one to that is okay, dashboard page, like that. And then here, remember, we need to get everything. Okay, and remember also to convert this one here into a synchronous function. So now we are going to be redirecting the user to this section, and also here. So basically this one here, I don't know, I keep renaming it, but here actually should have been layout. I was confusing layout with route, so it should be layout like that. So the same layout that we have here. Okay, so make sure it is the same. Then here we can now change this one here to layout. Sorry about that. And then now here we can accept the children. Okay, like that. Then here we are going to be accepting the params, comma. Then we are going also to be accepting the children. Then also you're going to get the types like that. But remember, this was the earlier way of doing it, but right now we need to have it inside a promise, like that. Okay, and then here we have a promise that way. Okay, so if you leave it like that, when you deploy, you'll be getting an error, but at the same time we'll be getting an error down here. Okay, now we have all of that. So you can save. And actually I want us to get that is the user, so that actually we can redirect the user to this page, or we can direct this section to that page, like that. So hand over to btn. So now here it should be dashboard, like that, then stroke user ID. Okay, then also when you head over to the dialog, that is publisher dialog. Okay, scroll down to the submit section. Here also should be dashboard, like that. So that should be stroke dashboard. btn also should be stroke dashboard, stroke user ID, like that. So when I click this button here, it should redirect me to that is stroke dashboard stroke user ID. Okay, so that is the same thing, dashboard stroke user ID. And basically I assume that I have made a mistake. So let me see. That is the dashboard. Okay, so okay, I think it is okay. Oh, sorry about that. So you can see here we have dashboard, then we have the layout. So basically I forgot to have the home page. Okay, so to have the home page, it is the same thing that we did here. You have not there, but here this part here. So you can just copy this part and then you can paste it inside here. Okay, it's just the same thing. I forgot to have the page. Remember, when you have the children, remember it is a must that you have the children, that the children being the pages. So remember, you have the layout here. So you can see now it is reloading, and then you can see now we are not getting the error there. So really important, I forgot about that section. So now I can design this part here, whereby I can give it the following class names, whereby it will be dashboard, layout, okay, then dark gradient or gradient, like that. Then then here it can be, we'll be having the sidebar, okay, then after that we'll be having a div, the following class name, then we'll be having admin container, like that. Then inside here we're going to have the header, okay, then here we need to pass the session, or you can just pass the is publisher, and then also we need to pass the publisher. Okay, so since we have already done all of that, let me just copy the publisher. So you can head over to the layout. I think it is inside header. Inside header you'll be able to get all of that. Oh, sorry, just want to copy all the imports, like that. And then here should be the publishers, like that. And then here we don't have this one for now. And then this one here should be coming from navigation, like that. And then here we should be passing the publisher. So the publisher, so here that is not the header, but here you can see here is whereby you are getting the publisher, and then also is publisher, you can pass it here. So you can see it is publisher. So basically on the, so let me finish here, then I just explain. Then here you can just pass the publisher. Sorry, that is publisher. Okay, then here for the user, you can see session dot user dot, sorry, we need also to get the user from here. Like that. So for the is publisher, so when you head over to btn, so instead of checking if you have the publisher, we should be using is publisher here. Okay, really important, because we remember that this is the way we are checking if it is the publisher, because we already have the role. Okay, the role being user, publisher, and admin. Okay, so now it is going to reload to add the header, then also the sidebar. So now open your sidebar, head over to components. So here you can add another component. You can call it publisher, or you can just call it dashboard, like that. So you can see basically we are missing something, so we're going to fix that. So here is where we are going to have the sidebar dot tsx then you can use rafce, like that. Then it is going to accept only one prop, being the publisher. So here we can just actually import it. So here it is, like that. Then we need to pass the publisher. Just like that. So basically this div here should also include the children, so it should be a div including the children. Okay, so after that should fix that. Then you can actually now get started on the that is on the sidebar. So on the sidebar, I'm going to copy to a few things, basically a few hooks, basically the session, the path name, and the use state, and then is dashboard equals to pathway. Then if it is dashboard, then we know it is, because here so we are using dot include that dashboard, that is path name. So I should also copy these imports, also converting the component to use client because of the hooks that you can see there, like that. And then also I'm going to copy an array, like that. So I'm going to copy an array like that, so basically like that. Okay, so like that. So then I'm going to give this one here class name, that is md width of 240 px. So you can save it. So layout, inside layout of dashboard. So I want to confirm something. Okay, so on this, so it is okay the way it is, because it is not taking too much space, and also basically this part here will only be showing the icons when we have this more when you have it in this size. Okay, when you have a small screen like that. So let's continue. So just wanted to confirm if I missed any classes on the layout, but it is okay. So here here we are going to have another div, then you are going to have class name, then you are going to give it the sidebar, a sidebar, then you are going to give it bg dark 100 and then shadow of 2 excel. Then inside here we're going to have another div, then we're going to have a link, then you're going to pass href being the home page. Then in here we can actually copy an image and a h1, and then also giving this one here the following classes. Like that. So that is flex item center, sorry, that is item center. So my autocomplete is not working, so that is item center. Then you can just save, and then after that now we can have the array. So now we can map over this array. So it is going to happen just after the link, whereby you're going to have a div. Then having the div, you're going to give it the following class name, whereby you're going to have margin top of 10, and then flex, and then flex call, and then gap of 5. Then in here we are going to have a link. So you're going to have dashboard links, then you're going to have it like this. And in here we are going to first use return, sorry, going to use return because we need to confirm something on each individual on the on each individual link. So when using return, you should not use parentheses but curly brackets. Then you can use return like this. Okay, then here you can have costs, then you can say is selected, then you can say path name equals to link dot route. Okay, then here you can have another link, so a tag, like that. Then you have the href being a dynamic, you can actually pass a dynamic one, which is link dot route. Okay, then after that you can have a div. Okay, and then also you should also pass the key, which can be the route. Then in here, you can have class name, a dynamic one basically. So then you're going to use cn if you want to make this dynamic, because you have also imported it and it is much simpler to use. Then you're going to use parentheses, and then for the normal one you're going to have them as link. Okay, and then if it is selected, so if it is selected, so you have a comma, then if it is selected, going to have the following classes inside a string. Then we're going to say pg gradient, that is to br. Then you can say from primary to blue. Then shadow sm. Okay, then now here you can have the icon, where you can say link dot icon. Okay, then you can have the following class name, that is size of 6. Then after that you can have a p tag. Then you can have a class name. Then to also be a dynamic one, you can use cn, whereby you can actually, to be dynamic, whereby you can say is selected. Then you can say you'll be having the following classes if it is selected, that is, and then if not, you'll be having something like that. So let's start if it is selected, whereby it is going to be text, that is black, and then texts lg, then font of bold. Then you are going to have text dark. Okay, then you can save. Okay, sorry, then you should also have a link text here, so that you can see what you should be able to see inside the text. Okay, so let it load. So now after these two divs here, okay, after these two divs you're going to have a div. Okay, then this div is going to have the following class name, being the user, and then cursor pointer. Okay, then inside here we're going to have an avatar, so I'm just going to copy it because we have already worked on it a little bit when we actually worked on this avatar here, so it is actually the same. And then here we can have an on click, maybe it is an avatar click. And then just after the avatar, I'm going also to copy a simple div, whereby we basically show a simple div there. And then lastly, I'm going to copy, so on the last div here I'm going to paste the that is the dashboard, because when his dashboard is true and when it is open, basically you want to show the dashboard. Okay, really important for that part. Like that, then you can just save. So basically, yeah, it should be like that. So you can see, then you can click this part here. So basically is dashboard, so this is true. So basically it should be opening. So head over to, so let me see. So we used it inside btn. So basically it is the same thing here. So I just want to replace this part here. So it is the same thing. So but I think I know why it is not opening. So let's see. So let's move this part here first. So this part here, avatar click. Move this part here also. So something is basically long, so let me just pause it, then I can just show you how I fix the issue. So the issue was basically just this on boot instead of on click. Okay, so what you can do, you can Control Z each and every part so that you can go back to the way things were, and then here change it to on click, like that. Okay, so it was a simple typo because I didn't see making that mistake. Sorry about that. And then now when you click, you should be able to see it like that. Then also here on the btn, basically I have changed it back to the publisher because I have noticed something. When you head over to the when you head over to the publisher, so here, so when you create a new publisher, basically make sure you also you also pass in the, that is the basically don't need to pass in the user ID. Basically you already have the user ID. So what you need to do, you just need to also update the user. So I'm going to change this to update the user. So I'm going to update user, and specifically we're going to update user role. Okay, so here we are going to change this part here. Okay, we are going to remove this part here, and then we're going to say user, because we need to make sure that here the role changes. Okay, so that we can use his publisher, but basically you can also use publisher here, but I just want to show you how we can fix this part here, and basically you can have it this way also. And then here when you hit Control spacebar, you should basically see role and then change it to publisher. then you can return this part, but also we need another section where that is where like that. Okay, that is where .id. So in my sidebar here inside jobs, so that we can have the same style of doing things. So basically here we can have it as users. Okay, and it is saying user does that is where does not exist on type user. Okay, interesting. And you can say user, that is session.user.id. Or we can use an empty string like that. So here we can use this part here to fix. We can use that is ChatGPT to fix that part, but basically I don't think that you can see basically it is the same thing. Okay, maybe here I made a mistake, but I don't know. So you can see basically it is the same thing. I really don't know what the issue was. So basically now when the user create the publisher profile, basically now we'll also update the role. Okay, that was very important, and we forgot to do that part. So you can use this part here, that is publisher, or you can just say if you have publisher, then you can basically do that. Then the next thing that we need to do here, here we need to actually do something here. You can basically try to decrease the size, or basically do something. So you can see the way it is. So you can see, so basically make sure on MD like that it is basically hidden, basically much earlier on, before the like that. Then you can say with fit. So okay, it was much better earlier on. So okay, so basically okay. So it should be like this. So when you increase, sorry, so it should be hidden, just it should be hidden, and then on MD it should be something like actually let's do block. So it should be something like that. that is on MD and above should actually be able to show it. So basically it should not be there right now. So okay, and then before as it loads, so here we need to actually, even when on large devices here, you will see that it is basically too large. Okay, so basically we don't want them in one line. So to fix this part here, so sorry, so let me just fix the screen a bit. So yeah, so the screen is okay. So and also this part here, you can have it this way, that is hidden, and then MD you can have it block. So when you are on the smallest size as possible, you will be having something like this. Okay, and then on a bigger screen like that, you want to actually do something to make sure that you have everything in one line. That is the name of the user. So to do that, we are going to say dot split. So here it is, and then where we want to split from, that is from the space. So you can see there is a space between. So when you save, you will see basically what it will do. It will make sure that everything is in one line. So basically, if you want it to be like that, you can let it be. But for me, I just want to have one name, so you can do pop like that, then you can save. Okay, so I just have the last name like that. So I think it is much better this way. And if you want also, for this part here, instead of showing that is the user profile, you can show the publisher profile. So that is this one here. So here you can just show, so remember you have the publisher, so you can do publisher dot image, then you can just save. So now you can see we have the image, the same image like this one here. Okay, so great. So on the next part, we'll focus on that is on the ad book. Okay, so let's meet on that part of the video. But basically first we can actually create it. So let's do that. So you can head over, that is inside app, then inside dashboard, then inside that is user, create books, then inside there create dynamic route, that is ID, then create page, that is page.tsx, then you can do RAFCE. Okay, then like that, then you can do book add book, then you can remove all of that, then you can just save. So after saving and then reload, you will see that basically you will get the 404 page should disappear. So you can see it is reloading. So it will just take a moment to do so. So it is done. So now you can see we have successfully created that route. So perfect. So you can wait for it to finish refreshing here, but everything is okay now. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. Now we are going to work on the form. Basically the form we are going to use the one that we used earlier on, that is on the sign, that is Auth. So find Auth form. So mostly we are going to use some basically of this, some function here, just a simple function like this one here. Okay, so just simple things. But before we continue, we need to get started by actually getting params. So remember, we are inside ID, so we need to get the ID. So that is only done using params. So we need to get params like that, and then when you come inside here, you need to say params is of type promise. Okay, and then inside here is whereby you will have the object of ID of type string. Okay, just like that. And then after that, I'm going basically to import the DB. I'm going to import the DB like that, and then I'm going to copy a simple snippet here that we have already seen and worked on. Basically, we are going to get the ID here. Okay, and then here we are going to check if it is if ID is equals to new, then we give it null, else we give it ID. Okay, and then here we need to convert this one here into a synchronous function, just like that. And then this part here, when you hit Control space bar, you will see that we don't have the book. So head over to the schema. Okay, and then here is whereby we are going to add that part. So since we have already worked on this part, that is the schemas, I will basically just copy the two, that is the two books and the relationship, basically. So here is the book, so you can see here the type we have talked about it, and varchar here. Varchar basically is when you are giving a long string. Basically, you can use a text if you want also. It is basically text here gives you an option that if the text that you are adding, you don't know how much length it will entail, but if you know how the marks that you are giving your text, that is on the front end, basically you can actually give it varchar and then give it length. Okay, and then there is this relationship here. Okay, so relationship here, basically you can see we are giving it one, that is one on that is one. Okay, that is basically one, that is one, that is so let basically I'm confusing these ones. DB relationship. So basically, okay, just want to confirm something. Yeah, 1-to-1 basically. Okay, you are giving it here 1-to-1. Yeah, I was forgetting 2. So that is 1-to-1. Okay, this one here, that that is basically one user can actually upload multiple books. Okay, and then here there is publisher. Basically publisher, you can actually leave this one out, but basically let also have it. So here we have, I think we call this one publishers. Okay, but this one here really is not that important, but basically because we'll use the user. Okay, because we'll use the user ID, because that is the information that you are getting from our Auth. Okay, so then after that you can save, then open your terminal, and then after that create a new terminal. So you can close this one here. So, and also basically you can see you have many to many. So here basically I think I confused between this part here. I'm confused because here 1 to 1 here, but basically per my explanation, one user can upload many books. I think it is this one here. Okay, that is one to many, and many to many is when many user don't know this part. Multiple records in a table A can be linked to multiple records in a table A, and one record in a table A can be linked to multiple. This one here, basically this one here, really important. So you can read through this part, but basically I usually don't work on those parts, on those relationship mostly. Basically just know this part here. It will do good. It will do you good, and you won't actually need to master all of these relationships here. When you just need to have a relationship, you can basically use this section here, and then after some time you will just master it. Okay, so here you can hit Control Spacebar, and then you can see the books. Okay, and then now everything is okay. Then after that, you just need to write on your terminal npx drizzle kit generate. Okay, that is generate. So just give it a moment. So as it does that, we are going to continue. So we are going to give this div the following class name, basically that is width of full. Okay, so it is done. Then here you can do npx migrate, that is migrate, like that. And then now we can open our sidebar here, and then inside our component, then inside dashboard here we can create that is book form .tsx. Okay, so you can see here it is done. So you can close it, and then here you can run rafce just like that, book form. Okay, then you can copy book form. So basically this one here will basically accept book, and then we'll give this type book of book. I think we have that one. So basically it should be the same, basically like this one here. Okay, yeah, and then here you can save, and then here now we can import it. So auto import it like that, then you give it book, just like that. Okay, so with that now you have form. So you can see here we have a bit of an error. It is saying basically undefined. Okay, so basically when you come here, you can say or it can also be undefined. Okay, and then you can just save. So basically now we need to head over to that is new, this one here. So it will just take a moment to actually compile everything. So make sure you have this part here opened. So you can move to the top here, and then you can just copy all of this. So we'll just remove everything else that you don't need, and then here you paste it. So of course you won't need sign in. You will need router, and then for the image you can remove and then for the rest can stay as it is. And then here let limiting you can actually leave. Okay, so we can actually copy all of this. Okay, then we need to head over to so here the next thing that we basically need is this form here. So basically, okay, so this one here, and then basically also this one here. So instead of actually doing that, let actually head over to UI, and let us use that of UI. So I think it will be much simpler and much easier to move on, so that we can get used to it. Okay, that is React hook form. Okay, then there is this form here. Open your sidebar, then head over inside lib. Inside here you should see utils. Okay, here is whereby you are going to copy that simple what we need basically. It is just a simple thing that we need actually to export. Yeah, there it is, and then we just need to import z, that is Zod. Okay, so here is all of that. So here you can see what I was talking about on the schema, that you give it maximum, that you know it is not going to go over that, and then you can see the rest of it, not empty, all of that. So then you can just save, then you can just copy it. You can close this one, let also close this one. So then you can just paste it here, then paste it here, then import it. Okay, just like that. Then here for the initial one, that is for the default one, we are going to use something different. So let me show you what you're going to use. So here you're going to use these ones here. So can just say here, just copied, I did not copy the full code, so you can say const, and then you can say default values. So if you have book, we'll basically be showing this part, and then basically we'll be using this part. If you don't have, basically we'll be using this part, and then here now you can pass default values. Okay, just like that. With that, now you have form. So now here you can see also you have book form. So let's continue here. So scroll down, so you can see we have already have the schema. We already have user hook form, so we don't have user hook form. So yeah, we have it, so we have already done that. You have also already done this, and also we have already done this part here just right now. The next thing that we need is just the function. So you can have a simple function here whereby you can say on submit, then you can just close. Okay, so here this one here for now can be enough, and then you can convert this one into a synchronous function. So this one here is enough to test what we are going to do. Then we can scroll down, and then we just need to copy all of this. So we also need the button. So we already have the button, and also we already have the form. So replace all of that with this part here. Okay, Then the next thing that we need to do, just need to copy the whole this part. So let me zoom out a bit. Just copy it. But for our case, not going to be like that. We are going to start by having this div with the following class name, whereby it's going to be margin top of 10. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have that form. Okay, just like that. And then the name, you can see here we are getting an error because you can see what you can basically use. So let's have title there. Okay. So for the form here, it will have a space of 8. It is okay. So now we just need to repeat this process for all the others. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy for every part. So basically remember, so basically for this just basically for this field, that is form field, basically that is we are using input. Okay, so let me show you one way so that you can repeat the same process. So just want to have the same styling. So styling, basically you can see how you can add form up to that point, because this way with this form here, it is actually a success, just because the only thing that we are missing that we cannot actually submit is because we are missing the other items here. But basically when you repeat the same process with these values or with these names, basically you will have a complete form for our case. But basically, for example, if we remove these ones here, you have a complete form. Okay. Yeah, so basically for the styling, for the input styling, it will look something like this. So you can see there is no difference. Okay, so you can see there is no difference here. You can change this one here to this, copy this one here, you can say loading, so that you can have the same thing. So I just want to repeat the same process. That is for description we'll use text area. I want to genre. Basically I think we can also repeat the same process. The user can add their genre. Then there is this summary here, the same text area, and then here we'll use select. Okay, so you can open your sidebar. So you can open your sidebar, then head over to that is select. Okay, select, here it is. So this is what we want to add. So scroll down, just copy that is the import there, like that. So with that, now we'll have select. So this is the way you add select. Okay, for our case we basically have something different. So just want to copy the whole thing. So that is this part, the whole of this part here. Okay, so for this part here, you can actually comment on this part. So here we'll explain what we are doing in a bit. So for the text area, basically you can find it here. It is just a tag. So basically there is not a lot of volley. So you can see it just a text area here. Okay, and then you just need to import, and then here is the tag. So just copy this and then head over here, then paste it there. So yeah, So you can see the way it is looking like. So sorry. So yeah, you can see the way it is looking like. So for this part here, I'm going to explain. So let it load. So here inside this form input, we are basically having a label and a button, and also they will be inside a div, giving them flex, item center, justify center. That means they will look something like this. Okay, so we'll use this part here to generate the that is the basically the summary. Okay, so can remove that part there. So like that. So what I want to do next basically will be to basically upload. So upload will just come here. So upload. So okay, sorry, upload won't be there, it will be just after the form. So you can have a div, then this div you can give it the following class name, whereby it will be admin dash upload dash div, and then inside here we'll have a form. So basically you can just copy this form here, just like that, and then here we just remove this tag there. So but before we do so, let us head over inside here, and then inside component, then dashboard, we can create another file calling it file upload.tsx, and then we can have array fce like that. So basically it is going to accept a few things. So let me just copy the props. So it is going to accept the URL, that is if we have book, it is going to accept the state disabled, then a function coming from that is form field, okay, from this field here, and then also type, and is uploading, and set uploading, set is uploading. Okay, so basically now so for that is for the uploading, it is going to use a use state. So just want to copy the use state, so there it is, and then we need to import the use state. So there it is. And then the next thing that we need to do, we just need to pass the component. And then we need to import the component. So we haven't saved this one here yet. Then you can come here and import it. So I made a mistake on the spelling of the, that is upload. Can rename it to upload. So now you can come here and actually now upload it. After that, we are going to add that one for the that is for the PDF URL. So okay, just give it a moment. And then here you can actually change this one to cover URL like that. So my whatever is running, so can come here and say import file upload coming from dashboard. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so the next thing we are going to do, we're going to actually add that is for the PDF. It is actually the same thing with this one here. Okay, what we are changing basically is the type. Okay, and then the rest are the same. Okay, then here they are these two here uploading. Basically we use them on the, I don't think we actually use them, so we will see basically when uploading, but for the image we actually don't do that. Okay, so basically, okay, I think we use it really. I think we'll find some use for this part here, don't worry about that. And then you can just save. So let's see. So the same, I also made a mistake here. So now I think we won't have any issues. So now you can see the way it is. So now we'll be working on the image upload. Remember, we already have done most of the legwork, that is upload thing. So now we just need to work on the styling and then uploading the what we want. Okay, so we can head over here and then we can start by actually designing. So the first thing we do, we give this one here the following classes. All class, that is padding bottom off for, and then we can actually remove this part, and then inside here you can say here this one is for the upload btn, and then after that we can have a turn array whereby you can say if we have URL, okay, or basically if you have URL or URL is equals to an empty string, then basically is when I want us to have that is a button. So for the button, you can come here and copy the button, and then you can remove the unused. So for sure it is basically okay, don't know. So and then here now you can actually import it. Okay, and then you can give it the following. So basically it will have a class name of with full and a gap of 2. And then inside here we'll say is uploading or is upload. So basically I think, okay, we can leave it like that, but basically we should have used is uploading. Okay, and then we can say if is uploading, you can basically just show a simple text is uploading, else basically that is else here. So basically I don't want it to be like this. So if it's uploading, basically I will just be showing that string there, but if it is not, I want to show something that that is an icon of a IO, that is outline cloud upload. So you can import this one here from that is React icon. You can say import like that from AI. Okay, and then you can also import toast. I will basically use it later on. And then you can give it the following classes, that is size of 5, and then after that we are going to have an input. Okay, input is going to be of type file, and then it's going to be hidden. Okay, then you are going to have that is ref, which you don't have for now, and then we are going to have accept, whereby it is going to be an object. Then we can say type equals to type string. If it is equals to image, then we can actually accept image, then italic like that. Then after that we can say or you can have a string of application, that is for the PDF, that is application / PDF. Okay, and then we'll also have an on change. So let's do that. That is for the ref. So let me just copy for the ref, and then for the transition also let me copy the two use states. Sorry, that is the states. Can import this one from React, and also this one here from React. Okay, so should have all of that. Then now you can pass file ref here. You can say file ref picker, and then we can also create a function where you can say const on change so we already have on change. On input change, that one will be perfect like that. Okay, so now with that you should be able to see something. So instead of file upload, so basically this part here is actually annoying. Basically you can just come here and try to auto import it, then you will see the error will disappear. Components, and then here you can have navigation. Sorry, not navigation but dashboard. Yeah, so now you can see something. So basically here after this part here you can have upload, then you can say type like that, type equal to image, say image, else say PDF. Okay, so like that. So now, since now we don't have anything to show, I think we can actually try to upload something now, so that we can actually now design with something. Okay, so to do that, basically we can actually come here. So then, but first we should head over to the last image section that we worked on, that is inside, sorry, not image, but basically that is generate PDF. Basically it happened, okay, so remember we said you can do this one in the server, but also we want to do this one here inside, we did it inside, that is inside what, basically inside use client. So here you can search for start upload. So yeah, so I totally forgot about this part here. So this part here is what we want. Okay, so basically you can just copy the whole of this part, and then here you can come and paste it there. And then now you can just import upload thing. So there it is. Okay, and then for the rest of this part here, you can basically delete it like that. So, but basically before we do so, basically for this part here, I think it will be useful. So you can remove this part, and then here you can say if you have URL, okay, and also includes, okay, so and then here now we can also delete, the image. So here you can pass the URL. Okay, so basically here, okay, so here blocked scope variable URL used before it is declared. Okay, interesting. Okay, here it is. So basically we have another URL. So this one here you can say uploaded URL. Okay, then we can here we can do this part here. So here we don't have this part, so basically we won't be doing this part here. For our case we'll be doing on change, then we pass the upload URL. Okay, and then after that we'll be just saying if you have set is upload, then we can set it to false. Okay, but this part here, basically we can actually remove it here. I think let us use the button the way I actually did it on my part. And then here now we can actually do something, and on change here we can say const, then we can say file equal to, basically files equal to e.target.files. then you can say if, so if you don't have files, okay, or file.length is equal to 0, then we can toast something, toast.error, no file selected, and then after that we can actually set file. Okay, and then after that we can actually start, that is start upload, whereby we can actually pass an object of file. Okay, so the way it is like that. Okay, so here you have file, then you set it set start to upload to file to the array file. So now that is the way we actually upload. So you can save, and then we can see if we can be able to upload anything. So for the PDF, basically we'll use the one that we used inside generate. Okay, so let's try to upload that is an image. So here, this one here, I did not change it, that is the type and all of that. So for the button, we need to give it a few things. That is something like type, basically that way you can see this part here. Okay, when I click any of the button here, you can see this part here, because we haven't defined which type of button is this. So we need to do that, whereby we are going to give it type, and that is type button, and variant secondary. You can actually leave it the way it is if you want, but basically let's have that one, and then you can just save. Okay, so after that, now we can be able to use click. So we could not also have that click section because we are not using file upload picker, because remember the input is hidden. Okay, so really important. So, and then let's change this part here, that is the book title. Let's change it to book cover. Okay, so now you can just click. So now I'm going to choose an image. I have one here, so you can see the button now is disabled, and when you open your terminal, I think something should be happening in the background. Yeah, so you can see the image. Okay, you can see all of that. And then now you cannot be able to see the cover URL. That is because now we have the URL. Okay, so now URL is not an empty string. So what you're going to do, you can scroll down, and then just after the button here, just after the button, you can say file view. Okay, then you can say if URL not equal to an empty string, then you can have this div. Okay, and then you can give this div the following classes, that is flex, item start, and then space x of 2, and then we can do relative, and then also we can do with fit, and then after that we can say is upload And then inside here you can have a div, and then here we can have class name, and then we can have absolute, and then after that we can have item center, and then justify center, and then right of 0, and then top of 2. Okay, then inside here we can have a button. So let me copy the variant, and also an on click. So we are going to have an on click here, which you have already actually worked on earlier on to delete. So basically I just copy this part here, that is the delete function. So remember, you have already worked on this part here, so can click, sorry, so that should be delete. So basically, okay, delete image basically. It is then basically the way we should be passing just the URL. Okay, so like that. And then now we have the delete. So inside here we'll just have an icon, that is md delete, coming from md. And then you can have class name of size 5. Okay, and then now just after that we are going to have a div, then give it the following class name, overflow, so we can actually leave overflow, then we can do flex. Actually we can actually remove all of that, let's just have a div for now. Then inside here you can say type, so that is an object type. You can actually have something like that. And then for the image here, be using image, that is Next.js image. Then we pass the source, and that is an alt. And then here for the class name, you can remove all of that and say with full. And then you can say h custom one of 20%, and then after that you can say rounded md, and then max height of 40, and then object content, and then padding bottom of 2. Okay, and then height, a height of 500, then after that we can do width of 500. Okay, and then now we have an else. An else is that for the button, yeah, something like that. And then now you can just save. So basically this is basically a problem now. Okay, so we need to import link. So, and also there is this part here. I think when you open your sidebar, you can see you saw that error there. when you head over inside here, you can see basically we are using Next.js image here, okay, and we haven't actually defined that Next.js image, that is URL, okay. So we need to do that right now if you want to see the image, okay. So just give me a moment. So for the image you can actually have images, okay, just like that. Then you can have remote pattern, and then you can have an array, okay, then an object. So as it was saving, I wanted to copy that is the host name. I don't know if it is the same, but basically you will see. Then you can just save, okay. So when you open your terminal, you will see that the project will really start. So I'll just pause the video for it to finish, then we can continue, and then I just refresh the page. So now everything have refreshed, as you can see. So let's try to upload another image. So I choose an image, so everything is going accordingly. So basically you can see here it is a different host name. So you can head over here and change this one here, okay. So make sure you copy the one that you got. So basically very important that you copy this one here that you got, that is the host name, okay. Then you can just save. So it will actually refresh once more. So instead of actually wasting time refreshing, let me just pause once more time. So let's try again. So I just choose another image. So now I believe it is going to work perfectly. Then yes, it does. So you can basically copy the link here. So yeah, so you can see the image. So here you can actually paste the image like that, and then you will be able to actually see the URL. You'll be able to paste the URL like that, or you can be able to upload. So when you remove the URL like that, you'll be able to see that it changes. That is because when you come here, you'll see that we are actually using the same name, that is PDF URL, okay. So we are using PDF URL, and here also we are using PDF URL. So when it is available, like here, when we have URL, basically we show the product, or that is the file. So the same thing here, okay. So another thing that we are missing here is basically the button to delete, okay. So the button to delete, which should be here. So let me just see what the issue is. On hover, basically we should be able to see the button, okay. Yeah, so everything should be inside that div, okay. And then if it is uploaded, basically we can also show this part here, okay. So here so let me, I don't think these classes here basically will affect this part, but let's see. Here I'm making sure that we have relative, we have absolute, and then we have right of 2 and top of 2. So yeah, and top of 2. So basically you can see so something is wrong. So let me just check what the issue is. So basically that is flex item search space of y of 2 relative item with that is with fit. Then there is this part here, then class name of absolute, item center, justify center, light 2, and then top of 0. Okay, and there is this part here. So here that is, so here basically it is perfect. That is with the full rounded Excel, H20 border, all of that is perfect. And then with full, okay. So okay, just remove this for a second. So basically this part here is uploaded. Basically I think maybe it is the one that is showing, is giving us issues. Yeah, it is the one that was giving us issues. So basically comment this part here for now. So yeah, there it is. So now you can be able to delete, and actually it will disable it. Okay, so you can also be able to delete that part also. So is upload. So basically what I want to do is upload. Basically when you come here, you can see here we are passing is upload but we are not doing that here. Okay, so let's do this. Let's actually pass them on both ends. Okay, and then you can save, I think. So let's try to upload right now and see if it is going to work. So this one here should not show, but it could have shown because basically if we uploaded it could have shown, but for now it is not showing. So for this one here we can say we can try to say so what we can do, so instead of actually doing all of this, so what you can do, because the user can basically when they delete the URL, even though it is coming from this end, it is because it is also the PDF. Okay, so that can be the issue that we can fix later on. But what we can do, we can check, we can come here, that is here, and say if url.includes, okay, that is when you actually want to do this. Yeah, that is when you want to do this. If basically it includes this, then else you can just say something something like, you can remove this part. Basically you can say toasts error file cannot be deleted. Okay, that will be perfectly fine. Okay, and then now we can be able to see it on both ends. So because I have removed that section because basically we cannot know even if it even we have to check even when we have book, so that we can be able to do all of that. There is a big process to see if it was uploaded or basically it was another URL. But this one here is the safest to delete when deleting. Okay, so I think we can live with that one, and then we can remove all of this. Okay, then there is this part here also, and also this part here. So here then you can check whereby you can is pending. So here is uploading. Okay, here we can use is uploading instead of uploading. Okay, something like that. Okay, and then now everything is just fine now. And then now we can come here and basically remove all of this. So now basically now we can actually test it. Open your sidebar, head over inside your actions, then create a new file calling it books.ts. Then you can say use server. Okay, then you can say export, that is const. Then you can say add book. Then here you can actually console log like that. Then you can save. Then here you can copy this part here, then head over inside here, and then here you can just await, whereby you can have add book. Then here you can add data. So there is this type here, form data. You can see we don't have that type here. You can basically come here and check this type here. So when you can basically head over also inside types here, you can see we have this book here. Okay, so what we don't want from here is just the ID. So you can actually come here, or basically you can just use this part here instead of just confusing you with all of that. Okay, just import z, then also import book schema. Okay, just like that. Then here there is an await. So here we can say const book equals to, then here we can say, so here, so that we can toast something and see the result, can say return success for now. success true and message book added. Okay, then here you can come here and say if book dot success, then we can toast book dot message. Okay, then you can save. So you can open your terminal because this console log here we want this console log here we want to check if we'll get it, and then there is also we should also get the toasts. Okay, so here I'll add title Benson, then pro you can leave it, then genre you can say programming, just like that. Then description basically you can actually have any description you want. Then here later on we'll generate our own. Okay, so then you can add. So you can see toast book added successfully, book added successfully. Then here you can see the console log. Okay, so if you had an error, if you missed any value, basically you could not get this console log here, you could not have basically reached this point here. Okay, so you can see everything is there. You have the cover URL, the PDF URL, the summary, the status, all of that is perfectly fine now. So now on the next part we'll basically work on the summarizing, so that basically we can upload everything now. Okay, so let's meet on that part. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the submit here. So basically to do that we are going to have two items that we are going to do. So here we already have the success part, so we are going to have this part here whereby we are going to add new book, and also we are going to update. So it is going to look something like this. We are going to say if we have a book, then we are going to update. Okay, so you can have a comment update existing book. Okay, then after that we'll be having an else, and then inside there we can have all of these. So let's see. So here we are using book. So yeah, there was an error there. So now you can save it the way it is. So you can see here we also to make sure that, so can remove this part here. So we'll be using this message right here. If it's a success, then if else we are going to say toast then book.message. Okay, we are going to look something like that. So I'm going to close this one and this one, then open my sidebar, collapse everything, then head over inside book. Then inside here is whereby you are going to have all of that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy every import that we need. So remember you already have some of it like Zod, so you can remove Zod. Then we already have the book schema, can remove book schema like that. Then this part here that we don't have yet, so we can remove it. So now we can work on the functionality where we can use try and catch so that we can catch any errors. Okay, so like that. And then you can remove this. So here So here this is going to come over here, and then here we are going to have a return, so we can console log the error, then also have this part here that is return. Then here we can have the true, and then you can return your book if you want, but for our case, because we are not using the book on the front end, we can actually leave it as it is. So here we can start by getting the user. So we already have imported the user. Then here we can say if you don't have the user, you can actually now return false, and then also you must be logged in to add a book, so that is also important. And then after that, now we can actually now have the book. So here you can see all the details, but we won't be doing that. You can actually now do const, that is const new book equals to, then you can say await, you can say that is, so let me remove this one here, so we can close it like that. So the first one here, we insert what we are going to insert. We are going to insert something in the schema. Which is schema? That is the book schema. Okay, then we specify the values here. Okay, right here like that. And then instead of doing all of this, what you can do, since the details are the same, we have made the details the same as the backend. So what you can do, since the only thing that we are changing is the user, so we can have the user details there, whereby it will be user, so .user .id. Then now you can spread the data. Okay, so here you can see you're getting that error, so you can say or an empty string. So with that now here you can actually see the new book. So here if you want to return something, you can say dot return, then you can have an object, then you can return something like book ID. Okay, so like that. So you can see book ID is just a simple string, and you come here, you should see you're actually returning just a book ID. So you can actually come here and actually return the book ID. Okay, so with that now you have we have actually been able to update to add a new book. So the next thing we are going to do, before returning, we are going to revalidate. So we are going to revalidate path, whereby you are going to revalidate an empty string, then you can say forward stroke. So you can do this if you actually know the URL, but remember we are using a dynamic URL where we have the user, that is the user ID. You can do that, but for my case I usually like to update the route, the layout. So that is the layout. Control space bar, when you hit the layout, you'll see you get the auto. So there are usually two of them. When you hit the space bar, control space bar, you will see there is layout and there is page. So the other one was page, but for this one here was we are doing layout. Okay, and then you can save. So now I'm going to duplicate this one here, so you can use it basically to update. So you can say update book. Okay, so we'll be passing also the values, so we don't need to update the user ID, so you can remove that one. So instead of actually inserting, we'll be saying set. Okay, sorry, that is update, sorry. Then here is whereby we'll be saying set. So hit control space bar, then you will see set. Okay, and then you can just return the ID. and then the rest you can have it like that. Must be logged into to update a book. Then here book updated successfully. Error adding book, that is error updating book, failed to add books, failed to update book. Okay, so with that, now you have also been able to update book. So you come here, so remember this part here is already done, so you can duplicate it and then move the other one to the top, and then here you can add this part here like that. So there is also something that I forgot, so let's do. So here I forgot that we are going to need the ID of the book, so you can have a comma and then you can have the book ID. Okay, then when you come here, you can have a comma, then you can have, so here you are adding data, so here you can say you'll be actually be getting ID, which will be of type string. Okay, so like that. So with that you will see the error will disappear. Okay, and then now we need to make sure we check which book we want to update. So you can come here and say that is where, then inside parentheses you can have equal, it will compare, that is the id dot that is books.id and the ID that we have passed. Okay, then you can just save. So that was the only mistake that we made there. So here, so here there is this part here that I'm using. You can say updated book. So then we can change this part here and here and here. Okay, so then here also you can say added, so that we actually, you can see we already have book. We already have book somewhere here. Yeah, you can see we already have book. So I made a mistake calling this one here book. We should have called it added book. Then you can also change this part here. Okay, so like that, so that we don't have any conflicts. Okay, so then you can just save. So as you save, open a new terminal. So we want to run the studio so that we can see what we add. So here you can say npx drizzle kit studio. Okay, then you just give it a moment. Then here I'm going to add a new book, but first we can refresh to make sure that everything, every change that we have made is basically refreshed on our page right here. So just give it a moment to reload, and also as we wait for this part here. So something is wrong. That is Drizzle Kit Studio. So it should be like that, Drizzle Kit Studio. So should have space, not instead of space there should be a hyphen. Okay, and then after that it will run. So here I'm going to upload a book. I'm going to choose a book cover. So have chosen a book cover. Then here I'm going to use the URL, that one there, and then here the book have loaded. And then here I'm going to give it the title, that is Python Python Java SQL, that is Python Java SQL, JavaScript. Okay, basically I'm just copying what we have here, and then you can leave it as pro, or you can just basically also choose a free. Okay, whichever you choose. Then genre, you can just say programming. Then description, you can give any description. Okay, and also for the summary, you can give any summary. So copy, then you can have it here, then you can just load. Then now just going to click add. So you can see everything was disabled, so that means everything is going according to plan. Yeah, because you can see the book added successfully. So the only thing that we did not do was basically reroute the user to another page. So you should have a router here, const router. So you already have router over here. So when you come here, after every success, we need to basically route the user to, you can route the user to a specific page, okay, or to the books page, okay, or you can route the user to this URL right here, that is the books page. So to do that, you can actually have the user session. Cons, you can say session. You can use the user session coming from Next, that is Next Auth React. So there it is. Then now you can come here, instead of passing it here, instead of passing book here, you can say books. Okay, so that is inside that should be inside app. Remember we have dashboard, so that should be stroke dashboard. Okay, and then it should be inside books, so that is, you should be having the ID here, whereby you can just say session dot, so that is session dot data dot user dot ID. Okay, and then you can just remove all of this. So we are redirecting them inside here, so that is inside. So basically there is this ID here, then we already have a page right here. So it's going to look something, so I'm missing something. Let me just show you. So yeah, so you can see we have the ID here, which uses this page, but inside book we are going to have a page dot tsx, so like that. So that means this ID will be stroke, that it will be stroke, will be books stroke ID. Okay, but here this will be stroke book, which will be here. So we'll just see how it will be. So here I'll just say books page. So you'll see how it will look like. So then also when we update is when you are going to see all of that also. So I'm going to save. So I really hope you have understood this part here, that here we have book, that is this page right here, and then we have ID, which has its own page. Okay, so when you head over here, you should be able to see book. Okay, so there it is, book. So you can see the user ID, you can see programming, cover URL, page URL, description, pro, all of that. And then also you can see the relationship. Okay, you can see even the relationship. Sorry, you can see the relationship. Okay, so great. So so basically now we want to see how we can update. So I'm going to copy the ID, just control click on it, copy the ID, and then come here. So for now, since we don't have the front end part, you can come here and remove new and then add your own ID. Okay, so remember here we are using this ID, that means it is dynamic. So you can have new, whereby you can add a new page. That means you can have even any other word. If that word or that ID is not available, then you should be able to create a new book. But if it is the actual ID from our DB, you can be able to change anything. So this one here, you can change it to free. Then you can change can say add more, can say add more description, description. Then you can say update. So after this, you should really be redirected to another page. Then you can see book updated successfully. That is really important. And then when you open your terminal, basically it should be actually be compiling your dashboard user books. Okay, really important that happens. Okay, and then it will actually disable all of this when actually enable all of this whenever. Basically to not enable, it just redirect the user to the page. So just let's see. So for the next part, we are going to work on the hero section. So that is on the home page. So we are going to go over to the home page because now we have the data there. So we work on the home page and all of that, and then when you are done, we'll come back to finish the admin section. Okay, so it was really important that we get the data because we needed this data to actually work on the home page. So let's finish. Yeah, so here you can see you have been directed to the books page, and then you can see here it is also this part here is enabled. So basically I haven't shown you how it will look like on the full page. You can see how it will look like, and then adding a new book, you can see how it will look like on the full page, and even when you have the data. Okay, you can see. So yeah, so okay, so you can see how it will look like. So basically that is important. So so on the next part, as I have said, we are going to work on the home page. Sorry, going to work on the home page. So let me turn that part of the video. So let's continue. So now we work on the home page. So that is going to happen inside app, then root, then home. Then inside here you can remove all of this. Okay, then you can come here and have class name. Okay, that is space, then it will be y of 6, and then margin bottom of 10. Then you can remove all of this also, and all of this, it will be a server component. So then inside here you'll be having the hero section. So So you can copy this part here. So inside your that is on your sidebar, then inside the components, then you can create a new folder calling it home. Then you can create a new file calling it hero section or hero. Then you can do rafce, sorry, then now can come here and auto import it, control space bar, then import it. And then after that we are going to have another div with the following class names, whereby you're going to be flex, justify, between, and then after that we're going to have gap of 4. Then inside here we'll be having a h1. So let me just copy the h1. Okay, and then here we'll be having filters. Okay, and then after that we're going to have another div giving it the following class name, whereby we'll be having book list. So inside here we'll be having a book list. So for now you can just have a simple paragraph. We'll actually remove it and have something else, but for now we just want to see the skeleton of our home page. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to work on our hero section. So on our public folder, you should make sure that you have the images, only the hero section, which will be using that one there. Then now inside here, so you can see now the skeleton, how it will look like. So now let us work on the hero section. So giving it this one here the following class name, that is the hero card dash border dash, sorry, that is enough. Then margin top of 6. Then inside here you can have div, then you can have class name, whereby you can have hero card. Then inside here you'll be having a div, then this div will be having the following class name, whereby it will be flex call, and then after that we'll be having gap of 6, and then also max width dash excel. Then inside here we'll be having a h2 and a paragraph. So I just want to copy the 2, just like that. So you can save, and then after the div here, sorry, that is after here we'll be having an image. So just want to copy the image tag, then here you can import the image coming from next image. So remember, I have shown you inside public we should have the images, then the hero. So if you don't have, they are on the project, on the GitHub repo project, yeah, you'll be able to see all of that. Then you can just save. So now you can see how it looks like. So that means here I have made a mistake somewhere here. So that should be flex, gap of 6, max with excel, then okay. So okay, let's see how it is going to look like in the large devices. So actually in large devices is actually okay. So here is the issue, a small issue here. So so this part here, you can say MD, actually you can say that is on default. Remember, it is the mobile classes by default. So so we are going to give it margin bottom of 4, and then you can say on LG you can have bottom of 0, margin bottom of 0. So now you can see some spaces down here. So if that one is not enough for you, you can double it, or just choose another one, the one that you think it is much better for you. So yeah, so you can see now you have some space here, even though you cannot be able to see it. And then when you come over to the large devices, you can see. Okay, so great. So that is it. For the next part, we'll work on how we can render the books. So let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So to render book, we'll basically filter the book before actually showing the book. So that means if you have the filters, we will filter, and if you don't, basically we will show without the filters. That is these filters here. So, and those filters will basically be available to us using search params. So since we haven't worked on the filters, so I can just basically show you how we can actually access search params, so that basically when we come to when we're working with the filters, basically we will be able to test it, to test them as we go. So the first thing you need to do is convert this one to a synchronous function, like that. And then when you come inside here, you access the search params. So make sure you have the spellings right. Then you give it the type search params, and then you need to give it this type, that is promise, and then it will be of type object. Okay, then inside here I'm going to copy all items. Basically that is sort, how we are going to sort them, and then also we are going to how we are going to query them, but that is search, and then that is the page, and that is the rating. Okay, then the next thing we are going to do, so remember we also have the page, that means we also have the pagination. So basically we also need to handle that. So the first thing that we are going to do here is basically we're going to get all the books. So all books will basically help us when we reach that point whereby we need to get the total books and all of that. So let's do that, whereby you can say cost, then you can say all books, then you can say db, okay, import db, and then you can have the books like that. Okay, and then here it should be dot query, like that. Then here it should be hit control spacebar, then it should be books. So with that, now you have the books, and then the next thing we are going to have is the total books. So remember I have said that we are going to need the total books, and then after that we are going to have another one constant, whereby it is the page size, whereby we'll be having 10, and then after that we'll be having the params. So you can say const params going to be await params. Then we are going to pass everything to our so basically I am working on the hero section. Basically I should be working on the page. Sorry about that. So as I was explaining, everything we are going to access is going to be here. Okay, so that is on the home page, not on the hero section that I was working on. So I'm just going to cut everything. So I also think even here it could have worked, but somehow I doubt it could have worked. So I really don't know if it could have worked, but we cannot wait to find out. So here we are going to have the last one. So now the next thing that we need to do, basically we need okay, let me also do this. The next thing that we need to do is create a function here calling it book. So remember we have this book here. We can use it because basically we are fetching books. So to get the books, so remember we already have the DB. So we already converted the component to a use client. So the next thing you are going to do, you are going to fetch the, to have the params, whereby you are going to say const, that is export const get books but for our case basically we'll be passing objects here. So I'm going to head over here and then I'm going to show you whatever you are going to pass. So we are going to pass these ones here. So basically you can just copy them like that. So we are going to pass so instead of semicolon there should be commas like that. Then there is going to be page size, which is going to be number like that. So and also it is important that you note it should be of this order. Okay, so let's save it so that basically we can pass them. Okay, so you can come here, remember you can say const books. Okay, then you can import it. Okay, then here you can have const, then you can destructure all of them if you want from params. Okay, so when you hit Control space bar, you'll see you will have all of them. Okay, then you will see you don't have any other ones. Okay, so remember there should be in this order. Okay, the first one being sort, then the next one being queue, then the next one being page and rating, and then page size. Okay, like that. And then when you come here is whereby now we can actually do the filtering. So the first thing we need to do is actually fetch, so which you have already done here. Then here you can say books like that. Then we need to have some objects here, starting with where. Okay, actually let's remove where. So let's start with let's start by saying we want to include the publisher. So we can say with publisher. So here you can hit control spacebar, then you can have publisher there. Okay, then after that we are going to limit. So remember we have the that is the, then here you should be having a comma. We have this here handles the, that is pagination. So the first thing that you do is that is pass limit, that being the page size, that is the number of books in each page. Okay, and then after that is the offset being page in parentheses page -1 times page size. Okay, and then after that we are going to handle filter value, so whereby is going to be dot. So that because we want to actually do this whenever we have the filter value, the filter value being the q. Okay, so you can say q. Okay, and then after that, so that is also inside here. After that you can say and okay, and then you can have an object inside here whereby it should be where. Okay, then should be book, then equal, then here it should be equal like that, then there should be book user ID. Sorry, here I think I made a mistake. It should be title or description, whichever you choose. For instance, instead of handling using this part here, okay, instead of using this part here, basically you can do something else. So you can comment on this one here, and then you can use this part here. So this is the same, this one will do the same job as this one here. Okay, you just have to find which one is better for you. So I went with this one here. It worked really well for me. So great. So great. Basically we can continue now. Sorry, I just want to confirm something. Yes, you should also have this part here. Okay, yeah, so after actually thinking it through, basically I think we should go with this one here. Okay, I think we should basically go with this one here, that this one being q, that is the query. Okay, so this being return books.filter, then we get the individual book. So if you hover, you'll see this is the individual book. And then we say book.title.lowercase.include, then that is a query dot to lowercase. Okay, so if that include whatever the user have searched. Okay, so I think that one is much better. Then the last thing that we'll do is actually order. So just going to copy the order. Basically we can just say it is a simple one, being that is order by. So then you can say order by, which being sort. Okay, so sort is sort will actually be newest or oldest, and I think those two, yeah, that is newest and oldest. Okay, so then if it is newest, you are going to do this, that is we are going to descend. Okay, if it is oldest, you are going to ascend. Okay, that is okay. Then here we handle search. That is good enough for me. Now we have later on we'll see if we can actually do rating, so can actually close that one. So if you want, you can actually console log and see if you will get the books. But for our case, basically we can remove all of this. Then here we can say books dot length. Okay, then you can have an AND operator. And then now I'll just have a simple h can basically say h1. Okay, if you don't have any book, then if you have any books, okay, if you have any books, and then you can say dot map, then get the individual book. Okay, then inside there you can actually return, you can just say, for now you can actually return a tag. Will actually return a tag. So let's open my sidebar here, and then inside component we have the global, whereby you can say book, that is book card .tsx, then you can say RAFCE. So it should be accepting book of type book. Okay, then you can just save. Then when you come inside here, you can say book card coming from our component. Then here you can pass key. Okay, key being book dot id, and then you can also pass book being book. Okay, so you can save. So after really saving, basically the last thing we'll have is the pagination. The pagination also you will have it inside the global. We'll actually use it also. So you can have pagination dot tsx RAFCE. Then it should be accepting two things. So let me just open it. So I just want to copy the params, just like that. So here actually I should be seeing a book card, but basically I'm not seeing anything. So remove this one here. Even when you give this one here class name, that is can say text white, so it should be basically text white by default. So if it doesn't work, you should actually console log books, then open your terminal. So we should see if we are getting the books. So as that goes on, we can actually render that is the book here. Should be the last thing here. Sorry, that is the pagination. So basically it should be something like that. That is the pagination. Then you can import it coming from component. Then this will be actually be showing it when book all, that is what this total books. So you can remove the others. That is should be total books is actually greater than 10. Okay, so remember we have a page size. Okay, so you can say if it is greater than page size, page size, then you can actually close it like that. Total books. Okay, so like that. But for now, I think for now we can have this one as 2. I will actually add another one so that we can actually work on the pagination. Okay, so you can see here we are getting undefined, so that means inside here something is not happening for us. So book is actually returning undefined. So let me just see how we can fix this, then I'll get back on. So basically you can see here now we have the book. So the only thing that I missed is that at the end basically I should actually return books, sorry. So that is the only fix that we basically need there. Then here you can see that we are showing no books, and also you are showing a book card, so that should not really be happening. So here that is because here we said book.rend without actually saying is equal to 0, then we should actually show that h1. Okay, so yeah, so I'm going to add another book, then after this we can handle pagination. So let me do that part of the video. So let's continue. So now you're going to handle pagination. So make sure here you have page size of 2, and then here you can see we have 3 books now. So I'm going to head over inside pagination, then I'm going to copy the import, and then we are going to convert it to use grant because of all these 3 hooks here. So the first thing we are going to do, I'm going also to copy the some initialization. So there they are. So after that we are going to continue by actually designing this one here by giving it flex, that is gap of 4, and then margin top of 4, and then justify end. Then inside here I'm going to copy one button, so basically one button, so that we can use it. So this button here will have this function, so let me just create the function here. Okay, so here we don't have this page yet. So just give me a moment. So yeah, we don't have this page yet. So here you can see now we have this div. So after this div we are going to have after the button we are going to have this div here. So this div here yet we also don't have this too. That is we are going to show that is page, current page of, then total pages. Okay, and then now last 3 we are going to show that is the last button. Okay, then now we are going to create the last function here. Okay, also it is going to accept new page. Actually it is the same function, sorry about that, it is the same function. We are going to reuse it. So when I copied some initialization, I should have also copied these two. Okay, so here you can see all the errors have disappeared, but there is not a lot that we have done here. Basically we have gotten the total pages. The total pages, that is a math of dividing number of pages, that is number of books, sorry, that is number of books. Remember we have passed that one here, that being number of books being total books, then dividing it by page size. Page size, remember we have changed it to 2. Okay, then we get the total pages. And then the page, to get the page basically you can get the page in two ways, basically by doing this what we have done here, or you can basically pass this page here. So yeah, this page here to this pagination here. Okay, and then you can just access it as a param here. So you can access it here. Yeah, you can access it here basically as the other props. So you can do that, but also you can also do this. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do here, since now we are accepting the new page, basically the new page, when we are handling previous, the new page is going to be page -1. Okay, and when we are handling that is next, is going to be page +1. Okay, so because you want to go to the next page, and here you want to go to the previous page. Okay, and then to disable is going to be page when is less than or equal to 1. Okay, then we want to disable this button here, and then we want to enable the next button whenever the page is greater than the total pages, greater or equal to the total pages. So hope you have gotten that. So now here is what the functionality really comes to effect. Remember, you're going to get started by saying if no new page, okay, or new page is less than 1. Okay, then the last one being new page is greater than total, then you want to break the function. Okay, then after that we can now update the params. Okay, the param being basically okay, basically let's say here the param, we have the page param here, this page param, these are the params, such params. Okay, so if you want to update this page param here, okay, we are going to update it by coming here and saying params, then we choose page. Remember, we want to access it as page here. Okay, that is also what we are passing to the we are passing here. Okay, so that is really important. Then we update the page by saying page dot to string, then object. So remember, you want to convert the page to the new page to a string. So remember, here we have this one here as a pass int, that means as a number. Okay, and then after that we need to replace the URL. So whereby you can replace the URL by saying path ? param. Okay, this param right here. Okay, so that being that, so So after saving, when it refreshes, you basically see that we will be able to see the pagination, and then we'll see how it works. So here, so let me close one, and then here you can see the 3 books, so that you have seen. So to make it better, here basically you can show some image. So here now you can see the 3 books, and then also you can see so here now you can see the pagination, and then you can see the number. Okay, so I just wanted to basically add an image here, but it really doesn't matter. So when you click next, something is going to get compiled. Yeah, you can see we are getting that is question mark page equal to 2, and then you can see we have been redirected to this page, and this one here is disabled, and then here everything is great. That is 2 of 2. And then we head back. One being 1 of 2, and then here we have 2 books. So you can see here the page. You can see here, not there. So here you can see the page size really is 2. Okay, so for a big project is going to leave it to 10. When you save, the button here is going to disappear. Okay, so and then here I would like also you guys to disable this part here, or to comment on it, so that we stop getting this info right here. And then here you can see we are getting the books. So great. So on the next part of the video, we'll basically work on this part here. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So basically now we are going to work on the that is book card. So we are going to start with this div here. So we are going to give it space, that is space of y, that is y2, and then you can have width full, and then justify center, and then item center, and then last 3 you can have flex. So then inside here you can have link, and this link you can have class name. So you can import this link like that. Then remember we need href here, so it will be dynamic one, whereby we'll be heading to that is /book / dynamic string, that is $. Then we can say book.id. Okay, then for the class name it will be flex item center, we can say justify center, and then last 3 relative. Then inside here we are going to have book cover. Okay, that is after the book cover you are going to have a div. And then this div we are going to give it the following class name, that being book card div. Then inside here we can have another div giving it the following class name, that is being flex justify between, and then last 3 gap of 1, and then p2. Then inside here you can have h2 or h1 basically, whereby you can have dynamic string of book that is book.title. Then you can have class, that is class name, sorry, class name sorry, that is class name, that is line cramp 1, and then font. Okay, so font, that is font of bold, and then after that we can have text of LG. So I have noticed that I have skipped something, that is a div, that is a div here with the following classes, that is space y of 1. And then now all of this will be going up here. So now after h1 we'll be having p, and then this one. Basically let me just copy that is the p tag, and then after the div here we'll be having a div that is for the book.status, and then last three we'll be having another div that is after this div here, then after this one here, then we'll be having this div here. So here, because of this moment here coming from React moment, with that basically we need to convert this to use client, because basically I think this one here is like a hook something. Okay, then you can just save. Okay, so so now we need to create book cover. So remember book cover, since everything we are doing it inside global, so you can have it here. So you can paste, then you can say .tsx, and you can say rafce. Okay, so rafce, then it is going only to accept one thing, that being cover image. Then this cover image is going to be of type string. Okay, like that. Then now you can come here and actually import it. So import it, then we need to pass cover image, whereby you can say book dot cover URL. Okay, then you can save. Now we need SVG, the one that you're going to use. So basically inside my project, then inside the same global, you will find SVG. Basically this one here we can't write it, so basically it is this SVG here. So just copy it and paste it there. So then after that now, so here I think it is because of something like relative, so we'll see how we can fix all of this, but first let's design this. That is we're going to have relative. Okay, and then transition all. Then after that we are going to have duration of 300. Then inside here we are going to have that SVG, whereby it's going to be book cover s, vg, and then we are going to show the cover image. So the cover image will be inside a div. So just going to copy the div. The div is going to have a class name of z10, and then a style that is left of 4%, and then top of 3%. Okay, then this image here with the following class name that is LG, and then width of custom 1 to 52, and then dynamic of 340. Then you can just save. So now you can see everything is perfectly fine. So yeah, no need of panicking. So everything now everything is as it should. So on the next part we are going to focus on filtering. So now we are going to handle filters. So filters will happen. So first let's close everything, then inside app, then root, then home. So this part here will be reusable, that is the filters. So we'll create this filter inside the reusable component, that is global. So we can head over inside components, then global, then create it here that is .tsx, then use rafce. Okay, then so we create it here like that. Then you can just remove all of this. So basically it won't be receiving any props, so let's just import it. Okay, let's just import it like that. There it is. Then you can save. Then inside here I want to import everything that we are going to use. Sorry, so we convert it to use Grand because of these hooks here. Then this one here we don't have yet, so we are going to have it later on. And then for the designs here, we can start by giving this one here the following class name, which being the flex and gap of 2. So import it. So import the filter. I thought it had imported earlier, so it is imported. So yeah, it is imported. And then here now we can remove this. Then here is whereby we have search. Then after that we can actually continue, and here we'll have select. So select. So instead of me writing the tag, the whole of the tag, so let me just paste it here. So basically this function is the one that we'll use, and the one that is most important. So we'll create it here. So basically that one is needed, that wasn't needed, and also we also need that one. And then here you can create the function. Okay, it's going to accept the value. And then here for the sort, we already have it. So inside constants we have already imported those ones, so we already have them here. Then we map them over, so that is easy enough. We have already done that earlier on. So basically the rest is okay. So now we just need the function to work on the function. Now to work on the function, basically here we'll start by saying if sort equal to clear then we are going to do the following. So we are going to say params dot delete, then we delete sort. Okay, so specifically we delete sort, and as you can see we don't have params, so we can come here and say params. So basically here it is, that is new URL search params. Okay, so then we pass in search param dot string, but we can basically pass basically search param. Okay, so this search param here, the way it is, and then now after that then we can replace. Okay, then we can replace the URL. So replace, basically you will see it should be coming from router. So it should be const, then we extract it from use router. Okay, so when you come here and control space bar, you should get replace. That is replace. There it is. Okay, so then you pass in a string, that is the URL that you want to replace it with. That is the path name question mark path, that is param dot to string. Okay, then after that we can say else, that is else. Now we want to edit it, then we can say sort. So this, we have already done this part here, so that being param dot set, then we want to edit sort, then we pass in the value that we want to edit with, then we replace it with the URL that we want it to be replaced with. That is the params that we have already edited, then the path name. So like that. So you can test it. So the next thing that I want us to do is basically so here basically we don't need router, can remove it. So the next thing that we need to do is actually add search. So you can also have it here, create it here dot tsx, then you can say rafce. Okay, it won't receive any props, so it will be just fine like this. Then we just need to import it. Then import it. So there it is. So, or basically if you want, you can actually use this one here. Okay, perfect. So here you can see the way it is. So you can say newest. So you can see the way it is. Basically it is from oldest to newest. So you can say maybe something newest. Okay, so let's see. So now you can see this is the newest I updated. So this one is the one that we updated when we were testing upload. Okay, so also I think there is this part here that we actually, this here don't have some padding. I hadn't seen it earlier on. So but first you can save, and then you can see you have search here. So you can head over inside book card, and then here these are the ones that actually missing something, whereby you can give it margin left of 2. Then you can also save. So yeah, so you can see now they are much better. So you can close it, then we can continue with the search. So with the search now, I just want to copy the one that we are going to use, that is the initialization of some function and then some imports. So these two icons, use state, and these that we keep repeating. Okay, and then some initialization here. the same that we keep repeating, except here we'll be using useSet. Here we'll be using value to set the value, and then also we'll be having a function const that is on submit. So like that, and then we can specify the form event as that is as HTML, that is HTML form element. Okay, then also we'll be having another function being on clear, that is on clear, then we can close it here like that. Okay, then the next here, instead of using for div, we'll be using form. Then here we can have on submit, sorry, that is on submit, then you can say on submit. Then here I want to copy the classes that we're going to use here. So I wanted to duplicate the same classes as this select here. So basically I copied these classes from there, and then inside here I used an icon whereby is IO search, giving it class name of absolute, and then also left of 2, and then size of 5, and then text muted foreground. And then lastly, okay, we'll be having input. So for the input here, as we close it, it will be of type text. So you can have type if you want, and then placeholder search books, and then a class name, some class names here. So let me just copy the other one that we are going to use. So we are going to use that is admin -dash underscore input, then placeholder, and then that is placeholder of text sm, placeholder of text muted foreground. Okay, and then value is going to be of value, and then a non-change of e, that is event, then we say e.target.value. Okay, and then lastly we'll be having for the clear, whereby we'll be saying if we have value. Okay, so if we have value, then we'll be having this icon here, that is IOMD close. Then here we'll be having the following classes. So basically just want to copy the classes, so that being absolute, rate of 2, size of 5, text muted foreground, cursor pointer, and then hover opacity of 75, and then transition. And then here we'll be having on, that is on click, and you can say on clear. Okay, just like that. So you can save, and then we can start by, with this one here, whereby we can say e at prevent default, that is to prevent reload when we click the function. And then after that we can say if we don't have value, we can just return. Okay, after that we can set the value, that is the query, that is q, then comma, then the value that we want to set it with. Okay, and then we can replace as we have been doing so. So you don't need to clear. And then another important thing, you can see by default the value is usually query. Okay, so and the query is coming from this part here whereby we are getting q, that is search param dot get, then we pass what we want to get as string. Okay, so and then now we can clear. So we can say if we have query, then we can actually delete q. So whereby you can say param dot delete, then we pass what we want to delete, then last three will replace. Okay, and then also we can set value to string. Okay, but you can set to null, as you can see the way it is. Okay, it can also be null. Okay, so like that. So can also have some space there. So now I want us to test that part, then we'll be done. So here it is, then we can just clear. So here you should only be having localhosts. So just let it load. So basically you can see instead of clearing, basically it actually passed the clear. So you can see, oh sorry, that should not have happened. So basically here I am clearing. So here something went wrong, so we are going to fix that. So I wanted to do this part here, that is search. So whereby we can search this title here, Python, then I can just hit enter. So okay, so let me just reload. So let me just reload. Basically I don't think I have made any mistakes. Basically everything is as it should. That is on submit, then on submit here. Okay, then you make sure that you're also using form, and then we are not using any button. So here you can search for Python. So here is the issue. Basically you can see here I'm saying if you have value, return. Then I should be saying if you don't have value, return. Okay, that was the issue. Now when you save and then hit enter, then you should see something reloading and all of that happening down here, if they are going to happen. But importantly, something should be reloading. And then here now we have the search, and then here we have the that is the only book which includes Python. So you can clear, and when you clear, is going to bring back everything. So we are done with the search. So there is this part here that I did not like, that when I pass in clear right here, it actually pass in settings. Okay, I did not like that part. So you can see value here is clear. So when it So here I'm actually checking this sort here, okay, which I should not actually be doing. Actually I should be coming here and saying value, if value is equals to clear, okay, then is when I should actually just delete the sort, okay, then save. So that was an error on my end. So now I'm going to test this part, then I'm going to check the newest. Okay, so let it load. So now we have the newest, okay, then let clear. So it should clear there. So what if we have, so basically we cannot search both of them. So I want to check if both of them include something like, okay, so let's see. So I want to see if both of them include something like book, okay, and then two of them include book. So I want to test something really important. So then you refresh. So I want to see if it is going to work when we have two filters. So that is really important, and that one is a really complex part of it, part of filtering, because you can have multiple filters at the same time. So I want to search here book. So both of two books should include filter, should include book, okay, and then I would like also to search by newest. I also like to include newest. So you can see we can also have filter, and then we can also have query. So that is great. So we are done with those parts, so let me do the next one.